We're now going to go on to a couple of lovely poems. These two poems are both individual poems, not from the collections of Wilde, and they're both full of rich imagery and metaphor. The first one, Le Jardin des Tuileries, is read by Sean Waters. Sean is a regular on stage at TTC. And the second piece, La Mer, will be read by Abbas Krayani, who was recently in our Amadeus production earlier this year. I will dive into the background, and Sean, you are live on YouTube.
Le Jardin des Tuileries. This winter air is keen and cold this winter sun, but round my chair the children run, like little things of green and gold. Sometimes about the painted kiosk the mimic soldiers strut and stride. Sometimes the blue-eyed brigands hide in the bleak tangles of the bosque. And sometimes, while the old nurse cons, her book they steal across the square, and launch her paper navies where huge Triton rides in greenish bronze. And now, in mimic flight, they flee, and now they rush, a boisterous band, and tiny hand on tiny hand climb up the black and lifeless tree. Ah, cruel tree, if I were you, and children climbed me, for their sake, though it be winter, I would break in two spring blossoms white and blue.
La Mer. A white mist drifts across the shrouds. A wide moon in this wintry sky gleams like an angry lion's eye out of a main tawny clouds. The muffled streetsman at the wheel is but a shadow in the gloom, and the throbbing engine room leaves the road of polished steel. The shattered storm has left its trace upon this huge and having dome, for the thin threads of yellow foam float on the waves like a revel lace.
Thank you, Abbas. Thank you, Sean, for those two lovely poems. We hope you enjoyed those. Next, we have some sonnets for you to hear. We have three sonnets coming up this morning. The first sonnet you hear will be one that's called Phedre. It was written for Sarah Bernhardt by Oscar Wilde in 1890. Simon Bartlett will be reading it, and Simon directed and performed in Salome earlier in our event here. Sarah Bernhardt was a very famous actor of her day and a great celebrity even before Oscar became one. And she played Phedre, Racine's tragic heroine. And she was a great self-publicist. And when he heard of her arrival in England, Oscar rushed down to Folkestone to greet her and said, "Madame, do you mind if I smoke?" And she said, "I don't care if you burn." So another famous little quote where Oscar got more than he bargained for. He was mesmerised when he saw her on stage. And in fact, he wrote Salome with her in mind. The second one will be Fabien de Franchi, which is in celebration of Henry Irving. Henry Irving is a greatly admired actor-manager that was known well by Oscar Wilde, and he developed a successful partnership with Ellen Terry, the famed actress, and she's the person for whom the third of the sonnets is written, called Portia. And Portia was the earliest written piece of all the pieces we're presenting this weekend. This was written in 1880 for the celebrated English actress. So first up is Simon. Simon, would you start us off with the first of the three sonnets? And I'll step aside. Thank you.
Phedre, to Sarah Bernhardt. How vain and dull this common world must seem to such a one as thou, who shouldst have talked at Florence with Mirandola, or walked through the cool olives of the Academe. Thou shouldst have gathered reeds from a green stream for goat-foot Pan's shrill piping, and have played with the white girls of that Phæacian glade where grave Odysseus wakened from his dream. Oh, surely once some urn of Attic clay held thy wan dust, and thou hast come again back to this common world, so dull and vain. For thou wert weary of the sunless day, the heavy fields of scentless asphodel, the loveless lips with which men kiss in hell.
Fabien de Franchi. The silent room, the heavy, creeping shade, the dead that travel fast, the opening door, the murdered brother rising through the floor, the ghost's white fingers on thy shoulders laid, and then the lonely jewel in the glade, the broken swords, the stifled scream, the gore, thy grand revengeful eyes when all is o'er. These things are well enough, but thou wert made for more august creation. Frenzied Lear should have thy bidding wander on the heath, with the shrill fool to mock him. Romeo for thee should lure his love, and desperate fear pluck Richard's recreant dagger from its sheath. Thou trumpet set, for Shakespeare's lips to blow.
Portia, to Ellen Terry. I marvel not Bassanio was so bold to peril all he had upon the lead, or that proud Aragon bent low his head, or that Morocco's fiery heart grew cold. For in that gorgeous dress of beaten gold, which is more golden than the golden sun, no woman Veronese looked upon was half so fair as thou, whom I behold. Yet fairer, when with wisdom as your shield the sober-suited lawyer's gown you donned, and would not let the laws of Venice yield Antonio's heart to that accursed Jew. O Portia, take my heart, it is thy due. I think I will not quarrel with the bond.
Thank you, Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching Wilde Weekend, Teddington Theatre Club's 25-hour marathon reading of the works of the great Oscar Wilde. Okay, everybody, you're now about to be treated to the delights of An Ideal Husband. This was one of Wilde's great plays and was produced and first performed the height of his fame. He had 2 plays running to full houses in the West End at this time, the other one being The Importance of Being Earnest. It's a wonderful story. Please sit back and enjoy An Ideal Husband.
An Ideal Husband, a play by Oscar Wilde. Introducing the Earl of Caversham. By Count Goring, his son, Sir Robert Chiltern, Baronet Under Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Vicomte de Ninjac, Attaché at the French Embassy in London, Mason, butler to Sir Robert Chiltern, Phipps, Lord Goring's servant, Lady Chiltern, Sir Robert Chiltern's wife, Lady Markby, the Countess of Basildon, Mrs. Marchmont, Miss Mabel Chiltern, Sir Robert Chiltern's sister, and Mrs. Cheveley. Act 1. It is 1895 and we are in London at the home of Sir Robert Chiltern in Grosvenor Square. The Chilterns are hosting a lavish reception in the Octagon Room, which is now full of guests. At the top of the staircase stands Lady Chiltern, receiving the guests as they come up. Mrs. Marchmont and Lady Basildon are seated on a sofa. Going on to the Hartlocks tonight, Margaret?
Oh, I suppose so. Are you?
Yes, horribly tedious parties they give, don't they?
Horribly tedious. Never know why I go. Never know why I go anywhere.
I come here to be educated.
Oh, I hate being educated.
So do I. It puts one almost on a level with the commercial classes, doesn't it? But dear Gertrude Chiltern is always telling me that I should have some serious purpose in life. So I come here to try to find one.
I don't see anybody here tonight whom one could possibly call a serious purpose. The man who took me into dinner talked to me about his wife the whole time.
How very trivial of him.
Oh, terribly trivial. What did your man talk about?
About myself.
And were you interested?
Not in the smallest degree.
Oh, what martyrs we are, dear Margaret.
Oh, and how well it becomes us, Olivia.
Mr. and Lady Jane Barford, Lord Caversham.
Good evening, Lady Chiltern. Miss Chiltern. Has my good-for-nothing son been here?
I don't think Lord Goring has arrived yet.
Why do you call Lord Goring good for nothing?
Because he leads such an idle life.
How can you say such a thing? Why, he rides in the Row at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes to the opera 3 times a week, changes his clothes at least 5 times a day, and dines out every night of the season. You don't call that leading an idle life, do you?
You are a very charming young lady.
How sweet of you to say that, Lord Caversham. Do come to us more often. You know we are always at home on Wednesdays, and you look so well with your star.
I never go anywhere now. Sick of London society. Shouldn't mind being introduced to my own tailor. He always votes on the right side. But I object strongly to being sent down with my wife's milliner. Never could stand Lady Caversham's bonnets.
I love London society. I think it has immensely improved. It is entirely composed now of beautiful idiots and brilliant lunatics. Just what society should be.
And which is Goring? A beautiful idiot or the other thing?
I have been obliged, for the present, to put Lord Goring into a class quite by himself, but he is developing charmingly.
Into what?
I hope to let you know very soon, Lord Caversham.
Lady Mockbee, Mrs. Cheverley.
Good evening, dear Gertrude. So kind of you to let me bring my friend, Mrs. Cheverley. 2 such charming women should know each other.
I think Mrs. Cheverley and I have met before. I did not know she had married a second time.
Oh, nowadays people marry as often as they can, don't they? It's most fashionable.
But have we really met before, Lady Chiltern? Oh, I can't remember where. I have been out of England for so long.
We were at school together, Mrs. Cheverley.
Indeed. I have forgotten all about my school days. I have a vague impression that they were detestable.
I am not surprised.
Do you know, I'm quite looking forward to meeting your clever husband, Lady Chiltern. Since he has been at the Foreign Office, he has been much talked of in Vienna. They actually succeed in spelling his name right in the newspapers, and that in itself is fame on the continent.
I hardly think there will be much in common between you and my husband, Mrs. Cheverley. Ah, Vicomte de Nonjac, what a pleasure to see you. May I introduce you to Mrs. Cheverley?
Cher madame, qui surprise! I have not seen you since Berlin.
Not since Berlin, Vicomte. 5 years ago.
And you are younger and more beautiful than ever. How do you manage it?
Oh, by making it a rule only to talk to perfectly charming people like yourself.
Ah, you flatter me. You butter me, as they say.
Do they say that here? How dreadful of them.
Oh, yes, they have a wonderful language. It should be more widely known.
Good evening, Lady Mockbee. I hope you have brought Sir John with you.
Oh, Sir Robert, I've brought a much more charming person than Sir John. Sir John's temper since he has taken seriously to politics has become quite unbearable. Really, now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm.
Oh, I hope not, Lady Mockbee. At any rate, we do our best to waste the public time, don't we? But who is this charming person you've been kind enough to bring to us?
Her name is Mrs. Cheverley. One of the Dorsetshire Cheveleys, I suppose, but I really don't know. Families are so mixed nowadays. Indeed, as a rule, everyone turns out to be somebody else.
Mrs. Cheverley. I seem to know the name.
She's just arrived from Vienna.
Ah, yes. I think I know whom you mean.
Oh, she goes everywhere there and has such pleasant scandals about all her friends. I really must go to Vienna next winter. I hope there's a good chef at the embassy.
Well, if there is not, the ambassador will certainly have to be recalled. Pray point out Mrs. Cheveley to me. I should like to see her.
Let me introduce you. My dear Mrs. Cheveley, Sir Robert Chiltern is dying to know you.
Well, everyone is dying to know the brilliant Mrs. Cheveley. Our attachés at Vienna write to us about nothing else.
Thank you, Sir Robert. An acquaintance that begins with a compliment is sure to develop into a real friendship. It starts in the right manner. And I find that I know Lady Chiltern already.
Really?
Yes. She has just reminded me that we were at school together. I remember it perfectly now. She always got the Good Conduct Prize. I have a distinct recollection of Lady Chiltern always getting the Good Conduct Prize.
And what prizes did you get, Mrs. Cheveley?
My prizes came a little later on in life. I don't think any of them were for good conduct. I forget.
Well, I am sure they were for something charming.
Oh, I don't know that women are always being rewarded for being charming. I think they are usually punished for it. Certainly more women grow old nowadays through the faithfulness of their admirers than through anything else. At least that is the only way I can account for the terribly haggard look of most of your pretty women in London.
What an appalling philosophy that sounds. To attempt to classify you, Mrs. Cheveley, would be an impertinence. But may I ask, at heart, are you an optimist or a pessimist? Those seem to be the only two fashionable religions left to us nowadays.
Oh, I'm neither. Optimism begins in a broad grin and pessimism ends with blue spectacles. Besides, they are both of them merely poses.
Oh, you prefer to be natural?
Sometimes, but it is such a very difficult pose to keep up.
And what would those modern psychological novelists of whom we hear so much say to such a theory as that?
Ah, the strength of women comes from the fact that psychology cannot explain us. Men can be analysed, women merely adored.
You think science cannot grapple with the problem of women?
Oh, science can never grapple with the irrational. That is why it has no future before it in this world.
And women represent the irrational.
Well-dressed women do.
I fear I could hardly agree with you there. But do sit down. And now tell me, what makes you leave your brilliant Vienna for our gloomy London? Or perhaps the question is indiscreet.
Questions are never indiscreet. Answers sometimes are.
Well, at any rate, may I know if it is politics or pleasure?
Politics are my only pleasure. You see, nowadays it is not fashionable to flirt till one is 40 or to be romantic till one is 45. So we poor women who are under 30, or say we are, have nothing open to us but politics or philanthropy. And philanthropy seems to me to simply become the refuge of people who wish to annoy their fellow creatures. I prefer politics. I think they are more becoming.
Political life is a noble career.
Sometimes, and sometimes it is a clever game, Sir Robert. And sometimes it is a great nuisance.
And which do you find it?
A combination of all three.
But you have not told me yet what makes you honour London so suddenly. Our season is almost over.
Oh, I don't care about the London season. It is too matrimonial. People are either hunting for husbands or hiding from them. I wanted to meet you. It is quite true. You know what a woman's curiosity is, almost as great as a man's. I wanted immensely to meet you and to ask you to do something for me.
Well, I hope it is not a little thing, Mrs. Cheveley. I find that little things are so very difficult to do.
No, I don't think it is quite a little thing.
Oh, I am so glad. Do tell me what it is.
Later on. And now, may I walk through your beautiful house? I hear your pictures are charming. Poor Baron Arnheim, you remember the Baron, used to tell me that you had some wonderful Corot's.
Did you know Baron Arnheim well?
Intimately. Did you?
At one time?
Wonderful man, wasn't he?
He was a very remarkable man in many ways.
I often think it's such a pity he never wrote his memoirs. They would have been most interesting.
Yes, he knew men and cities well, like the old Greek.
Without the dreadful disadvantage of having a Penelope waiting at home for him.
Lord Goring.
Ah, good evening, my dear Arthur. Mrs. Cheveley, allow me to introduce to you Lord Goring, the idlest man in London.
I have met Lord Goring before.
I did not think you would remember me, Mrs. Cheveley.
My memory is under admirable control. Are you still a bachelor?
I believe so.
How very romantic.
Oh, I'm not at all romantic. I'm not old enough. I leave romance to my seniors.
Lord Goring is the result of Boodle's Club, Mrs. Cheveley.
He reflects every credit on the institution.
May I ask, are you staying in London long?
That depends partly on the weather, partly on the cooking, and partly on Sir Robert.
You are not going to plunge us into a European war, I hope.
There is no danger at present.
Come, Mrs. Cheveley, let me show you the house.
Ah, Miss Chiltern, delighted to see you.
You are very late.
Have you missed me?
Awfully.
And I'm sorry I did not stay away longer. I like being missed.
How very selfish of you.
I am very selfish.
You are always telling me of your bad qualities, Lord Goring.
I have only told you half of them yet, Miss Mabel.
Are the others very bad?
Quite dreadful. When I think of them at night, I go to sleep at once.
Well, I delight in your bad qualities. I wouldn't have you part with one of them.
Very nice of you. But then you are always very nice. By the way, I want to ask you a question, Miss Mabel. Who brought Mrs. Cheveley here? That woman in the heliotrope who has just gone out of the room with your brother.
Oh, I think Lady Markby brought her. Why do you ask?
I haven't seen her for years, that's all.
What an absurd reason.
All reasons are absurd.
What sort of a woman is she?
Oh, genius in the daytime and beauty at night.
I dislike her already.
That shows your admirable good taste. Ah, good evening, Vicomte.
Lord Goring! The English young laddie is the dragon of good taste, is she not? Quite the dragon of good taste.
So the newspapers are always telling us.
I read all your English newspapers. I find them so amusing.
Then, my dear Nagnac, you must certainly read between the lines.
Oh, I should like to, but my professor objects. May I have the pleasure of escorting you to the music room, mademoiselle?
Delighted, Vicomte. Quite delighted. Aren't you coming to the music room?
Not if there is any music going on, Miss Mabel.
The music is in German. You would not understand it.
Well, sir, what are you doing here? Wasting your life as usual? You should be in bed, sir. You keep too late hours. I heard of you the other night at Lady Rufford's, dancing till 4 a.m. in the morning.
Only 4:45, Father.
Can't make out how you stand London society. The thing's gone to the dogs. A lot of damn nobodies talking about nothing.
I'm not talking about nothing, Father. It's the only thing I know anything about.
You seem to me to be living entirely for pleasure.
What else is there to live for? Nothing ages like happiness.
You are heartless, sir. Quite very heartless.
I hope not, Father. Oh, good evening, Lady Basildon.
Oh, are you here? I had no idea you came to political parties.
Oh, I adore political parties. They're the only place left to us where people don't talk politics.
Oh, I delight in talking politics. I talk them all day long, but I can't bear listening to them. I don't know how the unfortunate men in the House stand these long debates.
I never listening.
Really?
Of course. You see, it's a dangerous thing to listen. If one listens, one may be convinced. And a man who allows himself to be convinced by an argument is a thoroughly unreasonable person.
Ah, that accounts for so much in men that I have never understood. And so much in women that their husbands never appreciate in them.
Oh, our husbands never appreciate anything in us. We have to go to others for that.
Oh, yes, always to others, have we not?
And those are the views of the two ladies in London who are known to have the most admirable husbands in London.
No, that is exactly what we can't stand.
My Reginald is quite hopelessly faultless. He is really unendurably so at times. There is not the smallest element of excitement in knowing him.
How terrible! Really, the thing should be more widely known.
Oh, Basildon is quite as bad. He is as domestic as if he were a bachelor.
My poor Olivia. We have married perfect husbands, and we are well punished for it.
I should have thought it was the husbands who are being punished.
Oh dear, no! They are as happy as possible, and for trusting us, it is tragic how much they trust us.
Perfectly tragic.
Or comic? Lazy Basildon.
Oh, certainly not comic, Lord Goring. How unkind of you to suggest such a thing.
I'm afraid Lord Goring is in the camp of the enemy as usual. I saw him talking to that Mrs. Cheveley when he came in.
Handsome woman, Mrs. Cheveley.
Please, don't praise other women in our presence. You might wait for us to do that.
I did wait.
Well, we are not going to praise her. I hear she went to the opera on Monday night and told Tommy Rufford at supper that as far as she could see, London society was entirely made up of dowdies and dandies.
And she's quite right, too. The men are all dowdies and the women are all dandies, aren't they?
Oh, do you really think that's what Mrs. Cheveley meant?
Of course. And a very sensible remark from Mrs. Cheveley to make, too. Ah, Miss Mabel, you returned.
Why are you talking about Mrs. Cheveley? Everybody is talking about Mrs. Cheveley. Lord Goring says... What did you say, Lord Goring? About Mrs. Cheveley? Oh, I remember. That she was a genius in the daytime and a beauty at night.
What a horrid combination. So very unnatural.
I like looking at geniuses and listening to beautiful people.
It's very morbid of you, Mrs. Marchmont.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear you say that. Marchmont and I have been married for 7 years, and he has never once told me that I was morbid. Men are so painfully unobservant.
I have always said, dear Margaret, that you are the most morbid person in London.
Ah, but you are always sympathetic, Olivia.
Is it morbid to have a desire for food? I have a great desire for food. Lord Goring, will you give me some supper?
Pleasure, Miss Mabel. Let me escort you downstairs.
How horrid you've been. You never talked to me the whole evening.
How could I? You went away with the child diplomatist.
You might have followed us. Pursuit would have been only polite. I don't think I like you at all this evening.
And I like you immensely.
Well, I wish you'd show it in a more marked way.
Olivia, I have a curious feeling of absolute faintness. I think I should like some supper very much. I know I should like some supper.
Oh, I am positively dying for supper, Margaret.
Men are so horribly selfish. They never think of these things.
Men are grossly material. Grossly material.
May I have the honor of tacking you down to supper, Comtesse?
I never take supper, thank you, Vicomte. But I will come down with you with pleasure.
Oh, I am so fond of eating. I am very English in all my tastes.
You look quite English, Vicomte. Quite English.
And are you going to any of our country houses before you leave England, Mrs. Cheveley?
Oh no, I can't stand your English house parties. In England, people actually try to be brilliant at breakfast. That is so dreadful of them. Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast. And then the family skeleton is always reading family prayers. My stay in England really depends on you, Sir Robert.
Seriously?
Quite seriously. I want to talk to you about a great political and financial scheme, about this Argentine canal scheme, in fact.
Oh, what a tedious practical subject for you to talk about, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, I like tedious practical subjects. What I don't like are tedious practical people. There is a wide difference. Besides, you are interested, I know, in international canal schemes. You were Lord Radley's secretary, weren't you, when the government brought the Suez Canal shares?
Yes, but the Suez Canal was a very great and splendid undertaking. It gave us our direct route to India. It had imperial value. It was necessary that we should have control. This Argentine scheme is a commonplace stock exchange swindle.
A speculation, Sir Robert, a brilliant, daring speculation.
Believe me, Mrs. Cheveley, it is a swindle. Let us call things by their proper names. It makes matters simpler. We have all the information about it at the Foreign Office. In fact, I sent out a special commission to inquire into the matter privately, and they report that the works are hardly begun, and as for the money already subscribed, no one seems to know what has become of it. The whole thing is a second Panama, and not with a quarter of the chance of success that miserable affair ever had. I do hope you have not invested in it. I'm sure you are far too clever to have done that.
I have invested very largely in it.
Who could have advised you to do such a foolish thing?
Your old friend and mine.
Who?
Baron Arnheim.
Ah, yes. I remember hearing at the time of his death that he had been mixed up in the whole affair.
It was his last romance. Well, his last but one, to do him justice.
But you have not seen my Corot's yet. They are in the music room. Corot's seem to go with music, don't they? May I show them to you?
I am not in the mood tonight for silver twilights or rose-pink dawns. I want to talk business.
Well, I fear I have no advice to give you, Mrs. Cheveley, except to interest yourself in something less dangerous. The success of the canal depends, of course, on the attitude of England, and I am going to lay the report of the commissioners before the House tomorrow night.
That you must not do. In your own interests, Sir Robert, to say nothing of mine, you must not do that.
In my own interests? My dear Mrs. Cheveley, what do you mean?
Sir Robert, I will be quite frank with you. I want you to withdraw the report that you had intended to lay before the House on the ground that you have reason to believe that the commissioners have been prejudiced or misinformed or something. Then I want you to say a few words to the effect that the government is going to reconsider the question and that you have reason to believe that the canal, if completed, will be of great international value. You know the sort of things ministers say in cases of these kinds. A few ordinary platitudes will do. In modern life, nothing produces such an effect as a good platitude. It makes the whole world kin. Will you do that for me?
Mrs. Cheveley, you cannot be serious in making me such a proposition.
I am quite serious.
Pray allow me to believe that you are not.
Ah, but I am. And if you do what I ask, I will pay you very handsomely.
Pay me?
Yes.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean.
Oh, how very disappointing. And I have come all the way from Vienna in order that you should thoroughly understand me.
I fear I don't.
My dear Sir Robert, you are a man of the world and you have your price, I suppose. Everybody does nowadays. The drawback is that most people are so dreadfully expensive. I know I am. I hope you will be more reasonable in your terms.
If you will allow me, I will call your carriage for you. You have lived so long abroad, Mrs. Cheveley, that you seem unable to realize that you are talking to an English gentleman.
I realize that I am talking to a man who laid the foundation of his fortune by selling to a stock exchange speculator a cabinet secret.
What do you mean?
I mean, I know the real origin of your wealth and career, and I have got your letter too.
What letter?
The letter you wrote to Baron Arnheim when you were Lord Radley's secretary, telling the Baron to buy Suez Canal shares. A letter written 3 days before the government announced its own purchase.
It's not true.
You thought that letter had been destroyed. How foolish of you. It is in my possession.
The affair to which you allude was no more than a speculation. The House of Commons had not yet passed the bill. It might have been rejected.
It was a swindle, Sir Robert. Let us call things by their proper names. It makes everything simpler. And now I'm going to sell you that letter, and the price I ask for is your public support of the Argentine scheme. You made your own fortune out of one canal. You must help me and my friends make our fortunes out of another.
It is infamous what you propose, infamous.
Oh no, it is the game of life as we all have to play it, Sir Robert, sooner or later.
I cannot do what you ask me.
You mean you cannot help doing it? You know you are standing on the edge of a precipice, and it is not for you to make terms. It is for you to accept them. Supposing you refuse.
And what then?
My dear Sir Robert, what then? You're ruined, that is all. Remember to what a point your Puritanism in England has brought you. In old days, nobody pretended to be a bit better than his neighbours. In fact, to be a bit better than one's neighbour was considered excessively vulgar and middle class. Nowadays, with our modern mania for morality, everyone has to pose as a paragon of purity, incorruptibility, and all the other 7 deadly virtues. And what is the result? You all go over like 9 pins, one after the other. Not a year passes in England without somebody disappearing. Scandals used to lend charm, or at least an interest to a man, and now they crush him. And yours is a very nasty scandal. You couldn't survive it. If it were known that as a young man, secretary to a great and important minister, you sold a cabinet secret for a large sum of money, and that was the origin of your wealth and career, you would be hounded out of public life. You would disappear completely. And after all, Sir Robert, why should you sacrifice your entire future rather than deal diplomatically with your enemy? For the moment, I am your enemy, I admit it, and I am much stronger than you are. Years ago, you did a clever, unscrupulous thing. It turned out a great success. You owe it to your fortune and position, and now you have got to pay for it. Sooner or later, we all have to pay for what we do. You have to pay now. Before I leave you tonight, you have to promise me to suppress your report and to speak in the House in favour of this scheme.
What you ask is impossible.
You must make it possible. You are going to make it possible. So, Robert, you know what your English newspapers are like. Suppose that when I leave this house, I drive down to some newspaper office and give them this scandal and the proofs of it. Think of their loathsome joy, of the delight they will have in dragging you down, of the mud and mire they would plunge you in. Think of the hypocrite with his greasy smile, penning his leading article and arranging the foulness of the public placard.
Stop. You want me to withdraw the report and to make a short speech stating that I believe there are possibilities in the scheme?
Those are my terms.
I will give you any sum of money you want.
Even you are not rich enough, Sir Robert, to buy back your past. No man is.
I will not do what you ask me. I will not.
You have to. If you don't...
Wait a moment. What did you propose? You said that you would give me back my letter, didn't you?
Yes, that is agreed. I will be in the ladies' gallery tomorrow at night at 11:30. If by that time, and you will have had heaps of opportunity, you have made an announcement to the House in the terms I wish, I shall hand you back your letter with the prettiest thanks and the best, or at any rate the most suitable compliment I can think of. I intend to play quite fairly with you. One should always play fairly when one has the winning hand. The Baron taught me that, amongst other things.
You must let me have time to consider your proposal.
No, you must settle now.
Give me a week, 3 days.
Impossible. I have to telegraph Vienna tonight.
My God. What brought you into my life?
Circumstances.
I consent. The report shall be withdrawn. I will arrange for a question to be put to me on the subject.
Thank you. I knew we should come to an amicable agreement. I understood your nature from the first. I analysed you, though you did not adore me. And now, you can get my carriage for me, Sir Robert. I see the people coming up from supper, and Englishmen always get romantic after a meal, and that bores me dreadfully.
Well, dear Mrs. Cheveley, I hope you've enjoyed yourself. Sir Robert is very entertaining, is he not?
Most entertaining. I have enjoyed my talk with him immensely.
He has had a very interesting and brilliant career, and he has married a most admirable wife. Lady Chiltern is a woman of the very highest principles, I'm glad to say. I'm a little too old now myself to trouble about setting a good example, but I always admire people who do. And Lady Chiltern has a very ennobling effect on life, though her dinner parties are rather dull sometimes. But one can't have everything, can one? And now I must go, dear. Shall I call for you tomorrow?
Thanks.
We might drive in the park at 5. Everything looks so fresh in the park now.
Except the people.
Perhaps the people are a little jaded. I've often observed that the season, as it goes on, produces a kind of softening in the brain. However, I think anything is better than high intellectual pressure. That is the most unbecoming thing there is. It makes the noses of the young girls so particularly large. And there is nothing so difficult to marry as a large nose. Men don't like them. Good night, dear. Good night, Gertrude.
What a charming house you have, Lady Chiltern. I have spent a delightful evening. It has been so interesting getting to know your husband.
Why did you wish to meet my husband, Mrs. Cheveley?
Oh, I will tell you. I wanted to interest him in this Argentine canal scheme, of which I dare say you've heard. And I found him most susceptible to reason, I mean, a rare thing in a man. I converted him in 10 minutes. He's going to make a speech in the House tomorrow night in favour of the idea. We must go to the Ladies' Gallery and hear him. It will be a great occasion.
There must be some mistake. That scheme could never have my husband's support.
Oh, I assure you, it is all settled. I don't regret my tedious journey from Vienna now. It has been a great success. But of course, for the next 24 hours, the whole thing is a dead secret.
A secret? Between whom?
Between your husband and myself.
Your carriage is here, Mrs. Cheveley.
Thanks. Good evening, Lady Chiltern. Good night, Lord Goring. I am at Claridge's. Don't you think you might leave a card?
If you wish it, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, don't be so solemn about it, or I shall have to be obliged to leave a card on you. In England, I suppose that would hardly be considered en règle. Abroad, we're more civilised. Will you see me down, Sir Robert? Now that we both have the same interests at heart, we shall be great friends, I hope.
A horrid woman.
You should go to bed, Miss Mabel.
Lord Goring.
My father told me to go to bed an hour ago. I don't see why I shouldn't give you the same advice. I always pass on good advice. It's the only thing to do with it. It's never of any use to oneself.
Lord Goring, you are always ordering me out of the room. I think it most courageous of you, especially as I am not going to bed for hours. You can come and sit down if you like, and talk about anything in the world, except the Royal Academy, Mrs. Cheveley, or novels and Scotch dialect. They are not improving subjects. What is this? Someone has dropped a diamond brooch. It's quite beautiful, isn't it? I wish it was mine. But Gertrude won't let me wear anything but pearls, and I'm thoroughly sick of pearls. They make one look so plain, so good, and so intellectual. I wonder who it belongs to.
I wonder who dropped it.
It is a beautiful brooch.
It's a handsome bracelet.
It isn't a bracelet, it's a brooch.
But it can be used as a bracelet. Give it to me.
Why?
Miss Mabel, I'm going to make a rather strange request of you.
Oh, pray do. I've been waiting for it all evening.
Don't mention to anybody that I've taken charge of this brooch. Should anyone write and claim it, let me know at once.
That is a strange request.
Well, you see, I gave this brooch to somebody once, years ago.
You did?
Yes, and now look, Lady Chelton is here to bid us good night.
Then I shall certainly do so. Good night, Gertrude.
Good night, dear. Lord Goring, you saw whom Lady Markby brought here tonight?
Yes, it was an unpleasant surprise. What did she come here for?
Apparently to try and lure Robert to uphold some fraudulent scheme in which he is interested. The Argentine Canal, in fact.
She has mistaken her man, hasn't she?
She is incapable of understanding an upright nature like my husband's.
Yes. I should fancy she came to grief if she ever tried to get Robert into her toils. It's extraordinary what astounding mistakes clever women make.
I don't call women of that kind clever. I call them stupid.
Same thing often. Good night, Lady Chiltern.
Good night.
My dear Arthur, you are not going. Do stop a little.
Afraid I can't, thanks. I promised to look in at the Hartlocks. I believe they got a more Hungarian band that plays more Hungarian music. I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
How beautiful you look tonight, Gertrude.
Robert, it's not true, is it? You are not going to lend your support to this Argentine speculation. You couldn't.
Who told you I intended to do so?
That woman who has just gone out, Mrs. Cheveley, as she calls herself now. She seemed to taunt me with it. Robert, I know this woman. You don't. We were at school together. She was untruthful, dishonest, an evil influence over everyone whose trust or friendship she could win. I despised her. She stole things. She was a thief. She was sent away for being a thief. Why do you let her influence you?
Gertrude, what you tell me may be true, but it happened many years ago. It is best forgotten. Mrs. Cheveley may have changed since then. No one should be entirely judged by their past.
One's past is what one is. It is the only way by which people should be judged.
That is a hard saying, Gertrude.
It is a true saying, Robert. And what did she mean by boasting that she had got you to lend your support, your name, to a thing I have heard you describe as the most dishonest and fraudulent scheme there has ever been in political life?
I was mistaken in the view I took. We all may make mistakes.
But you told me yesterday that you had received the report from the Commission and that it entirely condemned the whole thing.
I have reasons now to believe that the Commission was prejudiced, or at any rate, misinformed. Besides, Gertrude, public and private life are different things. They have different laws and move on different lines.
They should both represent man at his highest. I see no difference between them.
In the present case, on a matter of practical politics, I have changed my mind. That is all.
All?
Yes.
Robert, it is horrible that I should have to ask you such a question, but, Robert, are you telling me the whole truth?
Why do you ask me such a question?
Why do you not answer it?
Gertrude, truth is a very complex thing, and politics is a very complex business. There are wheels within wheels. One may be under certain obligations to people that one must pay. Sooner or later in political life, one has to compromise. Everyone does.
Compromise? Robert, why do you talk so differently tonight from the way I have always heard you talk? Why are you changed?
I am not changed, but circumstances alter things.
Circumstances should never alter principles.
But if I told you...
What?
That it was necessary, vitally necessary.
It can never be necessary to do what is not honourable. Or, if it be necessary, then what is it that I have loved? But it is not, Robert. Tell me it is not. Why should it be? What gain would you get? Money? We have no need of that. And money that comes from a tainted source is a degradation. Power? But power is nothing in itself. It is power to do good that is fine. That and that only. What is it then? Robert, tell me why you are going to do this dishonourable thing.
Gertrude, you have no right to use that word. I told you it was a question of rational compromise. It is no more than that.
Robert, that is all very well for other men, for men who treat life simply as a sordid speculation, but not for you, Robert. Not for you. You are different. All your life you have stood apart from others. You have never let the world soil you. To the world as to myself, you have been an ideal always. Oh, be that ideal still, that great inheritance throw not away, that tower of ivory do not destroy. Robert, men can love what is beneath them, things unworthy, stained, dishonoured. We women worship when we love, and when we lose our worship, we lose everything. Oh, don't kill my love for you. Don't kill that.
Gertrude.
I know that there are men with horrible secrets in their lives, men who have done some shameful thing and who in some critical moment have to pay for it by doing some other act of shame. Oh, don't tell me that you are such as they are. Robert, is there in your life any secret honour or disgrace? Tell me. Tell me at once that...
That what?
That our lives, they drift apart.
Drift apart?
That they may be entirely separate. It would be better for us both.
Gertrude, there is nothing in my past life that you might not know.
I was sure of it, Robert. I was sure of it. Oh, but why did you say those dreadful things? Things so unlike your real self. Don't let us ever talk about the subject again. You will write, won't you, to Mrs. Cheveley, and tell her that you cannot support this scandalous scheme of hers. If you have given her any promise, you must take it back, that is all.
Must I write and tell her that?
Surely, Robert, what else is there to do?
I might see her personally. It would be better.
You must never see her again, Robert. She is not a woman you should ever speak to. She is not worthy to talk to a man like you. No, you must write to her at once, now, this moment, and let your letter show her that your decision is quite irrevocable.
Right this moment?
Yes.
But it is so late. It is close on 12.
That makes no matter. She must know at once that she has been mistaken in you, and that you are not a man to do anything base or underhand or dishonourable. Write, Robert. Write that you decline to support this scheme of hers as you hold it to be a dishonest scheme. Yes, write the word dishonest. She knows what that word means. We will have this letter sent at once to Claridge's Hotel, and there will be no answer. Robert, love gives one an instinct to things, and I feel tonight that I have saved you from something that might have been a danger to you, from something that might have made men honour you less than they do. I don't think you realise sufficiently, Robert, that you have brought into political life of our time a nobler atmosphere, a finer attitude towards life, a freer air of purer aims and higher ideals. I know it. For that, I love you, Robert.
Oh, love me always, Gertrude. Love me always.
I will love you always, because you will always be worthy of love. We needs must love the highest when we see it.
Oh. Put out the lights, Mason. Put out the lights.
And at Teddington Theatre Club, we like to support others in our local business community. So here we'd like to give a very brief shout out to Coopers, an independent estate agent based in Hampton Hill, one of our neighbours who offer residential properties for sales or let. They'd like you to know that normal opening hours have resumed, so please pop in and inquire about their special summer discounts.
Act 2. It is the following day and we are in the morning room and Sir Robert Chiltern's house in Grosvenor Square with Lord Goring and Sir Robert.
My dear Robert, it's a very awkward business, very awkward indeed. You should have told your wife the whole thing. Secrets from other people's wives are a necessary luxury in modern life. So at least I'm always told at the club, who are bold enough to know better. But no man should have a secret from his own wife. She invariably finds out. Women have a wonderful instinct about things. They can discover everything except the obvious.
Arthur, I could not tell my wife. When could I have told her? Not last night. It would have made a lifelong separation between us. And I would have lost the love of the one woman in the world I worship, of the only woman who has ever stirred love within me. Last night it would have been quite impossible. She would have turned from me in horror and in contempt.
Lady Chiltern is perfect as all that?
Yes, my wife is as perfect as all that.
What a pity. I beg your pardon, my dear fellow, I didn't quite mean that. But if what you tell me is true, I should like to have a serious talk about life with Lady Chiltern.
No, it would be quite useless.
May I try?
Yes, but nothing could make her alter her views.
Well, at the worst, it would simply be a psychological experiment.
All such experiments are terribly dangerous.
Everything is dangerous, my dear fellow. If it wasn't so, life wouldn't be worth living. Well, I'm bound to say that I think you should have told her years ago.
When? When we were engaged? Do you think she would have married me if she had known the origin of my fortune is such as it is, the basis of my career such as it is, and that I had done a thing that I suppose most men would call shameful and dishonorable?
Yes, most men would call it ugly names. There's no doubt of that.
Men who have every day do something of the same kind themselves. Men who each one of them have worse secrets in their own lives.
That is the reason they are so pleased to find out other people's secrets. It distracts public attention from their own.
And after all, whom did I wrong by what I did? No one.
Except yourself, Robert.
Of course, I had private information about a certain transaction contemplated by the government of the day, and I acted on it. But private information is practically the source of every large modern fortune.
And public scandal invariably the result.
Arthur, do you think that what I did nearly 18 years ago should be brought up against me now? Do you think it fair that a man's whole career should be ruined for a fault done in one's boyhood almost? I was 22 at the time, and I had the double misfortune of being well-born and poor, two unforgivable things nowadays. Is it fair that the folly, that the sins of one's youth, if men choose to call it a sin, should wreck a life like mine, should place me in the pillory, should shatter all that I have worked for, all that I have built up? Is it fair, Arthur?
Life is never fair, Robert. And perhaps the good thing for most of us that it is not.
Every man of ambition has to fight his century with its own weapons. What this century worships is wealth. The god of this century is wealth. To succeed, one must have wealth. At all costs, one must have wealth.
You underestimate yourself, Robert. Believe me, without wealth, you could have succeeded just as well.
When I was old, perhaps. When I had lost my passion for power or could not use it. When I was tired, worn out, disappointed. I wanted my success when I was young. Youth is the time for success. I couldn't wait.
Well, you certainly have had your success while you were still young. No one in your day has had such a brilliant career or success. Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs at the age of 40. That's good enough for anyone, I should think.
And if it is all taken away from me now, if I lose everything over a horrible scandal, if I am hounded from public life.
How could you have sold yourself for public money?
I did not sell myself for money. I bought success at a great price, that is all.
Yes. You certainly paid a great price for it. But what first made you think of doing such a thing?
Baron Arnheim.
Damned scoundrel.
No. He was a man of a most subtle and refined intellect. A man of culture, charm, and distinction. One of the most intellectual men I ever met.
I prefer a gentlemanly fool any day. There is more to be said for stupidity than people imagine. Personally, I have a great deal of admiration for stupidity. It's a sort of fellow feeling, I suppose. But how did he do it? I mean, tell me the whole thing.
Well, one night after dinner at Lord Radley's, the Baron became talking about success in modern life as something that one could reduce to an absolutely definite science. With that wonderfully fascinating, quiet voice of his, he expounded to us the most terrible of all philosophies, the philosophy of power, preached to us the most marvelous of all gospels, the gospel of God, of gold. I think he saw the effect he had produced on me. For some days afterwards, he wrote and asked me to come and see him. He was living then in Park Lane. I remember so well how, with a strange smile on his pale, curved lips, he led me through his wonderful picture gallery, showed me his tapestries, his enamels, his jewels, his carved ivories, made me wonder at the strange loveliness of the luxury in which he lived, and then told me that luxury was nothing but a background, a painted scene in a play, and that power over other men, power over the world, was the one thing worth having, the one supreme pleasure worth knowing, the one joy one never tired of. And in that our century, only the rich possessed it.
A thoroughly shallow creed.
I didn't think so then. I don't think so now. Wealth has given me enormous power. It gave me at the very outset of my life freedom, and freedom is everything. You have never been poor and never known what ambition is. You cannot understand what a wonderful chance the Baron gave me. Such a chance as few men get.
Fortunately for them, if one's judged by results. But tell me definitely, how did the Baron finally persuade you to do what you did?
Well, when I was going away, he said to me, if I could ever give him any private information of any real value, he would make me a very rich man. I was dazed at the prospect, and he held out to me. And my ambition and my desire for power were at the time boundless. 6 weeks later, a certain private document passed through my hands.
State documents?
Yes.
I had no idea that you, of all men in the world, could have been so weak, Robert, as to yield to such a temptation as Baron Arnheim held out to you.
Weak? Weak? Oh, I am sick of hearing that phrase, sick of using it about others. Weak? Do you really think, Arthur, that it is weakness that yields to temptation? I tell you that there are terrible temptations that it requires strength and courage to yield to stake all one's life on a single moment, to risk everything on one throw. Whether the stake be power or pleasure, I care not. There is no weakness in that. There is a horrible, terrible courage. I had that courage. I sat down the same afternoon and wrote Baron Arnheim the letter this woman now holds. He made £750,000 over the transaction.
And you?
I received from the Baron £110,000.
You were worth more, Robert.
No, that money gave me exactly what I wanted. Power over others. I went into the house immediately. The Baron advised me on finance from time to time. Before 5 years, I had almost trebled my fortune. Since then, everything that I have touched has turned out a success. In all things connected with money, I have had a luck so extraordinary, sometimes it has made me almost afraid. I remember having read somewhere in some strange book that when the gods wish to punish us, they answer our prayers.
Tell me, Robert, did you never suffer any regret for what you've done?
No. I felt that I had fought the century with its own weapons and won.
You thought you had won?
I thought so. Arthur, do you despise me for what I have told you?
I am very sorry for you, Robert. Very sorry indeed.
I don't say that I suffered any remorse. I didn't. Not remorse in the ordinary, rather silly sense of the word. But I have paid conscience money many times. I had a wild hope that I might disarm destiny. The sum Baron Arnheim gave me, I have distributed twice over in public charities since then.
Public charities? Dear me, what a lot of harm you've done, Robert.
Oh, don't say that, Arthur. Don't talk like that.
Never mind what I say, Robert. I'm always saying what I shouldn't say. In fact, I usually say what I really think. Great mistake nowadays. It makes one so liable to be misunderstood. But as regards this dreadful business, I will help you in whatever way I can. Of course, you know that.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. But what is to be done? What can be done?
Well, the English can't stand a man who is always saying he is right. They are very fond of a man who admits that he's been in the wrong. It is one of the best things in them. However, in your case, Robert, a confession would not do. Money, if you will allow me to say so, it's awkward. Besides, if you make a clean breast of the whole affair, you would never be able to talk morality again. And in England, a man who can't talk morality once or twice a week to a large, popular, immoral audience is quite over as a serious politician. There would be nothing left for him as a profession except botany or the church. A confession would be of no use to you. It would ruin you.
It would ruin me. Arthur, the only thing for me to do now is to fight the thing out.
I was waiting for you to say that, Robert. It's the only thing to do now, and you must begin by telling your wife the whole story.
That I will not do.
Believe me, Robert, you are wrong.
I couldn't do it. It would kill her love for me. And now about this woman, this Mrs. Cheveley. How can I defend myself against her? You knew her before, Arthur, apparently?
Yes.
Did you know her well?
So little that I got engaged to be married to her once. I was staying at Tenby's. The affair lasted 3 days.
Why was it broken off?
I forgot. At least it makes no matter. By the way, have you tried her with money? She used to be confoundedly fond of money.
I offered her any sum she wanted. She refused.
The marvellous gospel of gold breaks down sometimes. The rich can't do everything after all.
Not everything. I suppose you are right. Arthur, I feel that public disgrace is in store for me. I feel certain of it. I never knew what terror was before. I know it now. It's as if a hand of ice were laid upon one's heart. It is as if one's heart were beating itself to death in some empty hollow.
But you must fight her. You must fight her.
But how?
I can't tell you how at present. I've not the smallest idea. Everyone has some weak point. There's some flaw in each one of us. My father tells me that even I have faults. Perhaps I have. I don't know.
In defending myself against Mrs. Cheveley, I have a right to use any weapon I can find, have I not?
In your place, I don't think I should have the smallest scruple in doing so. She's thoroughly well able to take care of herself.
Well, I shall send a cipher telegram to the embassy at Vienna to inquire if there is anything known against her. There may be some secret scandal she might be afraid of.
I should fancy Mrs. Cheveley is one of those very modern women of our time who find a new scandal as becoming as a new bonnet and air them both in the park every afternoon at 5:30. I'm sure she adores scandals, and that the sorrow of her life at present is that she can't manage to have enough of them.
Why do you say that?
Well, she wore too much rouge last night and not quite enough clothes. That is always a sign of despair in a woman.
But it is worthwhile my wiring to Vienna, is it not?
It is always worthwhile asking a question, though it is not always worthwhile answering one.
She must have had some curious hold over Baron Arnheim. I wonder what it was.
I wonder.
I will fight her to the death, as long as my wife knows nothing.
Oh, fight in any case, in any case.
If my wife found out, there would be little left to fight for. Well, as soon as I hear from Vienna, I shall let you know the result. It is a chance, just a chance, but I believe in it. And as I fought the age with its own weapons, I will fight her with her weapons. It is only fair, and she looks like a woman with a past, doesn't she?
Both pretty women do. But there is a fashion in pasts, just as there is a fashion in frocks. Perhaps Mrs. Cheveley's past is merely a slightly décolleté one, and they are excessively popular nowadays. Besides, dear Robert, I should not build too high hopes of frightening Mrs. Cheveley. I should not fancy Mrs. Cheveley as a woman who would be easily frightened. She survived all her creditors, and she shows wonderful presence of mind.
Oh, I live on hopes now. I clutch at every chance. I feel like a man on a ship that is sinking. The water is around my feet, and the very air is bitter with storm. Oh, hush. I hear my wife's voice.
Good afternoon, Lord Goring.
Good afternoon, Lady Cheveley. Have you been in the park?
No, I have just come from the Women's Liberal Association, where, by the way, Robert, your name was received with loud applause. And now I have come in to have my tea. Lord Goring, you will wait and have some tea, won't you?
I'll wait for a short time, thanks.
I'll be back in a moment. I'm only going to take my hat off.
Oh, please don't. So pretty. One of the prettiest hats I ever saw. I hope the Women's Liberal Association received it with loud applause.
We have much more important work to do than look at each other's bonnets, Lord Goring.
Really? What sort of work?
Oh, dull, useful, delightful things. Factory acts, female inspectors, the 8 Hours Bill, the parliamentary franchise, everything, in fact, that you would find thoroughly uninteresting.
And never bonnets.
Never bonnets, never.
You have been a good friend to me, Arthur. A thoroughly good friend.
I don't know I've been able to do much for you, Robert, as yet. In fact, I've not been able to do anything for you, as far as I can see. I'm thoroughly disappointed in myself.
You have enabled me to tell you the truth. That is something. The truth has always stifled me.
Oh, the truth is a thing to get rid of as soon as possible. Bad habit, by the way. Ah, this is the greatest thing in life. To live the truth. I'll see you again soon, Arthur. I'm going to look in at the bachelor's ball tonight, unless I find something better to do. But I'll come round tomorrow morning. If you brought me tonight, by any chance, send round a note to Curzon Street.
Thank you.
You're not going, Robert.
I have some letters to write, dear.
You work too hard, Robert. You seem never to think of yourself, and you are looking so tired.
It is nothing, dear. Nothing.
Do sit down, Lord Goring. I'm so glad you've called. I want to talk to you about... Well, not about bonnets or the Women's Liberal Association. You take far too much interest in the first subject and not nearly enough in the second.
You want to talk to me about Mrs. Cheveley?
Yes, you have guessed it. After you left last night, I found out that what she had said was really true. Of course, I made Robert write her a letter at once, withdrawing his promise.
So he gave me to understand.
To have kept it would have been the first stain on a career that has been stainless always. Robert must be above reproach. He is not like other men. He cannot afford to do what other men do. Don't you agree with me? You are Robert's greatest friend. You are our greatest friend, Lord Goring. No one except myself knows Robert better than you do. He has no secrets from me, and I don't think he has any from you.
He certainly has no secrets from me. At least I don't think so.
Then am I not right in my estimate of him? I know I am right, but speak to me frankly.
Quite frankly?
Surely, you have nothing to conceal, have you?
Nothing. But my dear Lady Chiltern, I think, if you will allow me to say so, that in practical life...
Of which you know so little, Lord Goring.
Of which I know nothing by experience, though I know something by observation. I think that in practical life there is something about success, actual success, that's a little unscrupulous. Something about ambition that is unscrupulous, always. Once a man has set his heart and his soul on getting to a certain point, if he climbs the crag, if he has to, he will. And if he has to walk in the mire...
Well?
Well, he walks in the mire. Of course, I'm only talking about life, in general.
I hope so. Why do you look at me so strangely, Lord Goring?
Lady Chiltern, I have sometimes thought that perhaps you are a little hard in some of your views on life. I think that often you don't make sufficient allowances. In every nature there are elements of weakness, or worse than weakness. Supposing, for instance, that any man, any public man, my father, or Lord Merton, or Robert, say, had years ago written some foolish letter to someone.
What do you mean by a foolish letter?
A letter gravely compromising one's position. I'm only putting an imaginary case.
Robert is incapable of doing a foolish thing as he is of doing a wrong thing.
Nobody is incapable of doing a foolish thing, and nobody is incapable of doing a wrong thing.
Are you a pessimist? What will the other dandies say? They will all have to go into mourning.
No, Lady Chiltern, I am not a pessimist. Indeed, I am not quite sure I know what a pessimist is. All I do know is that life cannot be understood without much charity, cannot be lived without much charity. It is love and not German philosophy that is the true explanation of this world, whatever may the explanation of next be. And if you are ever in trouble, Lady Chiltern, trust me absolutely, and I will help you in every way I can. If you ever want me, come to me for my assistance, and you shall have it. Come to me at once.
Lord Goring, you are talking quite seriously. I don't think I ever heard you talk seriously before.
You must excuse me, Lady Chiltern. It won't occur again if I can help it.
But I like you to be serious. Ah, now here is Mabel. I'm sure she will agree.
Dear Gertrude, don't say such a dreadful thing to Lord Goring. Seriousness would be very unbecoming to him. Good afternoon, Lord Goring. Pray be as trivial as you can.
I should like to, Miss Mabel, but I'm afraid I am a little out of practice this morning. And besides, I have to be going now.
Just when I have come in? What dreadful manners you have. I'm sure you were very badly brought up.
I was.
I wish I had brought you up.
I'm so sorry you didn't.
It is too late now, I suppose.
I'm not so sure.
Will you ride tomorrow morning?
Yes, at 10.
Don't forget.
Of course I shan't. By the way, Lady Chiltern, there is no list of your guests in the Morning Post of today. It has apparently been crowded out by the County Council or the Lambeth Conference, something equally boring. Could you let me have a list? I have a particular reason for asking you.
I'm sure Mr. Trafford will be able to give you one.
Thanks so much.
Tommy is the most useful person in London.
And who, Miss Mabel, is the most ornamental?
I am!
How clever of you to guess it. Goodbye, Lady Chiltern. You'll remember what I said to you, won't you?
Yes, but I don't know why you said it to me.
I hardly know myself. Goodbye, Miss Mabel.
I wish you were not going. I have had 4 wonderful adventures this morning, 4.5 in fact. You might stop and listen to some of them.
Very selfish of you to have 4.5. There won't be any left for me.
I don't want you to have any. They would not be good for you.
That is the first unkind thing you have said to me. And how charmingly you said it. 10 tomorrow.
Sharp?
Quite sharp. But don't bring Mr. Trafford.
Of course I shan't bring Tommy Trafford. Tommy Trafford is in great disgrace.
Oh, I am delighted to hear it.
Gertrude, I wish you would speak to Tommy Trafford.
What has poor Mr. Trafford done this time? Robert says he's the best secretary he's ever had.
Well, Tommy has proposed to me. Again. Tommy really does nothing but propose to me. He proposed to me last night in the music room when I was quite unprotected, as there was an elaborate trio going on. I didn't dare to make the smallest repartee, I need hardly tell you. If I had, it would have stopped the music at once. Musical people are so absurdly unreasonable. They always want one to be perfectly dumb at the very moment when one is longing to be absolutely deaf. Then he proposed to me in broad daylight this morning in front of that dreadful statue of Achilles. Really, the things that go on in front of that work of art are quite appalling. The police should interfere. At luncheon, I saw by the glare in his eye that he was going to propose again, and I just managed to check him in time by assuring him that I was a bimetallist. Fortunately, I don't know what bimetallism means, and I don't believe anybody else does either, but the observation crushed Tommy for 10 minutes. He looked quite shocked. Honestly, Tommy is so annoying in the way he proposes. If he proposed at the top of his voice, I should not mind so much. That might produce some effect on the public, but he does it in a horrid, confidential way. When Tommy wants to be romantic, he talks to one just like a doctor. I am very fond of Tommy, but his methods of proposing are quite out of date. I wish, Gertrude, you would speak to him and tell him that once a week is quite often enough to propose to anyone, and that it should always be done in a manner that attracts some attention.
Dear Mabel, don't talk like that. Besides, Robert thinks very highly of Mr. Trafford. He believes he has a brilliant future before him.
Oh, I wouldn't marry a man with a future before him for anything under the sun.
Mabel!
Oh, I know, dear. You married a man with a future, didn't you? But then Robert was a genius, and you have a noble, self-sacrificing character. You can stand geniuses. I have no character at all, and Robert is the only genius I could ever bear. As a rule, I think they're quite impossible. Geniuses talk so much, don't they? It's such a bad habit. And they're always thinking about themselves when I want them to be thinking about me. Oh, I must go round now and rehearse at Lady Basildon's. You remember, we're having a tableau, don't you? The triumph of something. I don't know what. I hope it'll be the triumph of me. Only triumph I'm really interested in at present. Oh, Gertrude, see through the window. Look who's coming to see you. That dreadful Mrs. Cheveley, in a most lovely gown. Did you ask her?
Mrs. Cheveley coming to see me? Impossible.
I assure you she was coming up the stairs as large as life and not nearly so natural.
You need not wait, Mabel. Remember, Lady Basildon is expecting you.
Oh, I must shake hands with Lady Markby. She is delightful. I love being scolded by her.
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Dear Lady Markby, how nice of you to come to see me. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks. Isn't that Miss Chiltern? I should so much like to know her.
Mabel, Mrs. Cheveley wishes to know you.
I thought your frock so charming last.
Oh, thank you. Really, I must tell my dressmaker. It will be such a surprise to her. Goodbye, Lady Markby.
Going already?
Oh, I am so sorry, but I am obliged to. I'm just off to rehearsal. I've got to stand on my head in some tableau.
On your head, child? Oh, I hope not. I believe it's most unhealthy.
Oh, but it is for an excellent charity in aid of the undeserving. The only people I'm really interested in. I am the secretary and Tommy Trafford is treasurer.
Oh. And what is Lord Goring?
Oh, Lord Goring is president.
Oh, this post should suit him admirably, unless he has deteriorated since I knew him first.
You are remarkably modern, Mabel. A little too modern, perhaps. Nothing is so dangerous as being too modern. One is apt to grow old-fashioned quite suddenly. I've known many instances of it.
Oh, what a dreadful prospect.
Ah, my dear, you need not be nervous. You will always be as pretty as possible. That is the best fashion there is, and the only fashion that England succeeds in setting.
Oh, thank you so much, Lady Markby, for England and myself.
Dear Gertrude, we've just called to know if Mrs. Cheveley's diamond brooch has been found.
Here?
Yes, I missed it when I got back to Claridge's, and I thought I might possibly have dropped it here.
I've heard nothing about it, but I will send for the butler and ask.
Oh, pray don't trouble, Lady Chiltern. I dare say I lost it at the opera before we came on here.
Ah, yes, I suppose it must have been at the opera. The fact is, we all scramble and jostle so much nowadays that I wonder we have anything left on us at all at the end of the evening. I know myself that when I'm coming back from the drawing room, I always feel as if I hadn't a shred on me, except a small shred of decent reputation, just enough to prevent the lower classes making painful observations through the windows of the carriage.
And what sort of brooch was it that you lost, Mrs. Cheveley?
A diamond snake brooch with a ruby, a rather large ruby.
I thought you said there was a sapphire on the head, dear.
No, Lady Markby, a ruby.
Very becoming, I'm sure.
I shall ask Mason if a ruby and diamond brooch has been found in any of my rooms this morning.
It really is of no consequence, Lady Chiltern. I do not wish to put you to any inconvenience.
Oh, it is no inconvenience.
Well, I must say it's most annoying to lose anything. I remember once at Bath years ago losing in the pump room an exceedingly handsome cameo bracelet that Sir John had given me. I don't think he's given me anything else since, I'm sorry to say. He's sadly degenerated. Really, this horrid House of Commons quite ruins our husbands for us. I think the lower house by far the greatest blow to a happily married life that there's been since that terrible thing called the higher education of women was invented.
It is heresy to say that in this house, Lady Markby. Robert is a great champion of the higher education of women, and so, I'm afraid, am I.
The higher education of men is what I should like to see. Men need it so sadly.
They do, dear, but I'm afraid such a scheme would be quite unpractical. I don't think man has much capacity for development. He's got as far as he can, and that's not very far, is it? With regard to women, well, dear Gertrude, you belong to the younger generation. I'm sure it's all right if you approve of it. In my time, of course, We were taught not to understand anything. That was the old system, and wonderfully interesting it was. I assure you, the amount of things I and my poor dear sister were taught not to understand was quite extraordinary. But modern women understand everything, I'm told.
Except their husbands. That is the one thing the modern woman never understands.
And a very good thing too, dear, I dare say. It might break up many a happy home if they did. Not yours, I did dear hardly say, Gertrude. You have married a pattern husband. I wish I could say as much myself. But since Sir John has taken to attending the debates regularly, which he never used to do in the good old days, his language has become quite impossible. I assure you, my life will be quite ruined unless they send John at once to the upper house. He won't take any interest in politics then, will he? The House of Lords is so sensible, an assembly of gentlemen. But in his present state, Sir John is really a great trial. Why, this morning, before breakfast was half over, he stood up on the hearthrug, put his hands in his pockets, and appealed to the country at the top of his voice. I left the table as soon as I had my second cup of tea, I need hardly say. But his violent language could be heard all over the house. I trust, Gertrude, that Sir Robert is not like that.
But I am very much interested in politics, Lady Markby. I love to hear Robert talk about them.
Well, I hope he is not as devoted to blue books as Sir John is. I don't think they can be quite improving reading for anyone.
I have never read a blue book. I prefer books in yellow covers.
Yellow is a gayer colour, is it not? I used to wear yellow a good deal in my early days, and would do so now if Sir John were not so painfully personal in his observations. And a man on the question of dress is always ridiculous, is he not?
Oh no, I think men are the only authorities on a dress.
Really? One wouldn't say so from the sort of hats they wear, would one? Anyway, no matter. The fact is, I've promised to go round for 10 minutes to see poor Lady Brancaster, who is in very great trouble. Her daughter, quite a well-brought-up girl too, has actually become engaged to be married to a curate in Shropshire. So now, Gertrude, if you allow me, I shall leave Mrs. Cheveley in your charge and call back for her in a quarter of an hour. Or perhaps, dear Mrs. Cheveley, you wouldn't mind waiting in the carriage while I'm with Lady Brancaster. As I intend it to be a visit of condolence, I shan't stay long.
I don't mind waiting in the carriage at all, provided there is somebody to look at one.
Well, I hear the curate is always prowling about the house.
I'm afraid I'm not fond of girlfriends.
Oh, I hope Mrs. Cheveley will stay here a little. I should like to have a few minutes' conversation with her.
How kind of you, Lady Chiltern. Believe me, nothing would give me greater pleasure.
Ah, and no doubt you both have many pleasant reminiscences of your school days to talk over together. Goodbye, dear Gertrude. Shall I see you at Lady Bonnard's tonight? She has discovered a wonderful new genius. He does nothing at all, I believe. That is a great comfort, is it not?
Robert and I are dining at home by ourselves tonight, and I don't think I shall go anywhere afterwards. Robert, of course, will have to be in the house. There is nothing interesting on.
Dining at home by yourselves? Is that quite prudent? Ah, I forgot, your husband is an exception. Mine is the general rule, and nothing ages a woman so rapidly as having married the general rule. Goodbye, Lady Chiltern. Mrs. Cheveley.
Wonderful woman, Lady Markby, isn't she? Talks more and says less than anybody I ever met. She's made to be a public speaker. Much more so than her husband. He is a typical Englishman, always dull and usually violent.
Mrs. Cheveley, I think it is right to tell you, quite frankly, that had I known who you really were, I should not have invited you to my house last night.
Really?
I could not have done so.
I see that after all these years you have not changed a bit, Gertrude.
I never change.
Then life has taught you nothing.
It has taught me that a person who has once been guilty of a dishonest and dishonourable action may be guilty of it a second time and should be shunned.
Would you apply that rule to everyone?
Yes, to everyone, without exception.
Then I am sorry for you, Gertrude. I'm very sorry for you.
You see now, I am sure, that for many reasons, any further acquaintance between us during your stay in London is quite impossible.
Do you know, Gertrude, I don't mind you talking morality a bit. Morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. You dislike me. I'm quite aware of that, and I have always detested you. And yet, I have come here to do you a service.
Like the service you wished to render my husband last night, I suppose. Thank heavens I saved him from that.
It was you who made him write that insolent letter to me. It was you who made him break his promise.
Yes.
It was you who... Then you must make him keep it. I give you till tomorrow morning, no more. If by that time your husband does not solemnly bind himself to help me in this great scheme in which I am interested...
This then fraudulent speculation.
Oh, call it what you choose. I hold your husband in the hollow of my hand, and if you're wise...
You are impertinent.
Tell him.
What has my husband to do with you, with a woman like you?
Meets with like. It's because your woman is himself fraudulent and dishonest that we pair so well together. Between you and him binds us.
How dare you class my husband with yourself? How dare you threaten him or me? Leave my house. You are unfit to enter it.
Your house? A house bought with the price of dishonour. A house everything in which has been paid for by fraud.
Gertrude?
And here he is, Sir Robert. Ask him, Lady Chiltern, what the origin of his fortune is. Get him to tell you how he sold to a top stockbroker a cabinet secret. Learn from him to what you owe your position.
It is not true. Robert, it is not true.
Look at him. Can he deny it? Does he dare to?
Go. Go at once. You have done your worst now.
My worst? I have not finished with you, with either of you. I give you both till tomorrow at noon. If by then you don't do what I bid you do, the whole world shall know the origin of Robert Chiltern.
Mason, will you show out Mrs. Cheveley?
You sold a cabinet secret for money. You began your life with fraud. You built up your career on dishonour. Tell me it's not true. Lie to me. Lie to me. Tell me it's not true.
What this woman said is quite true. But Gertrude, listen to me. You don't realize how I was tempted. Let me tell you the whole thing.
Don't come near me. Don't touch me. I feel as if you had soiled me forever. Oh, what a mask you have been wearing all these years. A horrible painted mask. You sold yourself for money? Oh, a common thief were better. You put yourself up to sale to the highest bidder. You were bought in the market. You lied to the whole world. Yet you will not lie to me.
Gertrude. Gertrude.
No, don't speak. Say nothing. Your voice wakes terrible memories. Memories of things that made me love you. Memories of words that made me love you. Memories that are now horrible to me. And how I worship you. You were to me something apart from common life. A thing pure, noble, honest, without stain. The world seemed to me finer because you were in it. And goodness more real because you lived. And now, when I think that I made a man like you my ideal, the ideal of my life.
There was your mistake. There was your error. The error all women commit. Why can't you women love us, faults and all? Why do you place us on such monstrous pedestals? We all have feet of clay, women as well as men. But when we men love women, we love them knowing their weaknesses, their follies, their imperfections, love them all the more for that reason. It is not the perfect, but the imperfect who have need of love. A man's love is wide and large. Women think that they are making ideals of men. What they are merely making are merely false idols. You made your false idol of me, and I had not the courage to come down, show you my wounds, tell you my weaknesses. I was afraid that I might lose your love, as I have lost it now. And so last night, you ruined my life for me. Yes, ruined it. What this woman asked of me was nothing compared to what she offered to me. She offered security, peace, stability. The sin of my youth that I had thought was buried rose up in front of me, hideous, horrible, with its hands at my throat. I could have killed it forever, sent it back into its tomb, destroyed its record, burned the one witness against me. You prevented me. No one but you. You know it. And now what is there before me but public disgrace, ruin, terrible shame, the mockery of the world, a lonely, dishonored life, a lonely, dishonored death. Let women make no more ideals of men. Let them not put them on altars and bow before them, or they may ruin other lives as completely as you. You whom I have so wildly loved have ruined mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching TTC's Wilde Weekend, a 25-hour marathon continuous performance of the works of Oscar Wilde here on Pride Weekend. At Teddington Theatre Club, we're really proud to support others in our local business community. And right now we'd like to give a shout out to George's Kitchen. George's Kitchen is one of our small local independent cafes and delis right in the centre of Hampton Hill High Street. So they're our neighbours. They offer homemade cakes, fresh sandwiches, fruit and veg and deli items. They've now reopened. They're operating on Monday to Saturday from 9 AM to 3 PM. And if you quote Wilde Weekend, you'll get 2 for 1 on coffees this coming Monday, 29th of June.
Act 3. It is now late evening and we're in the library of Lord Goring's house. To the right is the door leading into the hall. To the left is the door of the smoking room. A pair of folding doors at the back open into the drawing room. Phipps, the butler, is waiting on Lord Goring, who is getting ready to go out.
Got my second buttonhole for me, Phipps?
Yes, my lord.
Rather distinguished thing, Phipps. I'm the only person of the smallest importance in London at present who wears a buttonhole.
Yes, my lord. I have observed that.
You see, Phipps, fashion is what one wears oneself. What is unfashionable is what other people wear.
Yes, my lord.
Just as vulgarity is simply the conduct of other people.
Yes, my lord.
And falsehoods the truth of other people.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Other people are quite dreadful. The only possible society is oneself.
Yes, my lord.
To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong relationship, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
I don't think I quite like this buttonhole, Phipps. Makes me look a little too old. Makes me look almost in the prime of life, eh, Phipps?
I don't observe any alteration in your lordship's appearance.
You don't, Phipps?
No, my lord.
I'm not sure. For the future, a more trivial buttonhole, Phipps, on Thursday evenings.
I will speak to the florist, my lord. She has had a loss in her family lately, which perhaps accounts for the lack of triviality your lordship complains of in the buttonhole.
Oh, extraordinary thing about the lower classes in England. They're always losing their relations.
Yes, my lord, they are extremely fortunate in that respect.
Any letters, Phipps?
3, my lord.
Want my cab round in 20 minutes?
Yes, my lord.
When did this letter arrive?
It was brought by hand just after your lordship went to the club.
Thank you, that will do. Lady Chiltern's handwriting and Lady Chiltern's pink notepaper. This is rather curious. I thought Robert was to write. What have Lady Chiltern has got to say to me? I want you. I trust you. I am coming to you, Gertrude. I want you. I am coming to you. I trust you. So she has found out everything. Oh, poor woman. Oh, what an hour to call. 10 o'clock. I shall have to go up to the Berkshires. Give it up. However, it's always nice not to be expected and to not arrive. I'm not expected at the Bachelor's, so I shall certainly go there. Well, I will make her stand by her husband. That is the only thing for her to do. That is the only thing a woman should do. It is the growth of the moral sense in women, I think, that marriages are such hopeless, one-sided institutions. 10 o'clock. She should be here soon. I must tell Phipps not to let in anyone else. Is that the doorbell? She can't be here already.
Lord Caversham.
Why will my parents always appear at the wrong time? Some extraordinary mistake in nature, I suppose. Delighted to see you, dear father.
Take my cloak off.
Is it worthwhile, father?
Of course it is worthwhile. Which is the most comfortable seat?
This one, father. It's the chair I use myself when I have visitors.
Thank you. No draught, I hope, in this room?
No, father.
Glad to hear it. Can't stand draughts. No draughts at home.
Good many breezes, father.
Eh? Don't understand what you mean. Want to have a serious conversation with you, sir.
My dear father, at this hour?
Well, sir, it's only 10 o'clock. What is your objection to the hour? I think the hour is an admirable hour.
Well, the fact is, father, this is not my day for talking seriously. I'm very sorry, but it is not my day.
What do you mean, sir?
During the season, father, I only talk seriously on the first Tuesday in every month, from 4 till 7.
Well, make it Tuesday, sir. Make it Tuesday.
Ah, but it is after 7, father, and my doctor says I must never have any serious conversation after 7. It makes me talk in my sleep.
Talk in your sleep, sir? What does that matter? You're not married.
No, father, I am not married.
Well, that is what I've come to talk to you about, sir. You have to get married, and at once. Why, when I was your age, sir, I had been an inconsolable widower for 3 months and was already paying my attentions to your admirable mother. Damn it, sir, you've got to get married. You can't always be living for pleasure. Every man of position is married these days. Bachelors are not fashionable anymore. They're a damaged lot. Too much is known about them. You must get yourself a wife, sir. Look what your friend Robert Chiltern has got. By probity, hard work, and a sensible marriage with a good woman. Why don't you imitate him, sir? Why don't you make him your model?
I think I shall, father.
I wish you would, sir. Then I shall be happy. At present, I make your mother's life miserable on your account. You are heartless, sir. You are heartless.
Not, father.
And it is high time for you to get married. You are 34 years of age.
Yes, father, I only admit to 32. 31 and a half when I have a really good buttonhole. This buttonhole is not trivial enough.
I tell you, you are 34. And there is a draft in this room besides, which makes your conduct worse. Why did you tell me there was no draft? I can feel it distinctly.
So do I, father. It is a dreadful draught. I will come and see you tomorrow, father. We can talk over anything you like. Here, let me help you on with your cloak, father.
No, sir. I have called this evening for a definite purpose, and I'm going to see it through at all costs to my health and yours. Put down my cloak, sir.
Certainly, father. But let us go into another room. Let me call Phipps. There is a dreadful draught in here. Phipps, is there a good fire in the smoking room?
Yes, my lord.
Come in there, father. Dear father, your sneezes are quite heart-rending.
Well, I suppose I have the right to sneeze when I choose.
Quite so, father. I was merely expressing sympathy.
Oh, damn sympathy. There's a great deal too much of that in this thing going on these days.
I quite agree with you, father. If there was less sympathy in the world, there would be less trouble in the world.
That is a paradox. I hate paradoxes.
So do I, father. Everybody one meets is a paradox nowadays. It's a great bore. It makes society so obvious.
You always really understand what you say?
Yes, father, if I listen attentively.
If you listen attentively? Conceited young puppy.
Phipps, there's a lady coming to see me this evening on a particular business. Show her into the drawing room when she arrives. You understand?
Yes, my lord.
It's a matter of great importance, Felix.
I understand, my lord.
No one else is to be admitted under any circumstances.
I understand, my lord.
Ah, there's the bell. It's probably the lady. I shall see her myself. Do excuse me, Father. I must go.
Yes, my lord. What name, madam?
Is Lord Goring not here? I was told he was at home.
His lordship is engaged at present with Lord Caversham, madam.
Oh, how very filial.
His lordship told me to ask you, madam, to be kind enough to wait in the drawing room for him. His lordship will come to you there.
Lord Goring expects me.
Yes, madam.
Are you quite sure?
His lordship told me that if a lady called, I was asked her to wait in here, in the drawing room. His lordship's directions on the subject were very precise.
How very thoughtful of him. To expect the unexpected shows a thoroughly modern intellect. Oh, how dreary a bachelor's drawing room always looks. I shall have to alter all this. I don't care for that lamp. It's far too glaring. Light some candles.
Certainly, madam.
I hope the candles have becoming shades.
We have had no complaints about them, madam, as yet. I shall return presently, madam.
I wonder what woman he is waiting for tonight. It'll be delightful to catch him. Men always look so silly when they are caught, and they are always being caught. What a very interesting room. I wonder what his correspondence is like. Oh, how very uninteresting. Bills, cards, debts and dowagers. Oh, who on earth writes to him on pink paper? How silly to write on pink paper. It looks like the beginning of a middle-class romance. No, romance should never begin with sentiment. It should begin with science and end with a settlement. Oh, I know that handwriting. That is Gertrude Chiltern's. I remember it perfectly. The 10 Commandments at every stroke of the pen and the moral law all over the page. Wonder what Gertrude is writing to him about. Oh, something horrid about me, I suppose. How I detest that woman. I trust you. I want you. I am coming to you, Gertrude. I trust you. I want you. I am coming to you.
The candles in the drawing room are lit, madam, as you directed.
Thank you.
I trust the shades will be to your liking, madam. They are the most becoming we have. They are the same as his lordship uses himself when he's dressing for dinner.
Then I am sure they will be perfectly all right.
Oh, thank you, madam.
My dear father, if I am to get married, surely you will allow me to choose the time, place, and person, particularly the person. For in married life, affection comes when people thoroughly dislike one another, father. Women have common sense and are so curiously plain, father, aren't they? Of course, I only speak from hearsay. And we men are so self-sacrificing that we never use it, do we, father? Well, so my mother tells me so. Now, wait here till I fetch your cloak. Why, Robert, what on earth are you doing here?
My dear Arthur, what a piece of good luck. Your servant had just told me you were not at home. How extraordinary.
The fact is, I am horribly busy tonight, Robert, and I gave orders I was not at home to anyone. Even my father has had a comparatively cold reception. He complained of a draft the whole time.
Ah, you must be at home to me, Arthur. You are my best friend. Perhaps by tomorrow you will be my only friend. My wife has discovered everything.
I guessed so much.
Really? How?
Oh, merely by something in the expression of your face as you came in. Who told her?
Mrs. Cheveley herself. And the woman I love now knows that I began my career with an act of low dishonesty, that I built up my life upon sands of shame, that I sold like a common huckster the secret that had been entrusted to me as a man of honor. I thank heaven poor Lord Radley died without knowing that I betrayed him. I would to God I had died before I had been so horribly tempted or had fallen so low.
You have heard nothing from Vienna yet in answer to your wire?
Yes, I got a telegram from the first secretary at 8 o'clock tonight.
Well?
Nothing is absolutely known against her. On the contrary, she occupies a rather high position in society. It is a sort of open secret that Baron Arnheim left her the greater portion of his immense fortune. Beyond that, I can learn nothing.
So she doesn't turn out to be a spy, then?
Oh, spies are of no use nowadays. Their profession is over. The newspapers do their work instead.
And thunderingly well they do it.
Arthur, I am parched with thirst. May I ring for something? Some hock and seltzer?
Certainly.
Thanks. I don't know what to do, Arthur. I don't know what to do. And you are my only friend. But what a friend you are, the one friend I can trust. I can trust you, absolutely, can't I?
My dear Robert, of course. Oh, there you are, Phipps. Bring a hock and seltzer.
Yes, my lord.
And Phipps?
Yes, my lord.
Will you excuse me for a moment, Robert? I want to give some directions to my servant.
Certainly.
Phipps, when that lady calls, tell her that I am not expected home this evening. Tell her that I've been suddenly called out of town. You understand?
The lady is in the drawing room, my lord. You told me to show her into that room, my lord.
You did perfectly right. Thank you, Phipps. What a mess I am in. No, I think I should get through it. I'll give her a lecture through the door. Awkward thing to manage, though.
Arthur, tell me what I should do. My life seems to have crumbled about me. I am a ship without a rudder in a night without a star.
Robert, you love your wife, don't you?
I love her more than anything in the world. I used to think ambition the great thing. It is not. Love is the great thing in the world. There is nothing but love, and I love her. But I am defamed in her eyes. I am ignoble in her eyes. There is a wide gulf between us now. She has found me out, Arthur. She has found me out.
She never in her life done some folly, some indiscretion, that she should not forgive your sin.
My wife? Never. She does not know what weakness or temptation is. I am of clay like other men. She stands apart as good women do, pitiless in her perfection, cold and stern and without mercy. But I love her, Arthur. We are childless, and I have no one else to love, no one else to love me. Perhaps if God had sent us children, she might have been kinder to me. But God has given us a lonely house, and she has cut my heart in two. Oh, don't let us talk of it. I was brutal to her this evening. But I suppose when sinners talk to saints, they are brutal always. I said to her things that were hideously true on my side, from my standpoint, from the standpoint of men. But don't let us talk of that.
Wife will forgive you. Perhaps at this very moment. She is forgiving you now. She loves you, Robert. Why should she not forgive you?
Oh, God grant it. God grant it. But there is something more I have to tell you, Arthur.
Hock and seltzer, sir.
Thank you.
Is your carriage here, Robert?
No, I walked from the club.
So Robert will take my cab, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Robert, you don't mind my sending you away?
Arthur, you must let me stay for 5 minutes. I have made up my mind what I am going to do tonight in the house. The debate on the Argentine Canal is to begin at 11. What is that?
Nothing.
I heard a chair fall in the next room. Someone has been listening.
No, there is no one there.
There is someone. That there are lights in the room and the door is ajar. Someone has been listening to every secret of my life. Arthur, what does this mean?
Robert, you are excited and unnerved. I tell you, there is no one in that room.
Do you give me your word that there is no one there?
Yes.
Your word of honor?
Yes.
Arthur, let me see for myself.
No.
If there is no one there, why should I not look in that room? Arthur, you must let me go into that room and satisfy myself. Let me know that no eavesdropper has heard my life's secret. Arthur, you don't realize what I am going through.
Robert, this must stop. I have told you that there is no one in that room. That is enough.
It is not enough. I insist on going into this room. You have told me that there is no one there, so what reason can you have for refusing me?
For God's sake, don't. There is someone in there. Someone whom you must not see.
Ah, I thought so.
I forbid you to enter that room.
My life is at stake, and I don't care who is there. I will know who it is to whom I have told my secret and my shame.
Oh, great heavens, his wife. His own wife.
What explanation have you to give me for the presence of that woman here?
Robert, I swear to you on my honor, that lady is stainless and guiltless of all offense towards you.
She is a vile and infamous thing.
Don't say that, Robert. It was for your sake she came here. It was to try and save you she came here. She loves you and no one else.
You are mad. What have I to do with her intrigues with you? Let her remain your mistress. You are well suited to each other. She, corrupt and shameful. You, false as a friend, treacherous as an enemy even.
It is not true, Robert. Before heaven, it is not true. In her presence and yours, I will explain all.
I am leaving, sir. You have lied enough upon your word of honor.
Good evening, Lord Goring.
Mrs. Cheveley, good heavens. May I ask what it is you are doing in my drawing room?
Merely listening. I have a perfect passion for listening through keyholes. One always hears such wonderful things through them.
Doesn't that sound rather like tempting Providence?
Oh, surely Providence can resist temptation by this time.
I'm glad you have called. I'm going to give you some good advice.
Oh, pray don't. One should never give a woman anything she can't wear in the evening.
I see you are quite as willful as you used to be.
Far more. I have greatly improved. I have had more experience.
Ah, but too much experience is a dangerous thing. Pray, have a cigarette. Half the pretty women in London smoke cigarettes. Personally, I prefer the other half.
Thanks. I never smoke. My dressmaker wouldn't like it, and a woman's first duty in life is to her dressmaker, isn't it? What the second duty is, no one yet has discovered.
You have come here to sell me Robert Chiltern's letter, haven't you?
To offer it to you on conditions? How did you guess that?
Because you haven't mentioned the subject. Have you got it with you?
Oh no, a well-made dress has no pockets.
What is your price for it?
Oh, how absurdly English you are. The English think that a checkbook can solve every problem in life. Why, my dear Arthur, I have very much more money than you have, and quite as much as Robert Chiltern has got hold of. Money is not what I want.
What do you want, then, Mrs. Cheveley?
Why don't you call me Laura?
I don't like the name.
Oh, you used to adore it.
Yes, that's why.
Arthur, you loved me once.
Yes.
And you asked me to be your wife.
That was the natural result of my loving you.
And you threw me over because you saw, or said you saw, poor old Lord Mortlake trying to have a violent flirtation with me in the conservatory at Tenby.
I am under the impression that my lawyer settled that matter with you on certain terms, dictated by yourself.
Oh, at that time I was poor, you were rich.
So, that is why you pretended to love me.
Poor old Mortlake. Only had two topics of conversation, his gout and his wife. I could never quite make out which of the two he was talking about. He used the most horrible language about them both. Well, you're silly, Arthur. My Lord Mortlake was never anything more to me than an amusement. One of those utterly tedious amusements one only finds in an English country house and an English country Sunday. I don't think anyone is at all morally responsible for what he or she does in an English country house.
Yes, I know lots of people that think that.
I loved you, Arthur.
Mrs. Chipley, my dear, you've always been far too clever to know anything about love.
I did love you, and you loved me. You know you loved me, and love is a wonderful thing. I suppose that when a man has once loved a woman, he will do anything for her except continue to love her.
Yes, except that.
I'm tired of living abroad. I want to come back to London. I want to have a charming house here. I want to have a salon. I have arrived at the romantic stage. When I saw you last night at the Chilterns, I knew you were the only person I'd ever cared for, if I've ever cared for anybody, Arthur. And so, on the morning of the day you marry me, I will give you Sir Robert Chiltern's letter. That is my offer. I will give it to you now if you promise to marry me.
Now?
Tomorrow.
Are you really serious?
Yes, quite serious.
I should make you a very bad husband.
I don't mind bad husbands. I've had two. They amused me immensely.
Oh, you mean that you amuse yourself immensely, don't you?
What do you know about my married life?
Nothing, but I can read it like a good book.
What book?
The book of numbers.
Do you think it quite charming of you to be so rude to a woman in your own house?
In the case of very fascinating women, sex is a challenge, not a defense.
I suppose that is meant for a compliment. My dear Arthur, women are never disarmed by compliments. Men always are. That is the difference between the two sexes.
Women are never disarmed by anything, as far as I know them.
Then you are going to allow your greatest friend, Robert Chiltern, to be ruined, rather than marry someone who has considerable attractions left. I thought you would have risen to some great height of self-sacrifice, Arthur. I think you should. And the rest of your life you could spend in contemplating your own perfections.
I do that as it is. And self-sacrifice is a thing that should be put down by law. It is so demoralizing to the people for whom one sacrifices oneself. They always go to the bad.
As if anything could demoralize Robert Chiltern. You seem to forget that I know his real character.
What you know about him is not his real character. It was an act of folly done in his youth. Dishonorable, I admit. Shameful, I admit. Unworthy of him, yes, I admit. And therefore not his true character.
Oh, how you men stand up for each other.
How you women war against one another.
I only war against one woman, against Gertrude Chiltern. I hate her. I hate her now more than ever.
Because you've brought a real tragedy into her life, I suppose.
Oh, there's only one real tragedy in a woman's life. The fact that her past is always her lover and her future invariably her husband.
Lady Chiltern knows nothing of the kind of life to which you are alluding.
A woman whose size in gloves is 7 3/4 never knows much about anything. You know Gertrude has always worn 7 3/4. Well, that is one of the reasons why there was never any moral sympathy between us. Oh, well, Arthur, I suppose this romantic interview may be regarded as at an end. You admit it was romantic, don't you? For the privilege of being your wife, I was ready to surrender a great prize, the climax of my diplomatic career. You decline. Oh, very well. If Sir Robert doesn't uphold my Argentine scheme, I expose him. Voila, tout.
You mustn't do that. It would be vile, horrible, infamous.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little. It is a commercial transaction, that is all. There is no good mixing up sentimentality in it. I offered to sell Robert Chiltern a certain thing. If he won't pay me my price, he will have to pay the world a greater price. There is no more to be said. I must go. Goodbye. Won't you shake hands?
With you? No. Your transaction with Robert Chiltern may pass as a loathsome commercial transaction of a loathsome commercial age. But you seem to have forgotten that you came here tonight to talk of love. You whose lips desecrated the word love. You to whom the thing is a book closely sealed. Went this afternoon to the house of one of the most noble and gentle women in the world to degrade her husband in her eyes, to try and kill her love for him, to put poison in her heart and bitterness in her life, to break her idol and maybe spoil her soul. That I cannot forgive you. That was horrible. For that there can be no forgiveness.
Arthur, you are unjust to me. Believe me, you are quite unjust to me. I didn't go to taunt Gertrude at all. I had no idea of doing anything of the kind when I entered. I called with Lady Markby simply to ask whether an ornament, a jewel that I lost somewhere last night, had been found at the Chilterns. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lady Markby. She will tell you it is true. The scene that occurred happened after Lady Markby had left and was really forced on me by Gertrude's rudeness and sneers. I called, oh, a little out of malice, if you like, but really to ask if a diamond brooch of mine had been found. That was the origin of the whole thing.
A diamond snake brooch with a ruby.
Yes, how do you know?
Because I found it. In point of fact, I found it myself, and stupidly forgot to tell the butler anything about it as I was leaving. This is the brooch, isn't it?
Yes, I'm so glad to get it back. It was a present.
Won't you wear it?
Certainly, if you would pin it for me.
Oh, but it looks much better worn as a bracelet.
Really? I never knew it could be worn as a bracelet.
Yes, much better than when I saw it last.
When did you see it last?
Oh, 10 years ago, on Lady Berkshire, from whom you stole it.
What do you mean?
I mean that you stole that ornament from my cousin Mary Berkshire, to whom I gave it when she was married. Suspicion fell on a wretched servant who was sent away in disgrace. I recognized it last night. I determined to say nothing about it till I found the thief. I have found the thief now, and I have heard her own confession.
It is not true.
You know it is true. Why, thief is written across your face at this very moment.
I will deny the whole affair from beginning to end. I will say that I have never seen this wretched thing. It was never in my possession.
You see, the drawback of stealing a thing, Mrs. Cheveley, is that one never knows how wonderful the thing that one steals is. You can't wear it as a bracelet because you don't know where the spring is. It really is rather difficult to find.
Brute, you coward!
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little.
What are you going to do?
Well, I'm going to ring for my servant. He is an admirable servant. Always comes in at the moment one rings for him. And when he comes, I will tell him to fetch the police.
The police? What for?
Tomorrow the Berkshires will prosecute you. That is what the police are for.
Don't do that. I will do anything you want. Anything in the world you want.
Give me Robert Chiltern's letter.
Stop. Let me have time to think.
Give me Robert Chiltern's letter.
I have not got it with me. I will give it to you tomorrow.
You know you are lying. Give it to me at once. This is it?
Yes.
Well, for so well-dressed a woman, Mrs. Cheveley, you have moments of admirable common sense. I congratulate you.
Thank you. Will you fetch my cloak?
With pleasure.
Thanks. I am never going to try and harm Robert Chiltern again.
Fortunately, you have not the chance, Mrs. Cheveley.
Well, even if I had a chance, I wouldn't. On the contrary, I'm going to render him a great service.
I am charmed to hear it. It is a reformation.
Yes, I can't bear so upright a gentleman, so honourable an English gentleman being so shamefully deceived. And so,
Well?
I find that somehow Gertrude Chiltern's dying speech and confession has strayed into my pockets.
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going to send Robert Chiltern the love letter his wife wrote to you tonight.
Love letter?
I want you. I trust you. I am coming to you, Gertrude.
Woman, why must you always be thieving? Give me that letter back. I'll take it from you by force. You shall not leave my room until I have it.
I think not, Lord Goring. Why, here is Phipps come to show me out. Good night, Lord Goring.
There will now be an interval of 2 minutes. following day, and we are in the morning room at Sir Robert Chiltern's house in Grosvenor Square, with Lord Goring, who's waiting alone.
It is a great nuisance. I can't find anyone in this house to talk to. And I'm so full of interesting information. I feel like the latest edition of something or other. Ah, Mason, where is Sir Robert?
Sir Robert is still at the Foreign Office, my lord.
Lady Chiltern not down yet?
Her ladyship has not yet left her room. Miss Chiltern has just come in from riding.
Ah, that is something.
Lord Caversham has been waiting some time in the library for Sir Robert. I told him your lordship was here.
Thank you. Would you kindly tell him I've gone?
I shall do so, my lord.
Thank you. Really, I don't want to see my father 3 days running. It is a great deal too much excitement for any son to bear. I hope to goodness he won't come out. Fathers should neither be seen nor heard. That is the only proper basis for family life. Mothers are different. Mothers are darlings.
Lord Caversham, my lord.
Well, sir, what are you doing here? Wasting your time as usual, I suppose?
My dear father, when one pays a visit, it is for the purpose of wasting other people's time, not one's own.
Have you been thinking over what I talked to you about last night?
I've been thinking about nothing else.
Engaged to be married yet?
Not yet, but I do hope to be before lunchtime.
Well, you can have till dinner time if it will be any convenience to you.
Thanks awfully. But I think I'd sooner be rather engaged before lunch.
Never know when you're serious or not.
Neither do I, father.
I suppose you've read the Times this morning?
The Times? Certainly not. I only read the Morning Post. All that one should know about modern life is where the duchesses are. Anything else is quite demoralizing.
Do you mean to say that you have not read the Times leading article on Sir Robert Chiltern's career?
No. What does it say?
What should it say, sir? Everything complimentary, of course. Chiltern's speech last night on the Argentine Canal scheme was one of the finest pieces of oratory ever heard in the House since Canning.
Ah, never heard of Canning, never wanted to. And did Chiltern uphold the scheme?
Uphold it, sir? How little do you know him? Why, he denounced it roundly, and the whole scheme of modern political finance. The speech is the turning point of his career, as the Times points out. You should read the article, sir. Sir Robert Chiltern, most rising of young statesmen, brilliant orator, unblemished career, well-known integrity of character, represents what is best in English public life. Noble contrast to the lax morality of amongst foreign politicians. They will never say that of you, sir.
Oh, I sincerely hope not, father. However, I am delighted with what you tell me about Robert. Thoroughly delighted. It shows he's got pluck.
He's got more than pluck. He's got genius.
I prefer pluck. It's not so common nowadays as geniuses.
I wish you would go into Parliament.
Oh, my dear father, only people who look dull ever get into the House of Commons, and only people who are dull ever succeed there.
Why don't you try and do something useful in life?
Because I'm far too young.
Oh, I hate this affectation of youth. It's a great deal too prevalent nowadays.
Youth isn't an affectation, father. Youth is an art.
Why don't you propose to that pretty Miss Chiltern?
Because I am a very nervous disposition, especially in the mornings.
I don't suppose there's the smallest chance of her accepting you.
I don't know how the betting stands by today.
If she did accept you, she'd be the prettiest fool in England.
That is just what I should like to marry. A thoroughly sensible wife who would reduce me to a condition of absolute idiocy in less than 6 months.
You don't deserve her, sir.
My dear father, if we men married the women we deserved, we should have a very bad time of it.
Good morning, Miss Chiltern.
Oh, how do you do, Lord Caversham? I hope Lady Caversham is quite well.
Lady Caversham is, as usual,
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
And Lady Caversham's bonnets, are they at all better?
Well, they have had a serious relapse, I'm sorry to say.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
I hope an operation will not be necessary.
If it is, we shall have to give Lady Caversham a narcotic. Otherwise, she would never consent to have a feather moved.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
Oh, are you here? Of course, you understand that after your breaking your appointment, I'm never going to speak to you again.
Oh, please don't say such a thing. You're the only person in London I really like to have listened to me.
Lord Goring, I never believe a single word that either you or I say to each other.
You are quite right, my dear, quite right. As far as he is concerned, of course.
Do you think you could possibly make your son behave a little better occasionally, just as a change?
I regret to say, Miss Chiltern, I have no influence at all over him. I wish that I had. I know what I would make him do.
I'm afraid that he has one of those terribly weak natures that are not susceptible to influence.
He is very heartless, very heartless.
It seemed to me that I am a little in the way here.
It is very good for you to be in the way and to know what people say of you behind your back.
I don't like at all knowing what people say behind my back. I don't like at all knowing what people say behind my back. It makes me feel far too conceited.
After that, my dear, I really must bid you good morning.
Oh, I hope you're not going to leave me all alone with Lord Goring, especially at such an early hour in the day.
I'm afraid I cannot take him with me to Downing Street. It is not the Prime Minister's day for seeing the unemployed. Good morning.
People who don't keep their appointments in the park are horrid.
Detestable.
I'm glad you admit it, but I wish you wouldn't look so pleased about it.
I can't help it. I always look pleased when I'm with you.
Then I suppose 'tis my duty to remain with you.
It is.
Well, my duty is a thing I never do on principle. It always depresses me, so I'm afraid I must leave you.
Please don't, Miss Mabel. I have something very particular to say to you.
Oh, is it a proposal?
Well, yes, it is. I'm bound to say it is.
Oh, I'm so glad. That makes the second today.
The second today? What conceited ass has been impertinent enough to dare to propose to you before I had proposed to you?
Well, Tommy Trafford, of course. It is one of Tommy's days for proposing. He always proposes on Tuesdays and Thursdays during the season.
You didn't accept him, I hope.
I make it a rule never to accept Tommy. That is why he goes on proposing. Of course, as you didn't turn up this morning, I very nearly said yes. It would have been an excellent lesson, both for him and for you, if I had. It would have taught you both better manners.
Bother Tammy Traffords. Tommy's a silly little ass. I love you.
I know, and I think you might have mentioned it before. I'm sure I've given you heaps of opportunities.
Mabel, do be serious. Please, be serious.
That is the sort of thing a man always says to a girl before he has been married to her. He never says it afterwards.
Mabel, I told you that I love you. Can't you love me a little bit in return?
You silly Arthur. If you knew anything about anything, which you don't, you would know that I adore you. Everyone in London knows it except you. It's a public scandal the way I adore you. I have been going about for the last 6 months telling the whole of society that I adore you. I wonder you consent to have anything to say to me. I have no character left at all. At least, I feel so happy that I'm quite sure I have no character left at all.
Dear me, do you know, I was awfully afraid of being refused.
But you have never been refused yet by anybody, have you, Arthur? I can't imagine anyone refusing you.
Of course, I'm not nearly good enough for you, Mabel.
Oh, I'm so glad, darling. I was afraid you were.
And I'm a little over 30.
Dear, you look weeks younger than that.
Oh, how sweet of you to say so. And it's only fair to tell you frankly that I am fearfully extravagant.
Oh, but so am I, Arthur. So we're sure to agree. And now I must go and see Gertrude.
Oh, must you really?
Yes.
Then do tell her that I want to talk to her particularly. I've been waiting here all morning to see either her or Robert.
Do you mean to say you didn't come here expressly to propose to me?
No, that was a flash of genius.
Your first?
My last.
Oh, I am delighted to hear it. Now don't stir. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And don't fall into any temptations while I'm away.
Oh, dear Mabel. While you are away, there are none. It makes me horribly dependent on you.
Good morning, dear. How pretty you are looking.
How pale you are looking, Gertrude. This is most becoming.
Good morning, Lord Goring.
Morning, Lady Chilton.
I shall be in the conservatory, under the second palm tree, on the left.
Second on the left?
Yes, the usual palm tree.
Lady Chilton, I have a certain amount of very good news to tell you. Mrs. Cheevy gave me Robert's letter last night. I tore it up. Robert is safe.
Safe? Oh, I am so glad of that. What a good friend you are to him, to us.
There is only one person now that could be in danger.
Who is that?
Yourself.
I? In danger? What do you mean?
Danger is too great a word, perhaps. It is a word I should not have used. But I admit I have something to tell you that may distress you, that terribly distresses me. Yesterday evening, you wrote me a very beautiful, womanly letter asking for my help. You wrote me as one of your oldest friends, one of your husband's oldest friends. Mrs. Cheevy stole that letter from my rooms.
Well, what use is it to her? Why should she not have it?
Lady Chilton, I'll be frank with you. Mrs. Cheevy has put a certain construction on that letter and proposes to send it to your husband.
But what construction could she put on it? Oh, not that. Not that. If I, in trouble and wanting your help, trusting you, propose to come to you and that you may advise me, assist me. Oh, are there women so horrible as that? And she proposes to send it to my husband. Tell me what happened. Tell me all that happened.
Mrs. Cheevy was concealed in a room adjoining my library without my knowledge. I thought that the person who was waiting in that room to see me was yourself. Robert came in unexpectedly. A chair or something fell over in the room, and he forced his way in, and he discovered her. We had a terrible scene. I still thought it was you. He left me in anger, and at the end of everything, Mrs. Cheevy got possession of your letter. She stole it. When or how, I don't know.
At what hour did this happen?
At 10:30. And now I propose that we tell Robert the whole thing at once.
You want me to tell Robert that the woman you expected was not Mrs. Cheevely, but myself? That it was I whom you thought was concealed in a room in your house at 10 o'clock at night? You want me to tell him that?
I think it is better that he should know the truth.
Oh, I couldn't.
May I do it?
No.
You are wrong, Lady Chilton.
No. The letter must be intercepted, that is all. Oh, but how can I do it? Letters arrive for him every moment of the day. His secretaries open them and hand them to him. Oh, I dare not ask the servants to bring me his letters. It would be impossible. Oh, why don't you tell me what to do?
Pray be calm, Lady Chilton, and answer the questions I'm going to put to you. You said his secretaries open his letters.
Yes.
Who is with him today? Mr. Trafford, isn't it?
No, Mr. Montfort, I think.
You can trust him?
Oh, how do I know?
He would do what you asked him, wouldn't he?
I think so.
Your letter was on pink paper. He would recognize it without reading it, couldn't he? By the colour.
I suppose so.
Is he in the house now?
Yes.
Then I will go and see him myself and tell him that a certain letter written on pink paper is to be forwarded to Robert today, and at all costs it must not reach him. Oh no. Robert is coming up the stairs with a letter in his hand. It has reached him already.
Oh, you have saved his life, but what have you done with mine?
I want you. I trust you. I am coming to you. Gertrude. Oh, my love. Is this true? Do you indeed trust me and want me? If so, it was for me to come to you, not for you to write of coming to me. This letter of yours, Gertrude, makes me feel that nothing that the world may do can hurt me now. You want me, Gertrude?
Yes.
You trust me, Gertrude?
Yes.
Ah, why did you not add you loved me?
Because I loved you.
Gertrude, you don't know what I feel. When Montfort passed me your letter across the table, he had opened it by mistake, I suppose, without looking at the handwriting on the envelope. And I read it. Oh, I did not care what disgrace or punishment was in store for me. I only thought you loved me still.
There is no disgrace in store for you, nor any public shame. Mrs. Cheveley has handed over to Lord Goring the document that was in her possession, and he has destroyed it.
Are you sure of this, Gertrude?
Yes, Lord Goring has just told me.
Oh, then I am safe. Oh, what a wonderful thing to be safe. For 2 days I have been in terror. I am safe now. How did Arthur destroy my letter? Tell me.
He burned it.
Oh, I wish I had seen that one sin of my youth burning to ashes. How many men there are in modern life who would like to see their past burning to white ashes before them. Is Arthur still here?
Yes, he's in the conservatory.
Oh, I am so glad now I made that speech last night in the house. So glad. I made it thinking that public disgrace might be the result. But it has not been so.
Public honour has been the result.
I think so. I fear so, almost. For although I am safe from detection, although every proof against me destroyed, I suppose, Gertrude, I suppose I should retire from public life.
Oh, yes, Robert, you should do that. It is your duty to do that.
It is much to surrender.
No, it will be much to gain.
And you would be happy living somewhere alone with me? Abroad, perhaps, or in the country, away from London, away from public life? You would have no regrets?
Oh, none, Robert.
And your ambition for me. You used to be ambitious for me.
Oh, my ambition. I have none now, but that we two may love each other. It was your ambition that led you astray. Let us not talk about ambition. Ah, here is Lord Goring.
Arthur, I have to thank you for what you have done for me. I don't know how I can repay you.
My dear fellow, I'll tell you at once, at the present moment, under the usual palm tree, I mean in the conservatory.
Lord Caversham.
Oh, that admirable father of mine really makes a habit of turning up at the wrong moment. It really is very heartless of him, very heartless indeed.
Good morning, Lady Chiltern. Warmest congratulations to you, Chiltern. Your speech last night. I have just left the Prime Minister, and you're to have the vacant seat in the Cabinet.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Yes, here is the Prime Minister's letter.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Certainly, and you well deserve it too. You have what we want in modern political life nowadays. High character, high moral tone, high principle. Everything that you have not got, sir, and never will have.
Oh, I don't like principles, father. I prefer prejudices.
I cannot accept this offer, Lord Caversham. I have made up my mind to decline it.
Decline it, sir?
My intention is to retire at once from public life.
Decline a seat in the Cabinet and retire from public life? Never heard such nonsense in the whole of my existence. I beg your pardon, Lady Chiltern. Chiltern, I beg your pardon. Don't grin, sir.
No, father.
Lady Chiltern, you are a sensible woman, the most sensible woman in London. You must. Will you kindly persuade your husband from making this, from doing this? Will you kindly do that, Lady Chiltern?
I think my husband is right in his determination, Lord Caversham. I approve of it.
You approve of it? Good heavens.
I admire him for it. I admire him immensely for it. I have never admired him so much before. He is finer than even I thought him. You will go and write your letter to the Prime Minister now, won't you? Don't hesitate about it, Robert.
I suppose I had better write it at once. Such offers are not to be repeated. I will ask you to excuse me for a moment, Lord Caversham.
I may come with you, Robert, may I not?
Yes, Gertrude.
What is the matter with this family? Something wrong here, eh? Idiocy? Hereditary, I suppose. Both of them too. Wife as well as husband. Very sad. Very sad indeed. And they're not an old family. Can't understand it.
Oh, it's not idiocy, Father, I assure you.
What is it then?
Well, it is what is called nowadays a high moral tone, Father. That is all.
Newfangled names. Same thing as we used to call idiocy 50 years ago. Can't stay in this house any longer.
Oh, just go in there for a moment, Father. Third palm tree on the left, the usual palm tree.
What, sir?
I beg your pardon, I forgot. The conservatory, Father. The conservatory. There's someone there I want you to talk to.
What about, sir?
About me, sir.
Not a subject on which much eloquence is possible?
No, Father, but the lady is like me. She doesn't care much for eloquence in others. She thinks it a little loud. Ah, Lady Chiltern, why are you playing Mrs. Cheveley's cards?
I don't understand you.
Mrs. Cheveley made an attempt to ruin your husband, either to drive him from public life or to make him adopt a dishonourable position. From the latter tragedy, you saved him. The former, you are now thrusting on him. Why should you do him the wrong Mrs. Cheveley tried to do and failed?
Lord Goring?
Lady Chiltern, allow me. You wrote me a letter last night in which you said you trusted me and wanted my help. Now is the moment that you really want my help. Now is the time when you have got to trust me, to trust my counsel and judgment. You love Robert. You want to kill his love for you. What sort of existence will he have if you rob him of the fruits of his ambition? If you take from him the splendour of a great political career, if you close the doors of public life against him, if you condemn him to sterile failure, he who was made for triumph and success. I'm not meant to judge, but to forgive when forgiveness is needed. Pardon, not punishment, should be our mission. Why should you scourge him with rods for a sin done in his youth, before he knew you, before he knew himself? Our lives revolve in curves of emotions. It is upon lines of intellect that we progress. Please don't make a terrible mistake, Lady Chiltern. If you can keep his love and love him in return, you have done all the world wants or should want of you.
But it is my husband himself who wishes to retire from public life. He feels it is his duty. It was he who first said so.
Rather than lose his love, your love, Robert would do anything, wreck his whole career, as he is on the brink of doing right now. He is making for you a terrible sacrifice. Take my advice, Lady Chiltern, and do not accept a sacrifice so great. If you do, you will live to repent it bitterly. We men and women are not made to accept such sacrifices from each other. We are not worthy of them. Besides, Robert has been punished enough.
We have both been punished. I set him up too high.
And do not for that reason set him down now too low. If he has fallen from his altar, do not thrust him into the mire. Failure to Robert would be the very mire of shame. Power is his passion. He would lose everything, even his power to feel love. Your husband's life is at this moment in your hands. Your husband's love is in your hands. Do not mar both for him.
Gertrude, here is the draft of my letter. Shall I read it to you?
Let me see it.
What are you doing?
Our lives revolve in curves of emotions. It is upon lines of intellect that we progress. I have just learned this, and much else with it, from Lord Goring. And I will not spoil your life for you, nor see you spoil it as a sacrifice to me, a useless sacrifice.
Gertrude. Oh, Gertrude.
You can forget, and I forgive. I see that now.
My wife. My wife. Arthur, it seems that I am always to be in your debt.
No, dear Robert. The debt is to Lady Chiltern, not to me.
I owe you much. And now tell me, what you were going to ask me just now as Lord Caversham came in?
Robert, you are your sister's guardian, and, well, I want your consent to my marriage with her. That is all.
Oh, I am so glad. I am so glad.
Thank you, Lady Chiltern.
My sister to be your wife?
Yes.
Arthur, I am very sorry, but the thing is quite out of the question. I have to think of Mabel's future happiness, and I don't think her happiness will be safe in your hands. and I cannot have her sacrificed.
Sacrificed?
Yes, utterly sacrificed. Loveless marriages are horrible, but there is one thing worse than an absolutely loveless marriage. A marriage in which there is love, but on one side only. Faith, but on one side only. Devotion, but on one side only. And in which of the two hearts one is sure to be broken.
But I love Mabel. No other woman has a place in my life.
Robert, if they love each other, why should they not be married?
Arthur cannot bring Mabel the love that she deserves.
Have you for saying that?
Do you really require me to tell you?
Certainly I do.
As you choose. When I called on you yesterday evening, I found Mrs. Cheveley concealed in your rooms. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock at night. I do not wish to say anything more. Your relations with Mrs. Cheveley have, as I said to you last night, nothing whatsoever to do with me. I know you were engaged to be married to her once. The fascination she exercised over you then seems to have returned. You spoke to me last night of her as of a woman pure and stainless, a woman whom you respected and honored. That may be so, but I cannot give my sister's life into your hands. It would be wrong of me. It would be unjust, infamously unjust to her.
I have nothing more to say.
Robert, it was not Mrs. Cheveley whom Lord Goring expected last night.
Not Mrs. Cheveley? Who was it then?
Lady Chiltern.
It was your own wife. Robert, yesterday afternoon, Lord Goring told me that if ever I was in trouble, I could come to him for help. He's our oldest and best friend. Later on, after that terrible scene in this room, I wrote to him, telling him that I trusted him, that I had need of him, and that I was coming to him for help and advice. But I didn't go to Lord Goring's after all. Mrs. Cheveley went. She stole my letter and sent it anonymously to you this morning that you should think... Oh, Robert, I cannot tell you what she wished you to think.
What? Had I fallen so low in your eyes that you thought that even for a moment I could have doubted your goodness? Gertrude, Gertrude, you are to me the white image of all good things, and sin can never touch you. Arthur, you can go to Mabel and you have my best wishes. Oh, stop a moment. There is no name at the beginning of this letter. The brilliant Mrs. Cheveley does not seem to have noticed that. There should be a name.
Let me write yours. It is you I trust and need. You and no one else.
But really, Lady Chiltern, I think I should have back my own letter.
No, you shall have Mabel.
Well, I hope she hasn't changed her mind. It's been nearly 20 minutes since I last saw her.
Lord Goring, I think your father's conversation much more improving than yours. I am only going to talk to Lord Caversham in the future, and always under the usual palm tree.
Darling.
Does this mean, sir? You don't mean to say that this charming, clever young lady has been so foolish as to accept you?
Certainly, Father. And Chiltern's been wise enough to accept the seat in the cabinet.
I'm very glad to hear that, Chiltern. I congratulate you, sir. If the country doesn't go to the dogs or the radicals, we shall have you as Prime Minister one day.
You'll stop to luncheon, Lord Caversham, won't you?
Well, with pleasure. And I'll drive you down to Downing Street afterwards, Chiltern. You have a great future before you, a great future. Wish I could say the same for you, sir. But you will never... Your career will have to be entirely domestic.
Yes, Father, I prefer it domestic.
And if you don't make this young lady an ideal husband, I'll cut you off without a shilling.
Ideal husband? Oh, I don't think I should like that. It sounds like something in the next world.
What do you want him to be, dear?
Oh, he can be what he chooses. All I want is to be, oh, a real wife to him.
Upon my word, there's a good deal of common sense in that, Lady Chiltern.
Aren't you coming in, Robert?
Gertrude, is it love you feel for me, or is it pity merely?
It is love, Robert. Love and only love. For both of us, a new life is beginning.
Okay, everybody watching on YouTube, you're watching Teddington Theatre Club's Wilde Weekend, 25-hour marathon reading of the great works of the great Oscar Wilde here on Pride Weekend. Thank you for watching and listening to us. Now, Lady Windermere's Fan was written in 1892. It was the play that launched Wilde into the stratosphere of great successful playwrights. A huge success when it opened at St James's Theatre, and for anyone who's seen it, he gave a witty short speech when called to the stage by the audience's standing ovation of author. So if you get a chance to see somebody like Stephen Fry playing that, you'll enjoy it. In better still, why not watch the lovely cast of TTC performing this fantastic play? I will step aside, hand you over to the cast of Lady Windermere's Fan.
Act 1. Morning room of Lord Windermere's house in Carlton House Terrace. Lady Windermere is arranging flowers in a bowl. Enter Parker.
Is your ladyship at home this afternoon?
Yes, who has called?
Lord Darlington, my lady.
Show him up, and I'm at home to anyone who calls.
Oh, yes, my lady.
It's best for me to see him before tonight. I'm glad he's come.
Lord Darlington.
How do you do, Lady Windermere?
How do you do, Lord Darlington? No, I can't shake hands with you. My hands are all wet with these roses. Aren't they lovely? They came up from Selby this morning.
Oh, they are quite perfect. Oh, what a wonderful fan. May I look at it?
Do. Pretty, isn't it? It's got my name on it and everything. I've only just seen it myself. It's my husband's birthday present to me. You do know today is my birthday.
No. Is it really?
Yes. I'm of age today. Quite an important day in my life, isn't it? That is why I'm giving this party tonight. Do sit down.
Well, I do wish I had known it was your birthday, Lady Windermere. I would have covered the whole street in front of your house with flowers for you to walk on. They are made for you.
Lord Darlington, you annoyed me last night at the Foreign Office. I'm afraid you're going to annoy me again.
I, Lady Windermere?
The treat, my lady.
Just put it there, Parker, that will do. Won't you come over, Lord Darlington?
I'm quite miserable, Lady Windermere. You must tell me what I did.
Well, you kept paying me elaborate compliments the whole evening.
Nowadays we are all full of us so hard up that the only pleasant things to pay are compliments. They're the only things we can pay.
No, I am talking very seriously. You mustn't laugh. I am quite serious. I don't like compliments. And I don't see why a man should think he is pleasing a woman enormously when he says to her a whole heap of things that he doesn't mean.
But I did mean them.
I hope not. I should be sorry to have to quarrel with you, Lord Darlington. I like you very much, you know that. But I shouldn't like you at all if I thought you were what most other men are. Believe me, you are better than most other men. And I sometimes think you pretend to be worse.
We all had our little vanities, Lady Windermere.
Why do you make that your special one?
Oh, nowadays so many conceited people go about society pretending to be good that I think it shows rather a sweet and modest disposition to pretend to be bad. Besides, there is this to be said. If you pretend to be good, the world takes you very seriously. But if you pretend to be bad, it doesn't. Such is the outstanding stupidity of optimism.
Don't you want the world to take you seriously then, Lord Darlington?
No, not the world. Who are the people the world takes seriously? All the dull people one can think of, from the bishops down to the bores. I should like you to take me very seriously, Lady Windermere. You more than anyone else in my life.
Why? Why me?
Because I think we might be great friends. Oh, please, let us be great friends. You may want a friend someday.
Why do you say that?
Oh, we all want friends at times.
I think we're very good friends already, Lord Darlington. We can always remain so as long as you don't spoil it by saying extravagant, silly things to me. You think I am a Puritan, I suppose. Well, I have something of the Puritan in me. I was brought up like that, and I am glad of it. My mother died when I was a mere child. I lived always with my Lady Julia, my father's eldest sister, you know. She was stern to me, but she taught me what the world is forgetting, the difference that there is between what is right and what is wrong. She allowed of no compromise. I allow of none.
Oh, my dear Lady Windermere.
You look on me as being behind the age. Well, I am. I should be sorry to be on the same level as an age like this.
You think the age very bad?
Yes. Nowadays, people seem to look on life as a speculation. It is not a speculation. It is a sacrament. Its ideal is love. Its purification is sacrifice.
Oh, anything is better than being sacrificed.
Oh, don't say that.
I do say it. I feel it. I know it.
The men want to know if they're to put the carpets on the terrace for tonight, my lady.
You don't think it will rain, Lord Darlington, do you?
I won't hear of it raining on your birthday.
Tell them to do it at once, Parker.
Do you think then, of course, I'm only putting an imaginary instance, do you think that in the case of a young married couple, say about 2 years married, if the husband suddenly becomes the intimate friend of a woman of, well, more than doubtful character, is always calling upon her, lunching with her, and probably paying her bills, do you think that the wife should not console herself?
Console herself?
Yes, I think she should. I think she has the right.
Because the husband is vile, should the wife be vile also?
Oh, well, vileness is a terrible word, Lady Windermere.
It is a terrible thing, Lord Darlington.
Do you know, I am afraid that good people do a great deal of harm in this world. Certainly the greatest harm they do is if they make badness of such extraordinary importance. It is absurd to divide people into good and bad. People are either charming or tedious. I take the side of the charming, and you, Lady Windermere, can't help belonging to them.
Now, Lord Darlington.
And I must say, I think you are very hard on modern life, Lady Windermere. Of course, there is much against it, I admit. Most women, for instance, nowadays are rather mercenary.
Oh, don't talk about such people.
Well then, setting aside mercenary people, who of course are dreadful, do you think seriously that women who have committed what the world calls a fault should never be forgiven?
I think they should never be forgiven.
And men? Do you think that they should be the same laws for men as there are for women? I think life too complex a thing to be settled by these hard and fast rules.
If we had these hard and fast rules, we should find life much more simple.
So you allow for no exceptions?
None.
Ah. Oh dear, what a fascinating Puritan you are, Lady Windermere.
The adjective was unnecessary, Lord Darlington.
I can't help it. I can't resist everything except temptation.
have the modern affectation of weakness.
It's only affectation, Lady Windermere.
The Duchess of Berwick and Lady Agatha Carlisle.
Dear Margaret, I'm so pleased to see you. You remember Agatha, don't you? How do you do, Lord Darlington? I won't let you know my daughter. You are far too wicked.
Oh, please, don't say that, Duchess. As a wicked man, I am a complete failure. Why, there are lots of people who say I have never really done anything wrong in the whole course of my life. Of course, they only say it behind my back.
Isn't he dreadful? Agatha, this is Lord Darlington. Mind you don't believe any word he says. No, no tea, thank you, dear. We've just been to tea at Lady Markby's. Such bad tea, too. It was quite undrinkable. I wasn't at all surprised, however. Her own son-in-law supplies it. Agatha is so looking forward so much to the ball tonight, dear Margaret.
Well, you mustn't think it is going to be a ball, Duchess. It is only a dance in honour of my birthday. A small and early.
Very small, very early, and very select, Duchess.
Of course it's going to be select. But we know that, dear Margaret, about your house. It is really one of the few houses in London where I can take Agatha and where I feel perfectly secure with dear Berwick. I don't know what society is coming to. The most dreadful people seem to be going about everywhere. They certainly come to my parties. The men get quite furious if one doesn't ask them. Really, someone should make a stand against it.
I will, Duchess. I will have no one in my house about whom there is any scandal.
Oh, don't say that, Lady Windermere. I should never be admitted.
Oh, men don't matter. With women it's different. We're good. Some of us are, at least. But we are positively getting elbowed into the corner. Our husbands would really forget our existence if we didn't nag at them from time to time, just to remind them that we have a perfect legal right to do so.
It's a curious thing, Duchess, about the game of marriage. A game, by the way, that is going out of fashion. The wives hold all the honours and invariably lose the odd trick.
The odd trick? Is that the husband, Lord Darlington?
It would be rather a good name for the modern husband.
Dear Lord Darlington, how dreadfully depraved you are.
Lord Darlington is trivial.
Oh, don't say that, Lady Windermere.
Why do you talk so trivially about life, then?
Oh, because I think that life is far too important for being able to talk seriously about it.
What does he mean? Do, as a concession to my poor wits, Lord Darlington, just explain to me what you really mean.
I think I'd better not, Duchess. Nowadays, to be intelligible is to be found out. Goodbye. And now, Lady Windermere, goodbye. I may come tonight, may I? Oh, please, do let me come.
Oh, yes, certainly. But you are not to say foolish, insincere things to people.
Ah, you are beginning to reform me. It is a dangerous thing to reform anyone, Lady Windermere.
Lord Darlington exits.
What a charming, wicked creature. I like him so much. But I'm quite delighted he's gone. How sweet you're looking. Where do you get your gowns? And now, I must tell you how sorry I am for you, dear Margaret. Agatha, darling? Will you go out over and look at the photograph album that I see over there?
Yes, Mamma.
Dear girl, she is so fond of photographs of Switzerland. Such a pure taste, I think. But I really am sorry for you, Margaret.
Why, Duchess?
Oh, on account of that horrid woman. She dresses so well too, which makes it so much worse. Such a dreadful example. Augustus, you know, my despicable brother, such a trial to us all. Well, Augustus is completely infatuated about her. It is quite scandalous, for she is absolutely inadmissible into society. Many a woman has passed. but I am told that she has at least a dozen and that they all fit.
Whom are you talking about, Duchess?
About Mrs. Early.
Ellen, I have never heard of her, Duchess. And what has she to do with me?
My poor dear child. Agatha, darling?
Yes, Mamma?
Will you go out there onto the terrace and look at the sunset?
Yes, Mamma.
Dear sweet girl, so devoted to sunsets. Shows such refinement of feeling, does it not? After all, there is nothing quite like nature, is there?
What is it, Duchess? Why do you talk to me about this person?
Don't you really know? I assure you, all of us are distressed about it. Only last night, at dear Lady Jansen's, everyone was saying how extraordinary it was that, of all men in London, Windermere should behave in such a way.
My husband? What has he got to do with any woman of that kind?
Ah, what indeed, dear? That is the point. He goes to see her continually and stops for hours at a time, and while he's there, she's not at home to anyone else. Not that many ladies call on her, dear, but she has a great many despicable men friends, my own brother particularly, as I told you, and that is what makes it oh so dreadful about Windermere. We look upon him as being such a model husband, but I'm afraid there is absolutely no doubt about it. My dear nieces, you know, the Savile girls, don't you? Such nice domestic creatures. Plain, dreadfully plain, but so good. Well, they're always at the window doing fancy work and making ugly things for the poor, which I think so useful them in these dreadful socialistic days. And this terrible woman has taken a house in Curzon Street, right opposite them. Such a respectable street, too. I don't know what we're coming to, dear. And they tell me that Windermere goes there 4 or 5 times a week. They see him. They can't help it. And although they never talk scandal, they, well, of course, they remark on it to everyone. And the worst of it all is that I have been told that this woman has a great deal of money out of someone. For it seems that she came to London 6 months ago without anything at all to speak of. And now she has this charming house in Mayfair, drives her ponies in the park every afternoon, and all since she has known your poor dear Windermere.
I can't believe it.
But it's quite true, my dear. The whole of London knows it. That is why I felt it better to come and talk to you, and advise you to take Windermere away at once to Homburg or Aix, where he'll have something to amuse him, and where you can watch over him all day. I assure you, my dear, that on several occasions after I was married, I had to pretend to be very ill, and was obliged to drink the most unpleasant mineral waters, merely to get Berwick out of town. He was so extremely susceptible, though I am bound to say he never gave away any large sums of money to anyone. He is far too high principled for that.
Duchess, it's impossible. We are only married 2 years. Our child is but 6 months old.
Ah, the poor, dear, pretty baby. How is the little darling? Is it a boy or a girl? I hope it's a girl. Oh, no. I remember it's a boy. I'm so sorry. Boys are so wicked. My boy is excessively immoral. You wouldn't believe at the hour he comes home, and he's only left Oxford a few months. I really don't know what they teach them there.
Are all men bad?
Oh, all men, my dear, all of them without exception. And they never grow old, grow any better. Men become old, but they never become good.
Windermere and I married for love.
Yes, we all begin that way. It was only Berwick's brutal and incessant threats of suicide that made me accept him at all. And before the year was out, he was running after all kinds of petticoats, every colour, every shape, every material. In fact, before the honeymoon was over, I caught him winking at my maid, a most pretty, respectable girl. I dismissed her at once, without character. No, I remember I passed her on to my sister. poor dear George is so short-sighted, I thought it wouldn't matter, but of course it did. It was most unfortunate. And now, my dear child, I must go, as we are dining out. And mind you, don't take this little aberration of Windermere's too much to heart. Just take him abroad, and he'll come back to you all right.
Come back to me?
Yes, dear. These wicked women get our husbands away from us, but they always come back, slightly damaged, of course. And don't make a scene. Men hate them.
It is very kind of you, Duchess, to come and tell me all this, but I can't believe my husband is untrue to me.
Pretty child, I was like that once. Now I must know that all men are monsters. The only thing to do is to feed the wretches well. A good cook does wonders, and that I know you have. My dear Margaret, you're not going to cry.
You needn't be afraid, Duchess. I never cry.
That's quite right, dear. Crying is the refuge of plain women, but the ruin of pretty ones. Agatha, darling?
Yes, Mamma?
Come and bid goodbye to dear Lady Windermere and thank her for your charming visit. And by the way, I must thank you for sending the card to that Mr. Hopper. He's that rich young Australian people are taking such notice of just at present. His father made a great fortune by selling some kind of food in circular tins, most palatable. I fancy it is the thing the servants always refuse. Of course, we would be so very sorry to lose her, but I think that a mother who doesn't part with a daughter every season has no real affection. We're coming tonight, dear. And remember my advice, take the poor fellow out of town at once. And if it's the only thing you do, goodbye once more. Come, Agatha.
Horrible. I understand now what Lord Darlington meant by the imaginary instance of the couple not 2 years married. That can't be true. She spoke of enormous sums of money paid to this women. I know where Arthur keeps his bank book, in one of the drawers of the desk. I might find that out. I will find out.
Opens the drawer.
No, it is some hideous mistake, some silly scandal. He loves me. He loves me. Why should I not look? I am his wife. I have a right to look.
Returns to bureau, takes out book and examines it page by page, smiles and gives a brief sigh of relief.
Oh, I knew it. There is not a word of truth in this stupid story.
Puts book back in drawer. As she does so, starts to see another book.
Second book. Locked.
Tries to open it but fails. Sees paper knife on bureau and with it cuts cover from book. Begins to start at the first page.
Mrs. Erlin, £600. Mrs. Erlin, £700. Mrs. Erlin, £400. Oh, it's true. It is true. How horrible.
Throws the book on the floor. Lord Windermere enters.
Well, dear, has the fan been sent home yet? Margaret, you have cut open my bank book. You have no right to do such a thing.
You think it wrong that you are found out, don't you?
I think it wrong that a wife should spy on her husband.
I did not spy on you. I never knew of this woman's existence until half an hour ago. Someone who pitied me was kind enough to tell me what everyone in London knows already. Your daily visits to Curzon Street, your mad infatuation, the monstrous sums of money you squander on this infamous woman.
Margaret, don't talk like that of Mrs. Erlin. You don't know how unjust it is.
You are very jealous of Mrs. Erlin's honour. I wish you had been as jealous of mine.
Your honour is untouched, Margaret. You don't think for a moment that...
I think that you spend your money strangely, that is all. Don't imagine I mind about the money. As far as I am concerned, you may squander everything we have, but What I do mind is that you who have loved me, you who have taught me to love you, should pass from the love that is given to the love that is bought. Oh, it is horrible. And it is I who feel degraded. You don't feel anything. I feel stained, utterly stained. You can't even realize how hideous the last 6 months seems to me now. Every kiss you have given me has tainted in my memory.
Oh, don't say that, Margaret. I never loved anyone in the world but you.
Who is this woman, then? Why do you take a house for her?
I did not take a house for her.
Gave her the money to do it, which is the same thing.
Margaret, as far as I have known Mrs. Erlyn,
Is there a Mr. Erlyn, or is he a myth?
her husband died many years ago. She is alone in the world.
No relations?
None.
Rather curious, isn't it?
Margaret, as I was saying to you, and I beg you to listen to me, that as far as I have known Mrs. Erlyn, she has conducted herself well. If years ago she...
Oh, I don't want details about her life.
I am not going to give you any details about her life. I tell you simply this. Mrs. Erlyn was once honoured, loved, respected. She was well born, she had position. She lost everything. Threw it away, if you like. That makes it all the more bitter. Misfortunes one can endure, they come from the outside, they are accidents. But to suffer for one's own faults, well, there is the sting of life. It was 20 years ago, too. She was little more than a girl then. She had been a wife for even less than you.
I'm not interested in her. And you should not mention this woman and me in the same breath. It is an error of taste.
Margaret, you could save this woman. She wants to get back into society, and she wants you to help her.
Me?
Yes, you.
How impertinent of her.
Margaret, I came to ask you a great favour, and I still ask it of you, though you have discovered what I intended you should never have known, that I have given Mrs. Erlyn a great sum of money. I want you to send her an invitation for our party tonight.
You are mad.
I entreat you. People may chatter about her, do chatter about her, of course, but they don't know anything definite against her. She has been to several houses, well, not to houses where you would go, I admit, but still to houses where women who are in what is called society nowadays do go. But that does not content her. She wants you to receive her once.
As a triumph for her, I suppose.
No, because she knows you are a good woman. And if she comes here once, she will have a chance of happiness, a surer life than she has had. She will make no further effort to know you. Won't you help a woman who is trying not to get back?
No. If a woman really repents, she never wishes to return to the society that has made or seen her ruin.
I beg of you.
I am going to dress for dinner, and don't mention the subject again this evening. Arthur, you fancy because I have no mother or father that I am alone in the world, and that you can treat me as you choose. You are wrong. I have friends, many friends.
Margaret, you are talking foolishly, recklessly. I won't argue with you, but I insist upon you asking Mrs. Erlyn tonight.
I shall do nothing of the kind.
You refuse?
Absolutely.
Oh, Margaret, do this for my sake. It is her last chance.
What has that to do with me?
Oh, how hard good women are.
How weak bad men are.
Margaret, none of us men may be good enough for the women we marry. That is quite true. But you don't imagine I would ever... Oh, suggestion is monstrous.
Why should you be different from other men? I am told that there is hardly a husband in London who does not waste his life over some shameful passion.
I am not one of them.
I am not sure of that.
You are sure in your heart. But don't make chasm after chasm between us. God knows the last few minutes have thrust us wide enough apart. Sit down and write the card.
Nothing in the whole world would induce me.
Then I will.
You are going to invite this woman?
Yes. Parker?
Yes, my lord.
Have this note sent to Mrs. Erling at number 84A Curzon Street. There is no answer.
Arthur, if that woman comes here, I shall insult her.
Margaret, don't say that.
I mean it.
Child, if you did such a thing, there's not a woman in London who wouldn't pity you.
There is not a good woman in London who would not applaud me. We have been too lax. We must make an example. I propose to begin tonight. Yes, you gave me this fan today. It was your birthday present. If that woman crosses my threshold, I shall strike her across the face with it.
Margaret, you couldn't do such a thing.
You don't know me. Parker?
Yes, my lady.
I shall dine in my own room. I don't want dinner, in fact. See that everything is ready by 10:30. And Parker, be sure you pronounce the names of the guests very distinctly tonight. Sometimes you speak so fast that I miss them. I am particularly anxious to hear the names quite clearly, so as to make no mistake. You understand, Parker?
Yes, my lady.
That will do. Arthur, if that woman comes here, I warn you.
Margaret, you'll ruin us.
Us? From this moment, my life is separate from yours. But if you wish to avoid a public scandal, write at once to this woman and tell her that I forbid her to come here.
I will not. I cannot. She must come.
I shall do exact as I have said. Leave no choice.
Margaret! Margaret! My God! What shall I do? I dare not tell her who this woman really is. The shame would kill her.
Sinks into a chair and buries his face in his hands. Curtain on Act 1. Act 2. Drawing room in Lord Windermere's house. Palms, flowers and brilliant lights. Room crowded with guests. Lady Windermere is receiving them.
So strange Lord Windermere isn't here. Mr. Hopper is late too. You have kept those 5 dances for him, Agatha.
Yes, Mamma.
Just let me see your card. I'm so glad Lady Windermere has revived cards. They're a mother's only safeguard. You dear sweet child. No nice girl should ever waltz with such particularly younger sons. It looks so fast. The last 2 dances you might pass on the terrace with Mr. Hopper.
Enter
Yes,
Mr.
Mamma.
Dumpy and Lady Plymdale.
Yes, Mamma.
The air is so pleasant there.
Mrs. Cooper, Lady Stutfield, Sir James Royston, Mr. Guy Berkeley.
Good evening, Lady Stutfield. I suppose this will be the last ball of the season.
Suppose so, Mr. Dumby. It's been a delightful season, hasn't it?
Quite delightful. Good evening, Duchess. I suppose this will be the last ball of the season.
I suppose so, Mr. Dumby. It has been a very dull season, hasn't it?
Dreadfully dull. Dreadfully dull.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Dumby. I suppose this will be the last ball of the season.
Oh, I think not. There'll probably be 2 more.
Mr. Rufford, Lady Jedburgh, and Miss Graham, Mr. Hopper.
How do you do, Lady Windermere? How do you do, Duchess?
Mr. Hopper, how nice of you to come so early. We all know how you are run after in London.
Capital place, London. They're not nearly so exclusive in London as they are in Sydney.
Ah, we know your value, Mr. Hopper. We wish there were more like you. It would make life so much easier. Do you know, Mr. Hopper, dear Agatha and I are so much interested in Australia. It must be so pretty with all those dear little kangaroos flying about. Agatha has found it on the map. What a curious shape, isn't it? Just like a large packing case. However, It is a very young country, isn't it?
Wasn't it made at the same time as the others, Duchess?
How clever you are, Mr. Hopper. You have a cleverness quite of your own. Now, I mustn't keep you.
But I should like to dance with Lady Agatha, Duchess.
Well, I hope she has a dance left. Have you a dance left, Agatha?
Yes, Mamma.
The next one?
Yes, Mamma.
May I have the pleasure?
Mind you take great care of my little chatterbox, Mr. Hopper.
Margaret, I want to speak with you.
In a moment.
Lord Augustus Lawton.
Good evening, Lady Windermere.
Sir James, will you take me into the ballroom? Augustus has been dining with us tonight, and I really have had quite enough of dear Augustus for the moment.
Sir James Royston gives Duchess his arm and escorts her into the ballroom.
Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Bowden, Lord and Lady Paisley, Lord Darlington.
Want to speak to you particularly, my dear boy. I'm worn to a shadow. No, I don't look it, but none of us men do look at what we really are. Damn good thing, too. What I want to know is this. Who is she? Where does she come from? Why hasn't she got any damned relations? Damned nuisance relations, but they make one so damned respectable.
You're talking of Mrs. Erlin, I suppose. I only met her 6 months ago. Till then, I never knew of her existence.
You have seen a good deal of her since then.
Yes, I have seen a good deal of her since then. I have just seen her.
Egad, the women are very down on her. I have been dining with Arabella this evening. By Jove, you should have heard what she said about Mrs. Erlin. She didn't leave a rag on her. Berwick and I told her that didn't matter much, as the lady in question must have an extremely fine figure. You should have seen Arabella's expression, but look here, dear boy. I don't know what to do about Mrs. Jardin. Egad, I might be married to her. She treats me with such demmed indifference. She's deuced clever, too. She explains everything. Egad, she explains you. She's got any amount of explanations for you, and all of them different.
No explanations are necessary about my friendship with Mrs. Erlin.
Huh. Well, look here, dear old fellow. Do you think she'll ever get into this demmed thing called society? Would you introduce her to your wife? No use beating about the confounded bush. Would you do that?
Mrs. Erlin is coming here tonight.
Your wife has sent her a card?
Mrs. Erlin has received a card.
Then she's all right, dear boy. But why didn't you tell me that before? It would have saved me a heap of worry and demmed misunderstanding.
Mr. Cecil Graham.
Good evening, Arthur. Why don't you ask me how I am? I like people to ask me how I am. It shows a widespread interest in my health. Now, tonight, I am not at all well. Been dining with my people. Wonder why it is one's people are always so tedious. My father would talk morality after dinner. I told him he was old enough to know better. But my experience is that as soon as people are old enough to know better, they don't know anything at all. Hello, Tuppy. Here you're going to be married again. Thought you were tired of that game.
You're excessively trivial, dear boy. Excessively trivial.
By the way, Tuppy, which is it? Have you been twice married and once divorced, or twice divorced and once married? I say you've been twice divorced and once married. It seems so much more probable.
I have a very bad memory. I really don't remember which.
Yeah.
Lord Windermere, I have something most particular to ask you.
I'm afraid, if you will excuse me, I must join my wife.
Oh, you mustn't dream of such a thing. It's most dangerous nowadays for a husband to pay any attention to his wife in public. It always makes people think that he beats her when they're alone. The world has grown so suspicious of anything that looks like a happy married life. But I'll tell you what it is at supper.
Margaret, I must speak to you.
Will you hold my fan for me, Lord Darlington? Thanks.
Margaret, what you said before dinner was, of course, impossible.
That woman is not coming here tonight.
Mrs. Erlin is coming here, and if you in any way annoy or wound her, you will bring shame and sorrow on us both. Remember that. Oh, Margaret, only trust me. The wife should trust her husband.
London is full of women who trust their husbands. One can always recognise them. They look so thoroughly unhappy. I am not going to be one of them. Lord Darlington, will you give me back my fan, please? Thanks. A useful thing, a fan, isn't it? I want a friend tonight, Lord Darlington. I didn't know I would want one so soon.
Oh, Lady Windermere, I knew the time would come someday, but why tonight?
I will tell her. I must. It would be terrible if there were any scene. Margaret?
Mrs. Erlin. Lord Windermere starts. Mrs. Erlin enters, very beautifully dressed and very dignified. Lady Windermere clutches at her fan, then lets it drop to the floor. She bows coldly to Mrs. Erlin, who bows to her sweetly in return, and sails into the room.
You have dropped your fan, Lady Windermere.
How do you do again, Lord Windermere? How charming your sweet wife looks. Quite a picture.
It was terribly rash of you to come.
The wisest thing I ever did in my life. And by the way, you must pay me a good deal of attention this evening. I'm afraid of the women. You must introduce me to some of them. The men I can always manage. How do you do, Lord Augustus? You have quite neglected me lately. I have not seen you since yesterday. I'm afraid you're faithless. Everyone told me so.
Now, really, Mrs. Erlin, allow me to explain.
No, dear Lord Augustus. You can't explain anything. It is your chief charm.
If you find charms in me, Mrs. Erlin.
They converse together. Lord Windermere moves uneasily around the room, watching Mrs. Erlin.
How pale you are.
Cowards are always pale.
You look faint. Why don't we go out onto the terrace?
Yes. Parker, send my cloak out.
Lady Windermere, how beautifully your terrace is illuminated. Reminds me of Prince Doria's at Rome.
Lady Windermere bows coldly and goes off with Lord Darlington.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Graham? Isn't that your aunt, Lady Jedburgh? I should so much like to know her.
Oh, certainly, if you wish it. Aunt Caroline, allow me to introduce Mrs. Erlin.
So pleased to meet you, Lady Jedburgh. Your nephew and I are great friends. I am so much interested in his political career. I think he's sure to be a wonderful success. He thinks like a Tory and talks like a radical, and that's so important nowadays. He's such a brilliant talker too, but we all know from whom he inherits that. Lord Allendale was saying to me only yesterday in the park that Mr. Graham talks almost as well as his aunt.
Oh, most kind of you to say these charming things to me.
Mrs. Erlin smiles and continues the conversation.
Did you introduce Mrs. Erlin to Lady Jardin?
Had to, my dear fellow. Couldn't help it. That woman can make one do anything she wants. How, I don't know.
Hope to goodness she won't speak to me.
On Thursday? Oh, with great pleasure. What a bore it is to have to be civil to these old dowagers, but they always insist on it.
Who is that well-dressed woman talking to Windermere?
Haven't got the slightest idea. Looks like an edition de luxe of a French novel, meant specially for the English market.
So that is poor Dumby with Lady Plymdale. I hear she's frightfully jealous of him. He doesn't seem anxious to speak to me tonight. I suppose he is afraid of her. Those straw-coloured women have dreadful tempers. Do you know, I think I'll dance with you first, Windermere. It will make Lord Augustus so jealous. Lord Augustus? Lord Windermere insists on my dancing with him first, and as it's his own house, I can't well refuse. You know I would much sooner dance with you.
I wish I could think so, Mrs. Erlin.
You know it far too well. I can fancy a person dancing through life with you and finding it charming.
Thank you, thank you. You are the most adorable of all ladies.
What a nice speech. So simple and so sincere. Just the sort of speech I like. Well, you shall hold my bouquet. Ah, Mr. Dumby, how are you? I am so sorry I have been out the last 3 times you have called. Come and lunch on Friday.
Delighted. Lady Plymdale glares with indignation at Mr. Dumby. Lord Augustus follows Mrs. Erlin and Lord Windermere into the ballroom, holding the bouquet.
What an absolute brute you are. I never can believe a word you say. Why did you tell me you didn't know her? What do you mean by calling her 3 times running? You're not to go to lunch there. Of course you understand that.
My dear Laura, I wouldn't dream of going.
You haven't told me her name yet. Who is she?
She's Mrs. Erlin.
That woman?
Yes, that is what everyone calls her.
How very interesting. How intensely interesting. I really must have a good stare at her. I have heard the most shocking things about her. They say she's ruining poor Windermere. And Lady Windermere, who goes in for being so proper, invites her. How extremely amusing. It takes a thoroughly good woman to do a thoroughly stupid thing. You are to lunch there on Friday.
Why?
Because I want you to take my husband with you. He's been so attentive lately that he's become a perfect nuisance. Now this woman is just the thing for him. He'll dance attendance upon her as long as she lets him, and won't bother me. I assure you, women of that kind are most useful. They form the basis of other people's marriages.
What a mystery you are.
I wish you were.
I am, to myself, I am the only person in the world I should like to know thoroughly. But I don't see any chance of it at present.
Lady Windermere and Lord Darlington return from the terrace.
Yes, her coming here is monstrous, unbearable. I know now what you meant today at tea time. Why didn't you tell me right out? You should have.
Well, I couldn't. A man can't tell these things about another man. If I had known he was going to make you ask her here tonight, I think I would have told you. That insult, at any rate, you would have been spared.
I did not ask her. He insisted on her coming, against my entreaties, against my commands. Oh, this house is tainted for me. I feel that every woman here sneers at me as she dances by with my husband. What have I done to deserve this? I gave him all my life. He took it, used it, spoiled it. I am degraded in my own eyes, and I lack courage. I am a coward.
If I know you at all, I know that you can't live with a man who treats you like this. What sort of life would you have with him? You would feel that he was lying to you every moment of the day. You would feel that the look in his eyes were false, his voice false, his touch false, his passion false. He would come to you when he was weary of others. You would have to comfort him. He would come to you when he was devoted to others. You would have to charm him. You would have to be to him the mask of his real life, the cloak to hide his secret.
You're right. You're terribly right. Where am I to turn? You said you would be my friend, Lord Darlington. Tell me, what am I to do? Be my friend now.
Between men and women there is no friendship possible. There is passion, enmity, worship, love, but no friendship. I love you.
No, no.
Yes, yes, I love you. You are more to me than anything in the whole world. What does your husband give you? Nothing. Whatever is in him, he gives to this wretched woman whom he has thrust into your society, into your home, to shame you before everyone. I offer you my life.
Lord Darlington.
My life, my whole life. Take it and do with it what you will. I love you. Love you as I have never loved any living thing. From the moment I met you, I loved you blindly, adoringly, madly. You did not know it then. You know it now. Leave this house tonight. I won't tell you that the world matters nothing, or the world's voice or voice of society. They matter a great deal. They matter far too much. But there are moments when one has to choose between living one's own life fully, entirely, completely, or dragging out some false, shallow, degrading existence the world in its hypocrisy demands. You have that moment now. Choose. Oh, my love, choose.
Quite reminds me.
I have not the courage.
Yes, you have the courage.
Charming boy.
There may be 6 months of pain or disgrace even when you no longer bear his name. When you bear mine, all will be well. Oh, Margaret, my love, my wife, that shall be some day. Yes, yes, my wife. You know it. What are you now? This woman has the place that belongs by right to you. Oh, go out of this house, with head erect, with smile upon your lips and with courage in your eyes. All London will know why you did it, and who will blame you? No one, if they do what matter. Wrong. What is wrong? Is it wrong for a man to abandon his wife for a shameless woman? It is wrong for a wife to remain with a man who so dishonors her. You said once you would make no compromise with things. Make none now. Oh, be brave. Be yourself.
I'm afraid of being myself. Well, let me think. Let me wait. My husband may return to me.
And you would take him back? You are not what I thought you were. You are just the same as every other woman. You would stand anything rather than face the censure of the world, whose praise you would despise. In a week you will be driving with this woman in the park. She will be your constant guest, your dearest friend. You would endure anything rather than break with one blow this monstrous tie. You are right. You have no courage. None.
Give me time to think. I cannot answer you now.
It must be now, or not at all.
Then not at all.
Oh, you break my heart.
Mine is already broken.
Tomorrow I leave England. This is the last time I shall ever look on you. You will never see me again. For one moment our lives met, our souls touched. They must never meet or touch again. Oh, goodbye, Margaret.
Dear Margaret, I've just been having such a delightful chat with Mrs. Erlynne. I'm so sorry for what I said to you this afternoon about her. Of course, she must be all right if you invite her. A most attractive woman, and has such sensible views on life. Told me she entirely disapproved of people marrying more than once. So I feel completely safe about poor Augustus. Can't imagine why people speak against her. It's those horrible nieces of mine, the Savile girls. They're always talking scandal. Still, I should go to Homburg, dear. I really should. She's just a little too attractive. Where is Agatha? Ah, there she is. Mr. Hopper, I'm very, very angry with you. You've taken Agatha onto the terrace and she is so delicate.
Awfully sorry, Duchess. We went out for a moment and then we got chatting together.
Ah, about dear Australia, I suppose.
Yes.
Agatha, darling.
Yes, Mamma.
Did Mr. Hopper definitely?
Yes, Mamma.
And what answer did you give him, my dear child?
Yes, Mamma.
Oh, my dear one, you always say the right things. Mr. Hopper, James, Agatha has told me everything. How cleverly you have both kept your secret.
You don't mind taking Agatha off to Australia then, Duchess?
To Australia? Oh, don't mention that dreadful vulgar place to me.
But she said she'd like to come with me.
Did you say that, Agatha?
Yes, Mamma.
Agatha, you say the most silly things possible. I think on the whole that Grosvenor Square would be a more healthy place to reside. There are lots of vulgar people that live in Grosvenor Square, but at any rate there are no horrid kangaroos crawling about. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. James, you can take Agatha down. You'll come to lunch, of course, James, at 1:30 instead of 2. The Duke will wish to say a few words to you, I am sure.
I should like to have a chat with the Duke, Duchess. He has not said a single word to me yet.
I think you'll find he will have a great deal to say to you tomorrow. And now, good night, Margaret. I'm afraid it's the old story, dear. Love, well, not love at first sight, but love at the end of the season, which is much, much more satisfactory.
Good night, Duchess.
Exit the Duchess of Berwick.
My dear Margaret, what a handsome woman your husband has been dancing with. I should be quite jealous if I were you. Is she a great friend of yours?
No.
Really? Good night, dear.
Awful manners young Hopper has.
Ah, Hopper is one of nature's gentlemen, the worst type of gentleman I know.
A sensible woman, a Lady Windermere. Lots of wives would have objected to Mrs. Erlynne coming, but Lady Windermere has that uncommon thing called common sense.
And Windermere knows that nothing looks so like innocence as an indiscretion.
Yes, dear Windermere is becoming almost modern. Never thought he would.
Good night, Lady Windermere. What a fascinating woman Mrs. Erlynne is. She's coming to lunch on Thursday. Won't you come too? I expect the Bishop and dear Lady Merton.
I am afraid I am engaged, Lady Jedburgh.
Oh, so sorry. Come, dear.
Charming ball it has been. Quite reminds me of old days. And I see that there are just as many fools in society as there used to be. So pleased to find that nothing has altered. Except Margaret. She's grown quite pretty. The last time I saw her, 20 years ago, she was a fright in flannel. Positive fright, I assure you. The dear Duchess and that sweet Lady Agatha. Just the sort of girl I like. Well, really, Windermere, if I am to be the Duchess's sister-in-law...
But are you?
Lady Windermere watches with a look of scorn and pain Mrs. Erlynne and her husband. They are unconscious of her presence.
Oh, yes. He's to call tomorrow at 12 o'clock. He wanted to propose tonight. In fact, he did. He kept on proposing. Poor Augustus, you know how he repeats himself. Such a bad habit. But I told him I wouldn't give him an answer till tomorrow. Of course, I'm going to take him. And I dare say I'll make him an admirable wife, as wives go. And there is a great deal of good in Lord Augustus. Fortunately, it is all on the surface, just where good qualities should be. Of course, you must help me in this matter.
I'm not called on to encourage Lord Augustus, am I?
Oh, no, I do the encouraging. But you will make me a handsome settlement, Windermere, won't you?
Is that what you want to talk with me about tonight?
Yes.
Well, I will not talk of it here.
Then we will talk of it on the terrace. Even business should have a picturesque background, should it not, Windermere? With a proper background, women can do anything.
Won't tomorrow do as well?
No. You see, tomorrow I'm going to accept him. And I think it would be a good thing if I was able to tell him that I had, well, what shall I say, £2,000 a year left to me by a third cousin, or a second husband, or some distant relative of that kind. It would be an additional attraction, wouldn't it? You have a delightful opportunity now of paying me a compliment, Windermere. But you're not very clever at paying compliments. I'm afraid Margaret doesn't encourage you in that excellent habit. It's a great mistake on her part. When men give up saying what is charming, they give up thinking what is charming. But seriously, what do you say to £2,000? 2,500, I think. In modern life, margin is everything. Windermere, don't you think the world an intensely amusing place? I do.
Exit on terrace with Lord Windermere.
Stay in this house any longer is impossible. Tonight, a man who loves me offered me his whole life. I refused it. It was foolish of me. I will offer him mine now. I will give him mine. I will go to him.
Puts on cloak and goes to the door, then turns back, sits down at table and writes a letter, puts it in an envelope and leaves it on the table.
Mother has never understood me. When he reads this, he will. He may do as he chooses now with his life. I have done with mine as I think best, as I think right. It is he who has broken the bond of marriage, not I. I only break its bondage.
Is Lady Windermere in the ballroom?
Her ladyship has just gone out.
Gone out? She's not on the terrace.
No, madam. Her ladyship has just gone out of the house.
Out of the house?
Yes, madam. Her ladyship told me that she'd left a letter for his lordship on the table.
A letter for Lord Windermere?
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Gone out of her house? A letter addressed to her husband? No. No. It would be impossible. Life doesn't repeat its tragedies like that. Oh, why does this horrible fancy come across me? Why do I remember now the one moment of my life I most wish to forget? Does life repeat its tragedies? Oh, how terrible. The same words that 20 years ago I wrote to her father, and how bitterly I have been punished for it. No, my punishment, my real punishment tonight, is now.
Enter Lord Windermere.
Have you said good night to my wife?
Yes.
Where is she?
She's very tired. She's gone to bed. She said she had a headache.
I must go to her. You'll excuse me.
Oh, no. It's nothing serious. She's only very tired, that is all. Besides, there are people still in the supper room. She wants you to make her apologies to them. She said she didn't wish to be disturbed.
Drops a letter.
She asked me to tell you.
Picks up letter.
You have dropped something.
Oh, yes. Thank you. That is mine.
Puts out her hand to take it, still looking at the letter.
But it's my wife's handwriting, isn't it?
Takes
Yes.
the letter quickly.
It's an address. Will you ask them to call my carriage, please?
Certainly.
Thanks. What can I do? What can I do? I feel a passion awakening in me that I've never felt before. What can it mean? The daughter must not be like the mother. That would be terrible. How can I save her? How can I save my child? A moment like that may ruin a life. Who knows that better than I? Windermere must be got out of the house. That is absolutely necessary. But how shall I do it? It must be done somehow. Oh.
Dear lady, I am in such a suspense. May I not have an answer to my request?
Lord Augustus, listen to me. You are to take Lord Windermere down to your club at once and keep him there as long as possible. You understand?
But you said you wished me to keep early hours.
Do what I tell you. Do what I tell you.
And my reward?
Your reward? Your reward? Ask me that tomorrow, but don't let Windermere out of your sight tonight. If you do, I will never forgive you. I will never speak to you again. I'll have nothing to do with you. Remember, you are to keep Windermere at your club and don't let him come back tonight.
Well, really? I might be her husband already. Positively, I might.
Follows her in a bewildered manner. Curtain. Act 3, Lord Darlington's house.
Why doesn't he come? This waiting is horrible. He should be here. Why is he not here to wake by some passionate words the fire within me? I am cold, cold as a loveless thing. Arthur must have read my letter by this time. If he cared for me, he would have come after me, would have taken me back by force, but he doesn't care. He's entrammelled by this woman, fascinated by her, dominated by her. If a woman wants to hold a man, she has merely to appeal to what is worst in him. We make gods of men and they leave us. Others make brutes of them and they fawn and are faithful. How hideous life is. Oh, it was mad of me to come here. Horribly mad. And yet, which is the worst, I wonder? To be at the mercy of a man who loves one, or the wife of a man who in one's own house dishonours one? What woman knows? What woman in the whole world? But will he love me always? This man to whom I am giving my life? What do I bring him? Lips that have lost the note of joy, eyes that are blinded by tears, chill hands and icy heart. I bring him nothing. I must go back. No, I can't go back. My letter has put me in their power. Arthur would not take me back. That fatal letter. Oh no. Lord Darlington leaves England tomorrow. I will go with him. I have no choice. No, I will not go back. Let Arthur do with me what he pleases. I can't wait here. It has been madness, my coming. I must go at once. As for Lord Darlington, oh, here he is. Oh, what shall I do? What can I say to him? Will he let me go away at all? I have heard that men are brutal, horrible.
Lady Windermere! Oh, thank heaven I'm in time. You must go back to your husband's house immediately.
Must?
Yes, you must. There is not a second to be lost. Lord Darlington may return at any moment.
Don't come near me.
Oh, you are on the brink of ruin. You are on the brink of a hideous precipice. You must leave this place at once. My carriage is waiting at the corner of the street. You must come with me and drive straight home.
Lady Windermere throws her cloak and flings it on the sofa.
What are you doing?
Mrs. Erlynne, if you had not have come here, I would have gone back. But now that I see you, I feel that nothing in the whole world would induce me to live under the same roof as Lord Windermere. You fill me with horror. There's something about you that stirs the wildest rage within me. But I know why you are here. My husband sent you to lure me back, that I might serve as a blind to whatever relations exist between you and him.
Oh, you don't think that. You can't.
Go back to my husband, Mrs. Erlynne. He belongs to you and not to me. I suppose he is afraid of a scandal. Men are such cowards. They outrage every law of the world and are afraid of the world's tongue. But he had better prepare himself. He shall have a scandal. He shall have the worst scandal there has been in London for years. He shall see his name in every vile paper, mine on every hideous placard.
No, no.
Yes, he shall. Had he come himself, I admit I would have gone back to the life of degradation you and he had prepared for me. I was going back. But to stay himself at home and to send you as his messenger, oh, it was infamous. Infamous.
Lady Windermere, you wrong me horribly. You wrong your husband horribly. He doesn't know you are here. He thinks you are safe in your own house. He thinks you are asleep in your own room. He never read the mad letter you wrote to him.
Never read it?
No, he knows nothing about it.
How simple you think me. You are lying to me.
I am not. I am telling you the truth.
If my husband didn't read my letter, how is it that you are here? Who told you I had left the house you were shameless enough to enter? Who told you where I had gone to? My husband told you and sent you to decoy me back.
Your husband has never seen the letter. I saw it. I opened it. I read it.
You opened a letter of mine to my husband. You wouldn't dare.
Dare? Oh, to save you from the abyss into which you are falling, there is nothing in the world I would not dare. Nothing in the whole world. Here is the letter. Your husband has never read it. He shall never read it.
Going to the
It
fireplace.
should never have been written.
Tears it and throws it into the fire.
How do I know that that was my letter after all? You seem to think the commonest device can take me in.
Oh, why do you disbelieve everything I tell you? What object do you think I have in coming here, except to save you from utter ruin, to save you from the consequence of a hideous mistake? That letter that is burnt now was your letter. I swear it to you.
You took good care to burn it before I had examined it. I cannot trust you. You, whose whole life is a lie. Could you speak the truth about anything?
Think as you like about me. Say what you choose against me, but go back. Go back to the husband you love.
I do not love him.
You do, and you know that he loves you.
He does not understand what love is. He understands it as little as you do. But I see what you want. It would be a great advantage for you to get me back. Dear heaven, what a life I would have then, living at the mercy of a woman who has neither mercy nor pity in her, a woman whom it is an infamy to meet, a degradation to know, a vile woman, a woman who comes between husband and wife.
Lady Windermere, don't say such terrible things. You don't know how terrible they are, how terrible and how unjust. Listen, you must listen. Only go back to your husband, and I promise you never to communicate with him again on any pretext, never to see him, never to have anything to do with his life or yours. The money that he gave me not through love, but through hatred, not in worship, but in contempt. The hold I have over him.
Oh, you admit you have a hold?
Yes, and I will tell you what it is. It is his love for you, Lady Windermere.
You expect me to believe that?
You must believe it. It is true. It is his love for you that has made him submit to, call it what you like, tyranny, threats, anything you choose. But it is love for you, his desire to spare you shame, yes, shame and disgrace.
You mean? You are insolent. What have I to do with you?
Nothing. I know it. But I tell you that your husband loves you, that you may never meet with such love again in your whole life, that such love you will never meet, and that if you throw it away, the day may come when you will starve for love, and it will not be given to you. Beg for love, and it will be denied you. Oh, Arthur loves you.
There is nothing between you.
Lady Windermere, before heaven, your husband is guiltless of all offence towards you, and I tell you that had it ever occurred to me that such a monstrous suspicion would have entered your mind, I would have died rather than have crossed your life or his. Oh, died, gladly died.
You talk as if you had a heart. Women like you have no heart. Heart is not in you. You are bought and sold.
Starts with a gesture of pain, then restrains herself and comes over to where Lady Windermere is sitting. As she speaks, she stretches out her hands towards her, but does not dare touch her.
Believe what you choose about me. I am not worth a moment's sorrow. But don't spoil your beautiful young life on my account. You don't know what may be in store for you unless you leave this house at once. You don't know what it is to fall into the pit, to be despised, mocked, abandoned, sneered at, to be an outcast, to find the door shut against one, to have to creep in by hideous byways, afraid every moment lest the mask should be stripped from one's face, and all the while to hear the laughter, the horrible laughter of the world, a thing more tragic than all the tears the world has ever shed. You don't know what it is. One pays for one's sin, and then one pays again, and all one's life one pays. You must never know that. As for me, if suffering be an expiation, then at this moment I have expiated all my faults, whatever they have been. For tonight, you have made a heart in one who had it not. Made it and broken it. But let that pass. I may have wrecked my own life, but I will not let you wreck yours. Why, you are a mere girl. You would be lost. You haven't got the kind of brains that enables a woman to get back. You have neither the wits nor the courage. You couldn't stand dishonour. No, go back, Lady Windermere, to the husband who loves you, whom you love. You have a child, Lady Windermere. Go back to that child who, even now, in pain or in joy, may be calling to you. God gave you that child. He will require from you that you make his life fine, that you watch over him. What answer will you make to God if his life is ruined through you? Back to your house, Lady Windermere. Your husband loves you. He has never swerved for a moment from the love he bears you. But even if he had 1,000 loves, you must stay with your child. If he was harsh to you, you must stay with your child. If he ill-treated you, you must stay with your child. If he abandoned you, your place is with your child. Lady Windermere.
Take me home. Take me home.
Is about to embrace her, then restrains herself. There is a look of wonderful joy in her face.
Come, where is your cloak? Here, put it on, come at once.
Oh, stop. Don't you hear voices?
No, there was no one.
Yes, there is. Listen. Oh, that's my husband's voice. He is coming in to save me. Oh, it's some plot you have sent for him.
Silence.
Oh, Windermere.
I'm here to save you if I can, but I fear it is too late. There. The
Point
first
the
chance you
curtain
have,
across
sit
the
out,
window.
if you ever get a chance.
But you?
Oh, never mind me. I'll face them.
Lady Windermere hides herself behind the curtain.
Nonsense, dear Windermere. You must not leave me.
What a nuisance. They're turning us out of the club at this hour. It's only 2 o'clock. The lively part of the evening is only just beginning.
It's very good of you, Lord Darlington, allowing Augustus to force our company on you, but I'm afraid I can't stay long.
Oh, really? I'm so sorry. You'll take a cigar, though, won't you?
Thanks.
My dear boy, you must not dream of going. I have a great deal to talk to you about, of demmed importance, too.
Oh, we all know what that is. Tuppy can't talk about anything but Mrs. Erlin.
Well, that is no business of yours, is it, Cecil?
None. That is why it interests me. My own business always bores me to death. I prefer other people's.
Have something to drink, you fellows. Cecil, you'll have a whiskey and soda.
Thanks. Mrs. Erlin looked very handsome tonight, didn't she?
I'm not one of her admirers.
I usedn't to be, but I am now. Why, she actually made me introduce her to poor dear Aunt Caroline. I believe she's going to lunch there.
No.
She is, really.
Excuse me, you fellows. I'm going away tomorrow, and I have to write a few letters.
Goes to writing table and sits down.
Clever woman, Mrs. Erlin.
Hello, Dumby. I thought you were asleep.
I usually am.
A very clever woman. Knows perfectly well what a demmed fool I am. Knows it as well as I do myself. You may laugh, my boy, but it is a great thing to come across a woman who thoroughly understands one.
It's an awfully dangerous thing. They always end up by marrying one.
But I thought, Tuppy, you were never going to see her again. Yes, you told me so yesterday evening at the club. You said you'd heard.
No, she's explained that.
And the Wiesbaden affair?
She's explained that too.
And her income, Tuppy. Has she explained that?
She's going to explain that tomorrow.
Awfully commercial women nowadays. Our grandmothers threw their caps over the mills, of course, but by Jove, their granddaughters only throw their caps over mills that can raise the wind for them.
You want to make her out to be a wicked woman. She is not.
Oh, wicked women bother one. Good women bore one. That is the only difference between them.
Mrs. Erlin has a future before her.
Mrs. Erlin has a past before her.
I prefer her women with a past. They're always so demmed amusing to talk to.
We'll have topics of conversation with her, Tappy.
You're getting annoying, dear boy. You're getting demmed annoying.
Now, Tappy, you've lost your figure and you've lost your character.
My dear boy, if I wasn't the most good-natured man in London...
And we treat you with more respect, wouldn't we, Tuppy?
The youth of the present day are quite monstrous. They have absolutely no respect for dyed hair.
Mrs. Erlin has a very great respect for dear Tuppy.
Oh, then Mrs. Erlin sets an admirable example to the rest of her sex. It is perfectly brutal, the way most women nowadays behave to men who are not their husbands.
Dumby, you are ridiculous, and Cecil, you let your tongue run away with you. You must leave Mrs. Erlin alone. You don't really know anything about her, and you're always talking scandal against her.
My dear Arthur, I never talk scandal. I only talk gossip.
What is the difference between scandal and gossip?
Oh, gossip is charming. History is merely gossip, but still is gossip made tedious by morality. Now, I never moralize. A man who moralizes is usually a hypocrite, and a woman who moralizes is invariably plain. There is nothing in the whole world so unbecoming to a woman as a nonconformist conscience. And most women know it.
Just my sentiments, dear boy, just my sentiments.
I'm sorry to hear it, Tuppy. Whenever people agree with me, I always feel I must be wrong.
My dear boy, when I was your age...
But you never were, Tuppy, and you never will be. I say, Darlington, let's have some cards. You'll play Arthur, won't you?
No thanks, Cecil.
Good heavens! How marriage ruins a man. This is demoralizing as cigarettes and far more expensive.
You'll play, of course, Tuppy.
Can't, dear boy. Promise Mrs. Erlin never to play or drink again.
Now, my dear Tuppy, don't be led astray into the paths of virtue. Reformed, you would be perfectly tedious. That's the worst of women. They always want one to be good. And if we are good, when they meet us, they don't love us at all. They like to find us quite irretrievably bad and to leave us quite unattractively good.
They always do find us bad.
Oh, I don't think we're bad. I think we're all good, except Tuppy.
No, we are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars.
We are all in the gutter, but some of us are looking at the stars. Upon my word, you are very romantic tonight, darling.
Too romantic. You must be in love. Who is the girl?
The woman I love is not free, or thinks she isn't.
A married woman, then? Well, there's nothing in the world like the devotion of a married woman. It's a thing no married man knows anything about.
Oh, she doesn't love me. She's a good woman. She's the only good woman I've ever met in my life.
The only good woman you've ever met in your life?
Yes.
Well, you are a lucky fellow. Why, I have met hundreds of good women. I never seem to meet any but good women. The world is perfectly packed with good women. To know them is a middle-class education.
This woman has purity and innocence. She has everything we men have lost.
My dear fellow, what on earth should we men do going about with purity and innocence? A carefully thought out buttonhole is much more effective.
She doesn't really love you, then?
No. No, she does not.
I congratulate you, my dear fellow. In this world, there are only two tragedies. One is not getting what one wants, and the other is getting it. The last is much the worst. The last is a real tragedy. But I'm interested to hear she doesn't love you. How long could you love a woman who doesn't love you, Cecil?
A woman who didn't love me? Oh, all my life.
No, so could I. But it's so difficult to meet one.
How can you be so conceited, Lumpy?
No, I didn't say it as a matter of conceit. I said it as a matter of regret. I have been wildly, madly adored. I'm sorry, I have. It's been an immense nuisance. I should like to be allowed a little time to myself now and then.
Time to educate yourself, I suppose.
Oh, no. Time to forget all I have learned. That is much more important, dear Tuppy.
What cynics you fellows are.
What is a cynic?
It's a man who knows the price of everything and the value of nothing.
And a sentimentalist, my dear Darlington, is a man who sees an absurd value in everything and doesn't know the market price of any single thing.
You always amuse me, Cecil. You talk as if you were a man of experience.
I am.
Oh, you're far too young.
That is a great error. Experience is a question of instinct about life. I have got it, Tuppy hasn't. Experience is the name Tuppy gives to his mistakes. That is all.
Experience is the name everyone gives to their mistakes.
One shouldn't commit any.
He sees Lady Windermere's fan on the sofa.
A life would be very dull without them.
Of course, you are quite faithful to this woman you are in love with, Darlington, to this good woman.
Cecil, if one really loves a woman, all other women in the world become absolutely meaningless to one. Love changes one. I am changed.
Dear me, how very interesting. Tuppy, I want to talk to you.
It's no use talking to Tuppy. You might as well just talk to a brick wall.
But I like talking to a brick wall. It's the only thing in the world that never contradicts me. Tuppy?
Well, what is it? What is it?
Come over here. I want you particularly. Darlington has been moralising and talking about the purity of love and that sort of thing. And he's got some woman in his rooms all the time.
Really? Really?
Yes. Here is her fan.
By Jove! By Jove!
I'm really off now, Lord Darlington. I am sorry you are leaving England so soon. Pray call on us when you come back. My wife and I will be charmed to see you.
I'm afraid I shall be away for many years. Good night.
Arthur?
What?
I want to speak to you for a moment.
I can't.
I'm off. Do come.
I'm going.
It's something very particular. It will interest you enormously.
Is it some of your nonsense, Cecil?
It isn't. It isn't really.
My dear fellow, you mustn't go yet. I have a lot to talk to you about, and Cecil has something to show you.
Well, what is it?
Darlington has got a woman here in his rooms. Here is her fan. Amusing, isn't it?
Good God!
What is the matter?
Lord Darlington?
Yes?
What is my wife's fan doing here in your rooms? Hands off, Cecil. Don't touch me.
Your wife's fan?
Yes, here it is.
Well, I don't know.
Well, you must know. I demand an explanation. Don't hold me, you fool.
She's here, after all.
Speak, sir. Why is my wife's fan here? Answer me, by God. I'll search your rooms, and if my wife's here, I will...
No, you shall not search my rooms. You have no right to do so. I forbid you.
You scoundrel. I'll not leave your rooms till I have searched every corner of it. What moves behind that curtain?
Lord Windermere.
Mrs. Erling.
I'm afraid I took your wife's fan in mistake for my own when I was leaving your house tonight. I'm so sorry.
Takes fan from him. Lord Windermere looks at her in contempt. Lord Darlington is mingled astonishment and anger. Lord Augustus turns away. The others smile at each other.
How can I tell him? I can't tell him. It would kill me. I wonder what happened after I escaped from that horrible room. Perhaps she told them the true reason of her being there and the real meaning of that fatal fan of mine. Or if he knows, how can I look him in the face again? He would never forgive me. How securely one thinks one lives, out of reach of temptation, sin, folly, and then suddenly, oh, life is terrible. It rules us. We do not rule it.
Did your ladyship ring for me?
Yes, have you found out what time Lord Windermere came in last night?
Oh, his lordship did not come in till 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock? He knocked at my door this morning, didn't he?
Yes, my lady, at 9:30. I told him your ladyship was not awake yet.
Did he say anything?
Oh, something about your ladyship's fan. I didn't quite catch what his lordship said. Has the fan been lost, my lady? I can't find it, and Parker says it was not left in any of the rooms. He's looked in all of them, and on the terrace as well.
It doesn't matter. Tell Parker not to trouble. That will do. Be sure to tell him. I can fancy a person doing a wonderful act of self-sacrifice, doing it spontaneously, recklessly, nobly, and afterwards finding out that it costs too much. Why should she hesitate between her ruin and mine? How strange. I would have publicly disgraced her in my own house, and she accepts public disgrace in the house of another to save me. There is a bitter irony in things, a bitter irony in the way we talk of good and bad women. Oh, what a lesson! And what a pity that in life we only get our lessons when they are of no use to us. For even if she doesn't tell, I must. Oh, the shame of it, the shame of it. To tell it is to live through it all again. Actions are the first tragedy in life, words are the second. Words are perhaps the worst. Words are merciless. Oh.
Margaret, how pale you look.
Oh, I slept very badly.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I came in dreadfully late and didn't like to wake you. You're crying, dear.
Yes, I am crying, for I have something to tell you, Arthur.
Oh, my dear child, you're not well. You've been doing too much. Let us go away to the country. You'll be all right at Selby. The season is almost over. There is no use staying on. Poor darling. We'll go away today, if you like. We can easily catch the 3:40. I'll send a wire to Fabien.
He sits down at the table to write a telegram.
Yes, let us go away today. No, I can't go today, Arthur. There is someone I must see before I leave town, someone who has been kind to me.
Kind to you?
Far more than that. I will tell you, Arthur, but only love me. Love me the way you used to love me.
Used to? You are not thinking of that wretched woman who came here last night. Oh, you don't still him up. No, you couldn't.
Don't. I know now that I was wrong and foolish.
It was very good of you to receive her last night, but you are never to see her again.
Why do you say that?
Margaret, I thought Mrs. Erlynne was a woman more sinned against than sinning. As the phrase goes, I thought she wanted to be good, to get back into a place that she had lost by a moment's folly, to lead again a decent life. I believe what she told me. I was mistaken in her. She is bad as a woman can be.
Arthur, don't talk so bitterly about any woman. I don't think now that people can be divided into the good and the bad as though they were two separate races or creations. What are called good women may have terrible things in them, and mad moods of recklessness, assertion, jealousy, sin. Bad women, as they are termed, may have in them sorrow, repentance, pity, sacrifice, and I don't think Mrs. Erlynne a bad woman. I know she's not.
My dear child, the woman's impossible. No matter what harm she tries to do us, you must never see her again. She is inadmissible anywhere.
I want to see her. I want her to come here.
Never.
She came here once as your guest. She must now come as mine. That is but fair.
She should never have come here.
It is too late, Arthur, to say that now.
Margaret, if you knew where Mrs. Erlynne went last night after she left this house, you would not sit in the same room as her. It was absolutely shameless, the whole thing.
Arthur, I can't bear it any longer. I must tell you, last
Enter
night...
Parker with a tray on which Lady Windermere's fan and a card.
Mrs. Erlynne has called to return your ladyship's fan, which she took away by mistake last night. Mrs. Erlynne has written a message on the card.
Ask Mrs. Erlynne to be kind enough to come up. Say I shall be very glad to see her.
Yes, my lady.
Margaret, I beg you not to. Let me see her at first, any rate. She's a very dangerous woman. She's the most dangerous woman I know. You don't realise what you are doing.
It is right that I should see her.
Oh, my child, you may be on the brink of a great sorrow. Don't go to meet it. It is absolutely necessary that I should see her before you do.
Why should it be necessary?
Mrs. Erlynne.
How do you do, Lady Windermere? How do you do? Do you know, Lady Windermere, I'm so sorry about your fan. I can't imagine how I made such a silly mistake, most stupid of me. And as I was driving in your direction, I thought I would take the opportunity of returning your property in person, with many apologies for my carelessness, and of bidding you goodbye.
Goodbye? Are you going away then, Mrs. Erlynne?
Yes, I'm going to live abroad again. The English climate doesn't suit me. My heart is affected here, and that I don't like. I prefer living in the south. London is too full of fogs and serious people, Lord Windermere. Whether the fogs produce the serious people or whether the serious people produce the fogs, I don't know, but the whole thing rather gets on my nerves. And so I'm leaving this afternoon by the club train.
This afternoon? But I wanted so much to come and see you.
How kind of you, but I'm afraid I have to go.
Shall I never see you again, Mrs. Erlynne?
I'm afraid not. Our lives lie too far apart. But there is a little thing I would like you to do for me. I want a photograph of you, Lady Windermere. Would you give me one? You don't know how gratified I should be.
With pleasure. There is one on that table. I'll show it to you.
It is monstrous you're intruding yourself here after your conduct last night.
My dear Windermere, manners before morals.
I'm afraid it is very flattering. I am not so pretty as that.
You are much prettier. But haven't you got one of yourself with your little boy?
I have. Would you prefer one of those?
Yes.
I'll go and get it for you, if you'll excuse me for a moment. I have one upstairs.
So sorry, Lady Windermere, to give you so much trouble.
No trouble at all, Mrs. Erlin.
Thanks so much. You seem rather out of temper this morning, Windermere. Why should you be? Margaret and I get on charmingly together.
I can't bear to see you with her. Besides, you have not told me the truth, Mrs. Erlin.
I have not told her the truth, you mean?
I sometimes wish you had. I should have been spared then the misery, the anxiety, the annoyance of the last 6 months. But rather than my wife should know that the mother whom she was taught to consider as dead, the mother whom she has mourned as dead, is living, a divorced woman, going about under an assumed name, a bad woman preying upon life, as I know you now to be. Rather than that, I was ready to simply give you money to pay bill after bill, extravagance after extravagance, to risk what occurred yesterday, the first quarrel that I ever had with my wife. You don't understand what that means to me. How could you? But I tell you that only the bitter words that ever came from those sweet lips of hers were on your account. And I hate to see you next to her. You sully the innocence that is in her. And then I used to think with all your faults you were frank and honest. You are not.
Why do you say that?
You made me get you an invitation to my wife's ball.
For my daughter's ball, yes.
You came, and within an hour of leaving the house you were found in a man's rooms. You are a disgrace before everyone.
Yes.
Therefore, I have the right to look upon you as what you are, a worthless, vicious woman. I have the right to tell you never to enter this house, never to attempt to come near my wife.
My daughter, you mean?
You have no right to claim her as your daughter. You left her, abandoned her when she was a child but in a cradle, abandoned her for your lover, who abandoned you in turn.
Do you count that to his credit, Lord Windermere, or to mine?
To his, now that I know you.
Take care, you had better be careful.
Oh, I am not going to mince words for you. I know you thoroughly.
I question that.
I do know you. For 20 years of your life you lived without your child, without a thought for your child. One day you read in the papers that she had married a rich man. You saw your hideous chance. You knew that to spare her the ignominy of learning that a woman like you was her mother, I would endure anything. You began your blackmailing.
Don't use ugly words, Windermere. They are so vulgar. I saw my chance, it is true, and took it.
Yes, you took it and spoiled it all last night by being found out.
You are quite right. I spoiled it all last night.
As for your blunder in taking my wife's fan from here and then leaving it about in Darlington's rooms, it is unpardonable. I can't bear the sight of it now. I shall never let my wife use it again. The thing is soiled for me. You should have kept it and not brought it back.
I think I shall keep it. It's extremely pretty. I shall ask Margaret to give it to me.
I hope my wife will give it to you.
Oh, I'm sure she will have no objection.
I wish that at the same time she would give you a miniature she kisses every night before she prays. It's the miniature of a young, innocent-looking girl with beautiful dark hair.
Oh, yes, I remember. How long ago that seems. It was done before I was married. Dark hair and an innocent expression were the fashion then, Windermere.
What do you mean by coming here this morning? What is your object?
To bid goodbye to my dear daughter, of course. Oh, don't imagine I'm going to have a pathetic scene with her, weep on her neck and tell her who I am and all that kind of thing. I have no ambition to play the part of a mother. Only once in my life have I known a mother's feelings. That was last night. They were terrible. They made me suffer. They made me suffer too much. For 20 years, as you say, I have lived childless. I want to live childless still. Besides, my dear Windermere, how on earth could I pose as a mother with a grown-up daughter? Margaret is 21, and I have never admitted that I am more than 29 or 30 at the most. 29 when there are pink shades, 30 when there are not. So you see what difficulties it would involve. No, as far as I am concerned, let your wife cherish the memory of this dead, stainless mother. Why should I interfere with her illusions? I find it hard enough to keep my own. I lost one illusion last night. I thought I had no heart. I find I have, and a heart doesn't suit me, Windermere. Somehow it doesn't go with modern dress. It makes one look old, and it spoils one's career at critical moments.
You fill me with horror, with absolute horror.
I suppose, Windermere, you would like me to retire into a convent or become a hospital nurse or something of that kind, as people do in silly modern novels. That is stupid of you, Arthur. In real life, we don't do such things. Not as long as we have any good looks left, at any rate. No, what consoles one nowadays is not repentance, but pleasure. Repentance is quite out of date. And besides, if a woman repents, she has to go to a bad dressmaker, otherwise no one believes in her. And nothing in the world would induce me to do that. No, I'm going to pass entirely out of your two lives. My coming into them has been a mistake. I discovered that last night.
A fatal mistake.
Almost fatal.
I'm sorry now I did not tell my wife the whole thing at once.
I regret my bad actions. You regret your good ones. That is the difference between us.
I don't trust you. I will tell my wife. It is better for her to know, and from me. It will cause her infinite pain. It will humiliate her terribly, but it's right, and that she should know.
You propose to tell her?
I'm going to tell her.
If you do, I will make my name so infamous that it will mar every moment of her life. It will ruin her and make her wretched. If you dare to tell her, there is no depth of degradation I will not sink to, no pit of shame I will not enter. You shall not tell her. I forbid you.
Why?
If I said to you that I cared for her, perhaps loved her even, you would sneer at me, wouldn't you?
I should feel it was not true. A mother's love means devotion, unselfishness, sacrifice. What could you know about such things?
You are right. What could I know of such things? Don't let us talk any more about it. As for telling my daughter who I am, that I do not allow. It is my secret, it is not yours. If I make up my mind to tell her, and I think I will, I shall tell her before I leave this house. If not, I shall never tell her.
Then let me beg of you to leave our house at once. I will make your excuses to Margaret.
Enter Lady Windermere. She goes to Mrs. Erlynne with the photograph in her hand. Lord Windermere anxiously watches Mrs. Erlynne as the scene progresses.
I'm so sorry, Mrs. Erlynne, to have kept you waiting. I couldn't find the photograph anywhere. At last I discovered it in my husband's dressing room. He had stolen it.
I'm not surprised. It is charming. And so, that is your little boy. What is he called?
Gerard, after my dear father.
Really?
Yes, if it had been a girl, I would have called it after my mother. My mother had the same name as myself, Margaret.
My name is Margaret too.
Indeed.
Yes. You are devoted to your mother's memory, Lady Windermere. Your husband tells me.
We all have ideals in life. At least we all should have. Mine is my mother.
Ideals are dangerous things. Realities are better. They wound, but they are better.
If I lost my ideals, I should lose everything.
Everything?
Yes.
Did your father often speak to you of your mother?
No. It gave him too much pain. He told me how my mother had died a few months after I had been born. His eyes filled with tears as he spoke. Then he begged me never to mention her name to him again. It made him suffer even to hear it. My father really died of a broken heart. His life was the most ruined life I know.
I'm afraid I must go now, Lady Windermere.
Oh, no, don't.
I think I had better. My carriage must have come back by this time. I sent it to Lady Jedburgh's with a note.
Arthur, would you mind seeing if Mrs. Erlynne's carriage has come?
Pray don't trouble, Lord Windermere.
Yes, Arthur, do go, please.
She remains impassive. He leaves the room.
Oh, what am I to say to you? You saved me last night.
Hush, don't speak of it.
I must speak of it. I can't let you think that I am going to accept this sacrifice. I am not. It is too great. I am going to tell my husband everything. It is my duty.
It is not your duty. At least you have duties to others besides him. You say you owe me something.
I owe you everything.
Then pay your debt by silence. That is the only way in which it can be paid. Don't spoil the one good thing I have done in my life by telling it to anyone. Promise me that what passed last night will remain a secret between us. You must not bring misery into your husband's life. Why spoil his love? You must not spoil it. Love is easily killed. Oh, how easily love is killed. Pledge me your word, Lady Windermere, that you will never tell him. I insist upon it.
It is your will, not mine.
Yes, it is my will. And never forget your child. I like to think of you as a mother. I like you to think of yourself as one.
I always will now. Only once in my life I have forgotten my own mother. That was last night. Oh, if I had remembered her, I should not have been so foolish, so wicked.
Hush. Last night is quite over.
Enter Lord Windermere.
Your carriage has not come back yet, Mrs. Erlynne.
It makes no matter. I'll take a hansom. There is nothing in the world so respectable as a good Shrewsbury and Talbot. And now, dear Lady Windermere, I'm afraid it really is goodbye. Oh, I remember. You'll think me absurd, but do you know, I've taken a great fancy to this fan that I was silly enough to run away with last night from your ball. Now I wonder, would you give it to me? Lord Windermere says you may. I know it is his present.
Well, certainly, if it will give you any pleasure. But it has my name on it. It has Margaret on it.
But we have the same Christian name.
Oh, I forgot. Of course, do have it. What a wonderful chance, our names being the same.
Quite wonderful. Thanks. It will always remind me of you.
Shakes her hand.
Lord Augustus Lawton, Mrs. Erlin's carriage has come.
Good morning, dear boy. Good morning, Lady Windermere. Mrs. Erlin?
How do you do, Lord Augustus? Are you quite well this morning?
Quite well, thank you, Mrs. Erlin.
You don't look at all well, Lord Augustus. You stop up too late. It is so bad for you. You really should take more care of yourself. Goodbye, Lord Windermere.
He goes towards the door with a bow to Lord Augustus, suddenly smiles and looks back at him.
Lord Augustus, won't you see me to my carriage? You might carry the fan.
Allow me.
No, I want Lord Augustus. I have a special message for the dear Duchess. Won't you carry the fan, Lord Augustus?
If you really desire it, Mrs. Erlin.
Of course I do. You carry it so gracefully. You would carry off anything gracefully, dear Lord Augustus.
When she reaches the door, she looks back for a moment at Lady Windermere. Their eyes meet. Then she turns and exits.
Never speak against Mrs. Erlin again, Arthur, will you?
She is better than one thought her.
She is better than I am.
Child, you and she belong to different worlds. Into your world, evil has never entered.
Don't say that, Arthur. There is the same world for all of us, and good and evil, sin and innocence go through it hand in hand. To shut one's eyes to half of life that one may live securely is as though one blinded oneself that one might walk with more safety in a land of pit and precipice.
Darling, why do you say that?
Because I, who had shut my eyes to life, came to the brink, and one who had separated us...
We were never separated.
We must never be again. Oh, Arthur, don't love me less, and I will trust you more. I will trust you absolutely. Let us go to Selby. In the rose garden at Selby, the roses are white and red.
Enter Lord Augustus.
Arthur, she has explained everything.
Lady Windermere looks horribly frightened at this. Lord Windermere starts. Lord Augustus takes Windermere by the arm. He talks rapidly in a low voice. Lady Windermere stands watching them in horror.
My dear fellow, she has explained every damn thing. We all wronged her immensely. It was entirely for my sake. She went to Darlington's rooms, called first to the club, fact is, wanted to put me out of suspense. And being told I had gone on, followed, naturally frightened when she heard a lot of us coming in, retired to another room. I assure you, most gratifying to me, the whole thing. We all behaved brutally to her. She is just the woman for me. Suits me down to the ground. All the conditions she makes are that we live entirely out of England. Very good thing, too. Damned clubs, damned climate, damned cooks, damned everything. Sick of it all.
Has Mrs. Erlin...
Yes, Lady Windermere. Mrs. Erlin has done me the honour of accepting my hand.
Well, you are certainly marrying a very clever woman.
Taking her husband's hand.
Ah, you are marrying a very good woman.
Curtain. The end.
Well, wasn't that lovely? I do like a happy ending. It's lovely to be back with you. I just want to say thanks so much to Steve for hosting the early morning slot for us. I couldn't have done 24 hours. And thank you for Danny for helping us out late last night as well. In case any of you have just wandered in by accident to this little YouTube channel, this has been Teddington Theatre Club's Wilde Weekend. It's been a celebration during Pride Weekend and also the 125th anniversary of his conviction of the genius that was Oscar Wilde. We've spent the last day and we'll spend the next couple of hours performing over 50 of Oscar Wilde's works. This has been brought to you by 62 actors, 9 directors, who have basically taken on between them 86 named roles in plays and 127 parts during the course of the weekend. So I would like to say a big thank you to them and have a toast to them, and also to Oscar Wilde, and on this special weekend to anybody who is suffering any kind of persecution. Now, without further ado, I'm going to open up the doors to the dressing room and let our lovely cast for the final play come in. And you'll be treated to the importance of being earnest. And I'm now going to hand you over to our director, Nigel Cole, and the importance of being earnest.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the final part of the Wilde Weekend Marathon. And what a fantastic couple of days it's been, and congratulations to everyone involved and to the organisers, particularly Steve, Danny, and of course Lottie. So without further ado, it's a great privilege to be able to finish off the weekend with the importance of being earnest. And as a final twist, rather than take you back to the year of 1895 when the play was first staged, we're going to take you back just to the swinging 60s of London. And with the aid of this wonderful modern technology, I will hopefully be able to kick off with our opening titles, and I'll see you in a little while.
Sunshine came softly through my window today. Could have tripped out easy, but I've changed my way. It'll take time, I know it, but in a while you're gonna be mine, I know it. We'll do it in style.
Did you hear what I was playing, Lane?
I didn't think it polite to listen, sir.
I'm sorry for that, for your sake. I don't play accurately. Anyone can play accurately. But I play with wonderful expression. As far as the piano is concerned, sentiment is my forte. I keep science for life.
Yes, sir.
And speaking of the science of life, have you got the cucumber sandwiches cut for Lady Bracknell?
Yes, sir.
Oh. By the way, Lane, I see from your book that on Thursday night when Lord Shorman and Mr. Worthing were dining with me, 8 bottles of champagne were entered as having been consumed.
Yes, sir. 8 bottles and a pint.
Why is it that at a bachelor's establishment the servants invariably drink the champagne? I ask merely for information.
I attribute it to the superior quality of the wine, sir. I've often observed that in married households the champagne is rarely of a first-rate brand.
Good heavens! Is marriage so demoralizing as that?
I believe it is a very pleasant state, sir. I've very little experience of it myself up to the present. I have only been married once. That was in consequence of a misunderstanding between myself and a young person.
I don't know that I'm very much interested in your family life, Lane.
No, sir, it is not a very interesting subject. I never think of it myself.
Very natural, I am sure. That will do, Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Lane's varied views on marriage seem somewhat lax. Really, if the lower orders don't set us a good example, what on earth is the use of them? They seem, as a class, to have absolutely no sense of moral responsibility.
Mr. Ernest Worthing.
Ah, how are you, my dear Ernest? What brings you up in town?
Oh, pleasure, pleasure. What else should bring one anywhere? Eating as usual, I see, Algie.
I believe it is customary in good society to take some slight refreshment at 5 o'clock. Where have you been since last Thursday?
In the country.
Oh, what on earth do you do there?
Oh, when one is in town, one amuses oneself. When one is in the country, one amuses other people. It's excessively boring.
I'm sure. And who are these people you amuse?
Oh, neighbours, neighbours.
Got nice neighbours in your part of Shropshire?
Perfectly horrid. Never speak to one of them.
Oh, how immensely you must amuse them. By the way, Shropshire is your country, is it not?
Eh? Shropshire? Oh, yes, of course. Oh, hello. Why all these cups? Why cucumber sandwiches? Why such reckless extravagance in someone so young? Who is coming to tea?
Oh, merely Aunt Augusta and Gwendolen.
Ah, how perfectly delightful.
Yes, that is all very well, but I'm afraid Aunt Augusta won't quite approve of your being here.
May I ask why?
My dear fellow, the way you flirt with Gwendolen is perfectly disgraceful. It is almost as bad as the way she flirts with you.
I am in love with Gwendolen. I've come up to town expressly to propose to her.
I thought you'd have come up here for pleasure. I call that business.
How utterly unromantic you are.
Oh, I really don't see anything romantic in proposing. It is very romantic to be in love, but there is nothing romantic about a definite proposal. Why? One may be accepted, one usually is, I believe. Then the excitement is over. The very essence of romance is uncertainty. If I ever get married, I'll certainly try and forget the fact.
I have no doubt about that, dear Algie. The divorce court was specifically invented for people whose memories are so curiously constituted.
Oh, there is no use speculating on that subject. Divorces are made in heaven. But please don't touch the cucumber sandwiches. They are ordered specially for Aunt Augusta.
Well, you have been eating them all this time.
That is quite a different matter. She is my aunt. Have some bread and butter. The bread and butter is for Gwendolen. Gwendolen is devoted to bread and butter.
And very good bread and butter it is, too.
Well, my dear fellow, you need not eat as if you were going to eat it all. You behave as if you were married to her already. You are not married to her already, and I don't think you ever will be.
Why on earth do you say that?
Well, in the first place, girls never marry the men they flirt with. Girls don't think it right.
Oh, that is nonsense.
It isn't. It is a great truth. It accounts for the extraordinary number of bachelors that one sees all over the place. In the second place, I don't give my consent.
Your consent?
My dear fellow, Gwendolen is my first cousin. And before I allow you to marry her, you will have to clear up the matter of the question of Cecily.
Cecily? What do you mean? What on earth do you mean, Algie, by Cecily? I don't know anyone by the name of Cecily.
Bring me that cigarette case Mr. Worthing left in the smoking room the last time he dined here.
Yes, sir.
Do you mean to say that you've had my cigarette case all this time? I wish to goodness you'd let me know. I've been writing frantic letters to Scotland Yard about it. I was nearly offering a large reward.
Well, I wish you would offer one. I happen to be more than usually hard up.
Oh, there's no good offering a large reward now that the thing is found.
I think that is rather mean of you, Ernest, I must say. However, it makes no matter. For now that I look at the inscription inside, I find that the thing isn't yours after all.
Of course it's mine. You have seen me with it 100 times, and you have no right whatsoever to read what's written inside it. It is a very ungentlemanly thing to read a private cigarette case.
Oh, it is absurd to have a hard and fast rule about one should read, about one shouldn't. More than half of modern culture depends on what one shouldn't read.
I'm quite aware of the fact, and I don't propose to discuss modern culture. It isn't the sort of thing one should talk about in private. I simply want my cigarette case back.
Yes, but this isn't your cigarette case. This cigarette case is a present from someone of the name of Cecily, and you said you didn't know anyone of that name.
Well, if you want to know, Cecily is my aunt, yes.
Your aunt?
Yes! Charming old lady she is too, lives at Tunbridge Wells. Just give it back to me, Algie.
But why does she call herself Little Cecily if she is your aunt and lives at Tunbridge Wells? From Little Cecily with her fondest love.
Oh, my dear fellow, what on earth is there in that? Some aunts are tall, Some aunts are not tall. That is a matter that surely an aunt may be allowed to decide for herself. You seem to think every aunt should be exactly like your aunt. Now that is absurd. Just for heaven's sake, just give me back my cigarette case.
Yes, but why does your aunt call you her uncle? From little Cecily, with her fondest love, to her dear Uncle Jack. There is no objection, I admit, to an aunt being a small aunt. Why? An aunt, no matter what her size may be, should call her nephew her uncle? I can't quite make it out. Besides, your name isn't Jack after all, it is Earnest.
It isn't Ernest, it's Jack.
But you have always told me it was Earnest. I have introduced you to everyone as Earnest. You answer to the name of Earnest. You look as if your name was Earnest. You are the most earnest-looking person I ever saw in my life. It is perfectly absurd you saying that your name isn't Earnest. It's on one of your cards. Here is one of them. Mr. Ernest Worthing, B for the Albany.
Well, my name is Ernest in town and Jack in the country. And the cigarette case was given to me in the country.
Yes, but that does not account for the fact that your small Aunt Cecily, who lives at Tunbridge Wells, calls you her dear uncle. Come on, boy, you'd much better have the thing out at once.
Oh, my dear Algy, you talk exactly as if you were a dentist. It's very vulgar to talk like a dentist when one is not a dentist. It produces a false impression.
Well, that is exactly what dentists always do. Now, go on. Tell me the whole thing. I may mention that I have always suspected you of being a confirmed and secret Bunburyist, and I'm quite sure of it now.
Bunburyist? What on earth do you mean by Bunburyist?
I'll reveal to you the meaning of the incomparable expression as soon as you are kind enough to inform me, I should say, why you are Ernest in town and Jack in the country.
Well, produce my cigarette case first.
Here it is. Now, produce your explanation, and pray make it improbable.
Oh, my dear fellow, there was nothing improbable about my explanation at all. In fact, it's perfectly ordinary. Old Mr. Thomas Cardew, who adopted me when I was a little boy, made me in his will guardian to his granddaughter, Miss Cecily Cardew. Cecily, who addresses me as her uncle from motives of respect that you could not possibly appreciate, lives at my place in the country under the charge of her admirable governess, Miss Prism.
Where is that place in the country, by the way?
And that is nothing to you, dear boy. You're not going to be invited. I may tell you candidly that the place is not in Shropshire.
I suspected that, my dear fellow. I have Bunburyed all over Shropshire on 2 separate occasions. Now, go on. Why are you Ernest in town and Jack in the country?
My dear Algy, when one is placed in a position of guardian, one has to adopt a very high moral tone on all subjects. It's one's duty to do so. And as a high moral tone can hardly be said to conduce very much to either one's health or one's happiness, in order to get up to town, I have always pretended to have a younger brother of the name Earnest, who lives in the Albany, and who gets into the most dreadful scrapes. That, my dear Algy, is the whole truth, pure and simple.
The truth is never pure and rarely simple. Modern life would be very tedious if it were either, and modern literature a complete impossibility.
That wouldn't be at all a bad thing.
Literary criticism is not your forte, my dear fellow. Don't try it. You should leave that to the people who haven't been at university. They do it so well in their daily papers. What you really are is a Bunburyist. I was quite right in saying that you were a Bunburyist. You are the most advanced Bunburyist I have ever met.
What on earth do you mean?
You have invented a very useful younger brother called Earnest in order that you might be able to come up to town as often as you like. I have invented an invaluable permanent invalid called Bunbury in order that I may be able to go down into the country whenever I choose. Bunbury is perfectly invaluable. If it wasn't for Bunbury's extraordinary bad health, for instance, I wouldn't be able to dine with you at Willis's tonight, for I've really been engaged to Aunt Augusta for more than a week.
I haven't asked you to dine with me anywhere tonight.
I know. You are absurdly careless about sending out invitations. It is
You had better much dine with your Aunt Augusta.
I haven't the slightest intention of doing anything of the kind. I dine there on Monday, and once a week is quite enough to dine with one's own relations. Besides, now that I know that you are a confirmed Bumbrius, I naturally want to talk to you about Bumbring. I want to tell you the rules.
I'm not a Bumbriest at all. If Gwendolen accepts me, I'm going to kill my brother. Indeed, I think I'd kill him in any case. Cecily is a little too much interested in him. It's rather a bore. So I'm going to get rid of Earnest, and I strongly advise you to do the same with with your invalid friend with that absurd name.
Nothing will induce me to part with Bumbring, and if you ever get married, which seems to me extremely problematic, you will be very glad to know Bumbring. A man who marries without knowing Bumbring has a very tedious time of it.
That is nonsense. If I marry a charming girl like Gwendolen, and she is the only girl I ever saw in my life that I would marry, I certainly won't want to know Bunbury.
Then your wife will. You don't seem to realise that in married life, 3 is company, and 2 is none.
That, my dear friend, is the theory that corrupt French drama has been propounding for the last 50 years.
Yes, and that the happy English home has proved in half the time.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be cynical. It's perfectly easy to be cynical.
My dear fellow, it isn't easy to be anything nowadays. There's such a lot of beastly competition about. Ah, that must be Aunt Augusta. Only relatives or creditors ever ring in a Wagnerian manner. Now, if I get her out of the way for 10 minutes so that you can have an opportunity for proposing to Gwendolen, may I dine with you tonight at Willis's?
I suppose so, if you want to.
Oh, yes, but you must be serious about it. I hate people who are not serious about meals. It is so shallow of them.
Lady Bracknell and Miss Fairfax.
Good afternoon, dear Algernon. I hope you are behaving very well.
I'm feeling very well, Aunt Augusta.
That's not quite the same thing. In fact, the two things rarely go together.
Dear me, you are smart.
I'm always smart. Am I not, Mr. Worthing?
You're quite perfect, Miss Fairfax.
I hope I'm not that. It would leave no room for developments, and I intend to develop in many directions.
I'm sorry if we are a little late, Algernon, but I was obliged to call on dear Lady Harbury. I hadn't been there since her poor husband's death. I never saw a woman so altered. She looks quite 20 years younger. And now I'll have a cup of tea and one of those nice cucumber sandwiches you promised me.
Certainly, Aunt Augusta.
Won't you come and sit over here, Gwendolen?
Oh, thanks, Mamma. I'm quite comfortable where I am.
Good heavens, Lane. Why are there no cucumber sandwiches? I ordered them specially.
There were no cucumbers in the market this morning, sir. I went down twice.
No cucumbers?
No, sir. Not even for ready money.
That will do, Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, I am greatly distressed, Aunt Augusta, about there being no cucumbers. Not even for ready money.
It really makes no matter, Algernon. I had some crumpets with Lady Harbury, who seems to me to be living entirely for pleasure now.
I hear her hair has turned quite gold from grief.
It certainly has changed its colour. From what cause, I, of course, cannot say. Thank you. I've got quite a treat for you tonight, Algernon. I'm going to send you down with Mary Farquhar. She's such a nice woman and so attentive to her husband. It's delightful to watch them.
Oh, I am afraid, Aunt Augusta, I shall have to give up the pleasure of dining with you tonight after all.
I hope not, Algernon. It would put my table completely out. Your uncle would have to dine upstairs. Fortunately, he is accustomed to that.
It is a great bore, and I need hardly say a terrible disappointment to me. But the fact is, I have just had a telegram to say that my poor friend Bunbury is very ill again. They seem to think I should be with him.
It's very strange. This Mr. Bunbury seems to suffer from curiously bad health.
Yes, Poor Bunbury is a dreadful invalid.
Well, I must say, Algernon, that I think it's high time that Mr. Bunbury made up his mind whether he was going to live or die. This shilly-shallying with the question is absurd. I should be much obliged if you would ask Mr. Bunbury from me to be kind enough not to have a relapse on Saturday, for I rely on you to arrange the music for my last reception of the season.
I'll speak to Bunbury, Aunt Augusta, if he is still conscious. And I think I can promise you he'll be all right by Saturday. But I'll run over the programme I've drawn out. And if you will kindly come into the next room for a moment.
Thank you, Algernon. It's very thoughtful of you. I'm sure the programme will be delightful after a few expurgations. Gwendolen, you will accompany me.
Certainly, Mamma.
Lady Bracknell and Algernon go into the music room. Gwendolen remains behind.
Charming day it has been, Miss Fairfax.
Oh, pray don't talk to me about the weather, Mr. Worthing. When other people talk to me about the weather, I always feel quite certain that they mean something else. And that makes me just so nervous.
I do mean something else.
Oh, well, I thought so. In fact, I am never wrong.
And I would like to be allowed to take advantage of Lady Bracknell's temporary absence.
Well, I would certainly advise you to do so. Mamma has a way of coming back suddenly into a room that I've often had to speak to her about.
Miss Fairfax, ever since I met you, I have admired you more than any girl I have ever met since I met you.
Yes, I'm quite aware of the fact. And I often wish that in public, at any rate, you had been more demonstrative. For me, you've always had an irresistible fascination. My ideal has always been to love someone with the name of Earnest. There is something in that name that inspires absolute confidence. The moment Algernon first mentioned to me that he had a friend called Earnest, well, I knew I was destined to love you.
You really love me, Gwendolen?
Passionately.
Oh, darling, you don't know how happy you've made me.
Oh, my own Earnest.
But you don't really mean to say that you couldn't love me if my name wasn't Earnest.
But your name is Earnest.
Yes, I know it is. But supposing it was something else, you mean to say you couldn't love me then?
Ah, well, that is clearly a metaphysical speculation, and like most metaphysical speculations, has very little reference at all to the actual facts of real life as we know them.
Personally, darling, to speak quite candidly, I don't much care for the name of Earnest. I don't think the name suits me at all.
It suits you perfectly. It is a divine name. It has a music of its own, and it produces vibrations.
Well, really, Gwendolen, I must say that I think there are lots of other much nicer names. I think Jack, for instance, a charming name.
There's very little music in the name Jack, if at all, indeed. It does not thrill. It produces absolutely no vibrations. I have known several Jacks, and they all, without exception, were more than usually plain.
Gwendolen, I must get christened at once. I mean, we must get married at once. There is no time to be lost.
Married, Mr. Worthing?
Well, surely. You know that I love you, and you led me to believe, Miss Fairfax, that you were not absolutely indifferent to me.
Well, I adore you, but you haven't proposed to me yet. Nothing has been said at all about marriage. The subject has never even been touched on.
Well, may I propose to you now?
Well, I suppose it would be an admirable opportunity. And to spare you any possible disappointment, Mr. Worthing, I think it only fair to tell you quite frankly beforehand that I am fully determined to accept you.
Oh, Gwendolen!
Yes, Mr. Worthing. Now what have you to say to me?
You know what I've got to say to you.
Yes, but you don't say it.
Gwendolen, will you marry me?
Of course I will, darling. How long have you been about it? I'm afraid you've had very little experience in how to propose.
Oh, my own one. I've never loved anyone in the world but you.
Yes, but men often propose for practice. I mean, I know my brother Gerald does. All my girlfriends tell me so. Well, I mean, what wonderfully blue eyes you have, Earnest, and they are quite blue. always look at me just like that, especially when there are other people present.
Mr. Worthing, rise, sir, from this semi-recumbent posture. It is most indecorous.
Mamma, I must beg you to retire. This is no place for you. Besides, Mr. Worthing has not quite finished yet.
Finished what, may I ask?
I am engaged to Mr. Worthing, Mamma.
Pardon me, you're not engaged to anyone. When you do become engaged to someone, I or your father, should his health permit him, will inform you of the fact. An engagement should come on a young girl as a surprise, pleasant or unpleasant as the case may be. It's hardly a matter that she could be allowed to arrange for herself. And now, I have a few questions to put to you, Mr. Worthing. While I'm making these inquiries, you, Gwendolen, will wait for me below in the carriage.
Oh, Mamma.
In the carriage, Gwendolen?
Gwendolen goes to the door. She and Jack blow kisses to each other behind Lady Bracknell's back.
Gwendolen, the carriage.
Yes, Mamma.
You can take a seat, Mr. Worthing.
Thank you, Lady Bracknell. I prefer standing.
I feel bound to tell you that you are not down on my list of eligible young men, though I have the same list as the Duchess of Bolton has. We work together, in fact. However, I'm quite ready to enter your name, should your answers be what a really affectionate mother requires. Do you smoke?
Well, yes, I must admit I smoke.
I'm glad to hear it. A man should always have an occupation of some kind. There are far too many idle men in London as it is. How old are you?
29.
A very good age to be married at. I have always been of the opinion that a man who desires to get married should know either everything or nothing. Which do you know?
I know nothing, Lady Bracknell.
I am pleased to hear it. I do not approve of anything that tampers with natural ignorance. Ignorance is like a delicate, exotic fruit. Touch it and the bloom is gone. The whole theory of modern education is radically unsound. Fortunately, in England, at any rate, education produces no effect whatsoever. If it did, it would prove a serious danger to the upper classes and probably lead to acts of violence in Grosvenor Square. What is your income?
Between 7,000 and 8,000 a year.
In land or in investments?
In investments, chiefly.
That is satisfactory. What between the duties expected of one during one's lifetime and the duties exacted from one after one's death, land has ceased to be either a profit or a pleasure. It gives one position and prevents one from keeping it up.
I have a country house with some land, of course, attached to it. About 1,500 acres, I believe. But I don't depend on that for my real income. In fact, as far as I can make out, the poachers are the only people who get anything out of it.
A country house? How many bedrooms? Well, that point can be cleared up afterwards. You have a townhouse, I hope? A girl with a simple, unspoiled nature like Gwendolen could hardly be expected to reside in the country.
Well, I own a house in Belgrave Square, but it's let by the year to Lady Bloxham. Of course, I can get it back whenever I like, at 6 months' notice.
Lady Bloxham? I don't know her.
Oh, she goes about very little. She is a lady considerably advanced in years.
Oh, nowadays that is no guarantee of respectability of character. What number in Belgrave Square?
149.
Oh dear, that's the unfashionable side. I thought there was something. However, that could easily be altered.
Do you mean the fashion or the side?
Both, if necessary, I presume. What are your politics?
Well, I'm afraid I really have none. I'm a liberal.
Oh, they count as Tories. They dine with us. Or come in the evening, at any rate. Now to minor matters. Are your parents living?
I have lost both my parents.
To lose one parent, Mr. Worthing, may be regarded as a misfortune. To lose both looks like carelessness. Who was your father? He was evidently a man of some wealth. Was he born in what the radical papers call the purple of commerce, or did he rise from the ranks of the aristocracy?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The fact is, Lady Bracknell, I said I had lost my parents. It would be nearer the truth to say that my parents seem to have lost me. I don't actually know who I am by birth. I was, I was found.
Found?
The late Mr. Thomas Cardew, an old gentleman of a very charitable and kindly disposition, found me and gave me the name of Worthing, because he happened to have a first-class ticket for Worthing in his pocket at the time. Worthing is a place in Sussex. It's a seaside resort.
Where did the charitable gentleman who had a first-class ticket for this seaside resort find you?
In a handbag.
A handbag?
Yes, Lady Bracknell. I was in a handbag, a somewhat large black leather handbag with handles to it, and an ordinary handbag, in fact.
In what locality did this Mr. James or Thomas Cardew come across this ordinary handbag?
In the cloakroom at Victoria Station. It was given to him in mistake for his own.
The cloakroom at Victoria Station?
Yes, the Brighton line.
The line is immaterial, Mr. Worthing. I confess I feel somewhat bewildered by what you have just told me. To be born, or at any rate bred, whether in a handbag, whether it had handles or not, seems to me to display a contempt for ordinary decencies of family life that reminds me of one of the worst excesses of the French Revolution, and I presume you know what that unfortunate movement led to. As for the particular locality in which the handbag was found, a cloakroom at a railway station might serve to conceal a social indiscretion, has probably indeed been used for that purpose before now. But it could hardly be regarded as an assured basis for a recognized position in good society.
May I ask you then what you would advise me to do? I need hardly say I would do anything in the world to ensure Gwendolen's happiness.
I would strongly advise you, Mr. Worthing, to try and acquire some relations as soon as possible, and to make a definite effort to, at any rate, to produce one parent of either sex before the end of the season.
Well, I don't see how I could possibly manage to do that. I can produce the handbag at any moment. It's in my dressing room at home. I really think that should satisfy you, Lady Bracknell.
Me, sir? Well, what is it to do with me? You can hardly imagine that I, a Lord Bracknell, would dream of allowing our only daughter, a girl brought up with the utmost care, to marry into a cloakroom and form an alliance with a parcel. Good morning, Mr. Worthing.
Good morning. Goodness sake, don't play that ghastly tune, Algy! How idiotic you are!
Ha ha! Didn't it go off all right, old boy? You don't mean to say that Gwendolen refused you? Oh, I know it is the way she has. She is always refusing people. I think it is most ill-natured of her.
Oh, Gwendolen is right as a trivet. As far as she's concerned, we are engaged. Her mother is perfectly unbearable. Never met such a gorgon. Well, I beg your pardon, Algy. I suppose I shouldn't talk to you about your own aunt to you like that.
My dear boy, I love hearing my relations abused. It is the only thing that makes me put up with them at all. Relations are simply a tedious pack of people who haven't got the remotest knowledge of how to live, nor the smallest instinct of when to die.
Oh, that is nonsense.
It isn't.
Well, I won't argue about the matter. You always want to argue about things.
That is exactly what things were originally made for.
Upon my word, if I thought that, I'd shoot myself. You don't think there is any chance of Gwendolen becoming like her mother in about 150 years, do you, Algy?
All women become like their mothers. That is their tragedy. No man does. That is theirs.
Is that clever?
Ugh, it is perfectly phrased, and quite as true as any observation in civilized life should be.
I'm sick to death of cleverness. Everybody is clever nowadays. You can't go anywhere without meeting clever people. The thing has become an absolute public nuisance. I wish to God we had a few fools left.
We have.
I should extremely like to meet them. What do they talk about?
The fools? Oh, about the clever people, of course.
What fools?
By the way, did you tell Gwendolen the truth about your being Ernest in town and Jack in the country?
My dear fellow, the truth isn't quite the sort of thing one tells to a nice, sweet, refined girl. What extraordinary ideas you have about the way to behave to women.
The only way to behave to a woman is to make love to her if she is pretty, and to someone else if she is plain.
That is nonsense.
What about your brother? What about the profligate Earnest?
Oh, before the end of the week I shall have got rid of him. I'll say he died in Paris of apoplexy. Lots of people die of apoplexy, don't they? Quite suddenly.
Yes, but it is hereditary, my dear fellow. It's the sort of things that runs in the family. You would much better say a severe chill.
You are sure that a severe chill isn't hereditary or anything of that kind?
Of course it isn't.
Ah, very well then. My poor brother Ernest, to carried off suddenly in Paris by a severe chill. Yes, that gets rid of him.
But I thought you said that Miss Cardew was a little too much interested in your poor brother Ernest. Won't she feel his loss a good deal?
No, that is all right. Cecily is not a silly romantic girl, I'm glad to say. She has got a capital appetite, goes on long walks, and pays no attention at all to her lessons.
I would rather like to see Cecily.
And I will take very good care you never do. She's excessively pretty, and she's only just 18.
Have you told Gwendolen yet that you have an excessively pretty ward who is only just 18?
Oh, one doesn't blurt these things out to people. Cecily and Gwendolen are perfectly certain to be extremely good friends. I'll bet you anything you like that in half an hour after they've met, they will be calling each other sister.
Oh, women only do that when they have called each other a lot of other things first. Now, my dear boy, if we want to get a good table at Willis's, we really must go and dress. Did you know it is nearly 7?
Oh, it's always nearly 7.
Well, I am hungry.
I never knew you when you weren't.
What shall we do after dinner? Go to a theatre?
Oh, no, I loathe listening.
Well, let us go to a club.
No, I hate talking.
Well, we might trot around to the Empire at 10?
No, I can't bear looking at things, it's so silly.
Well, what shall we do?
Nothing.
Oh, it is awfully hard work doing nothing. However, I don't mind hard work where there is no definite object of any kind.
Miss Fairfax.
Gwendolen, upon my word.
Oh, Algy, kindly turn your back. I have something very particular to say to Mr. Worthing.
Really, Gwendolen? I don't think I can allow this at all.
Well, Algy, you always adopt a very strictly immoral attitude towards life, and you're not quite old enough to do that.
My own darling.
Ernest, we may never be married. From the expression on Mamma's face, I fear we never shall. Few parents nowadays pay any regard to what their children say to them, and whatever influence I ever had over Mamma, I lost at the age of 3. But although she may prevent us from becoming man and wife, and I may marry someone else, and marry often, oh, well, nothing that she can possibly do can alter my eternal devotion to you.
Oh, dear Gwendolen.
The story of your romantic origin, as related to me by Mamma, with unpleasing comments, has naturally stirred the deeper fibres of my nature. Your Christian name has an irresistible fascination. The simplicity of your character makes you exquisitely incomprehensible to me. Your town address at the Albany I have. What is your address in the country?
The Manor House, Walton, Hertfordshire.
Algernon, who has been carefully listening, smiles to himself and writes the address on his shirt cuff, then picks up the railway guide.
There is a good postal service, I suppose. It may be necessary to do something desperate. That, of course, will require serious consideration. I will communicate with you daily.
My own one.
How long will you remain in town?
Till Monday.
Good. Algy, you may turn around now.
Thank you. I've turned round already.
And you may also ring the bell.
You will let me see you to your carriage, my own darling?
Certainly.
I will see Miss Fairfax out.
Yes, sir?
Lane presents several letters on a salver to Algernon. It is to be surmised that they are bills, as Algernon, after looking at the envelopes, tears them up.
A glass of sherry, Lane.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, Lane, I am going Bunburying.
Yes, sir.
I shall probably not be back till Monday. You can put up my dress clothes, my smoking jacket, and all the Bunbury suits.
Yes, sir.
I hope tomorrow will be a fine day, Lane.
It never is, sir.
Lane, you are a perfect pessimist.
I do my best to give satisfaction, sir.
There is a sensible, intellectual girl, the only girl I've ever cared for in my life. What on earth are you so amused at?
Oh, I'm a little anxious about poor Bunbury, that is all.
If you do not take care, your friend Bunbury will get you into a serious scrape someday.
I love scrapes. They are the only thing that are never serious.
Oh, that is nonsense, Algie. You never talk anything but nonsense.
Nobody ever does.
'Cause I've made my mind up, you're going to be mine. I'll tell you right now, ain't a trick in the book, and now, baby, that I can find.
Wasn't that lovely? Swinging 60s, my goodness. So we're now having an interval. We'll just have a few minutes so that the actors can get their breaths back and all that stuff. And I've got a couple of little wee announcements for you. Bear with me 1 second. I'll find my piece of paper. I have to say, I'm a bit tired. In fact, I'm very tired. I've been up nearly 25 hours. And it shows, bags under the eyes, handbags under the eyes even. So what I probably need is a bit of a little pick-me-up and someone to look after me. So Body First UK, they're our near neighbours at the Hampton Hill Theatre. It's a physio, injury and rehabilitation and wellbeing clinic. They're in Hampton Hill High Street, just next door to Billy Basin Hairdressers. There's another plug, we like them too, opposite Windmill Road. And the clinic provides rapid pain relief and they aim to keep you in tip-top condition by looking after your well-being. I'm definitely going. Now, if you pop along and see them and mention the Wilde Weekend, which is what you've been doing today, book an appointment and they'll give you 10% off. That's nice, isn't it? And the other people who are our close friends that we need to mention to you today are the Landmark Arts Centre. Now, the Landmark Arts Centre is in Teddington, and it's their 25th birthday this year, and they've been doing a Landmark 25 challenge, and that's the reason that we are doing 25 hours of Oscar Wilde and not 24 like normal people would do. So check out the Landmark Arts Centre. I think it's #Landmark25 challenge. See how you can get involved. You might want to donate to their good cause or do a challenge yourself. I know a couple of people on the back of seeing what we've been doing over the last weekend have actually signed up to do stuff. So that's all very good. And finally, will she ever shut up? I hear you cry. Not very often is the answer. Here we have our social media details. We've had lots of new subscribers to our YouTube channel this weekend because everyone's been enjoying the Wilde, which is great. So if you have enjoyed what we've done and you want to keep up with what we're doing, do please contact us on Facebook, which is @Teddington Theatre Club, or Twitter @Teddington_TC, or Instagram, which is again @Teddington Theatre Club. And you've all got the YouTube link because you're watching us at the moment. I'm a bit old-fashioned, don't know how to do screen saving. I learnt lots this week, but I haven't learnt much else. So there you are, there's our social media stuff. And I shall now leave you in peace to have a short rest before Nigel and the team come back and entertain us with the second half of the Swinging 60s version of The Importance of Being Earnest. This is the last time I'll see you today. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of the weekend, and thank you all so very, very much for joining in our little bit of silliness this weekend.
You're gonna find me out in the country. Yeah, you're gonna find me way out in the country.
Garden at the manor house. Basket chairs and a table covered with books are set under a large yew tree.
Cecily? Cecily? Surely such a utilitarian occupation as the watering of flowers is rather Moulton's duty than yours, especially at a moment when intellectual pleasures await you. Your German grammar is on the table. Pray open it at page 15 and we will repeat yesterday's lesson.
But I don't like German. It isn't at all a becoming language. I know perfectly well that I look quite plain after my German lesson.
Child, you know how anxious your guardian is that you should improve yourself in every way. He laid particular stress on your German as he was leaving for town yesterday. Indeed, he always lays stress on your German when he is leaving for town.
Dear Uncle Jack is so very serious. Sometimes he is so serious that I think he cannot be quite well.
Child, you know your guardian enjoys the best of health, and his gravity of demeanour is especially to be commended, one so comparatively young as he is. I know no one who has a higher sense of duty and responsibility.
I suppose that is why he often looks a little bored when we three are together.
Cecily, I am surprised at you. Mr. Worthing has many troubles in his life. Idle merriment and triviality would be out of place in his conversation. And you must remember his constant anxiety about that unfortunate young man, his brother.
I wish Uncle Jack would allow that unfortunate young man, his brother, to come down here sometimes. We might have a good influence over him, Miss Prism. I am sure you certainly would. You know German and geology and things of that kind influence a man very much.
I do not think that even I could produce any effect on a character that, according to his own brother's admission, is irretrievably weak and vacillating. Indeed, I am not sure that I would desire to reclaim him. I'm not in favour of this modern mania for turning bad people into good people at a moment's notice. As a man sows, so let him reap. Now you must put away your diary, Cecily. I really don't see why you should keep a diary at all.
I keep a diary in order to enter the wonderful secrets of my life. If I didn't write them down, I should probably forget all about them.
Memory, my dear Cecily, is the diary that we all carry about with us.
Yes, but it usually chronicles the things that have never happened and can possibly have happened. I believe that memory is responsible for nearly all the 3-volume novels that Moody sends us.
Oh, do not speak slightingly of the 3-volume novel, Cecily. I wrote one myself in earlier days.
Did you really, Miss Prism? How wonderfully clever you are. I hope it did not end happily. I don't like novels that end happily. They depress me so much.
Well, the good ended happily and the bad unhappily. That is what fiction means.
I suppose so, but it seems very unfair. And was your novel ever published?
Alas, no. The manuscript, unfortunately, was abandoned. I use the word in the sense of lost or mislaid. Now, to your work, child. These speculations are profitless.
But I see Dr. Chasuble coming up through the garden.
Dr. Chasuble? Oh, Dr. Chasuble, this is indeed a pleasure.
Ah, and how are we this morning? Oh, Miss Prism, you are, I trust, well.
Miss Prism has just been complaining of a slight headache. I think it would do her so much good to have a short stroll with you in the park, Dr. Chasuble.
Cecily, I have not mentioned anything about a headache.
No, dear Miss Prism, I know that. But I felt instinctively that you had a headache. Indeed, I was thinking about that and not about my German lesson when the rector came in.
Oh, I hope, Cecily, you're not inattentive.
Oh, I'm afraid I am.
Well, that is strange. Were I fortunate enough to be Miss Prism's pupil, I would hang upon her lips I spoke metaphorically. My metaphor was drawn from bees. Mr. Worthing, I suppose, has not returned from town yet?
We do not expect him until Monday afternoon.
Oh, yes. He usually likes to spend his Sunday in London. He is not one of those whose sole aim is enjoyment, as by all accounts that unfortunate young man, his brother, seems to be. Oh, but I must not disturb Egeria and her pupil any longer.
Egeria? My name is Letitia, Doctor.
Oh, a classical allusion, merely drawn from the pagan authors. I shall see you both, no doubt, at evensong.
I think, dear Doctor, I will have a stroll with you. I find I have a headache after all, and a walk might do it good.
Oh, with pleasure, Miss Prism, with pleasure. We might as go as far as the schools and back.
That would be delightful. Cecily, you will read your political economy in my absence. The chapter on the fall of the rupee you may omit. It is somewhat too sensational. Even these metallic problems have their melodramatic side.
Miss Prism goes down the garden with Dr. Chasuble.
Horrid political economy. Horrid German. Horrid geography.
Mr. Ernest Worthing has just driven over from the station. He has brought his luggage with him.
Mr. Ernest Worthing, B4 the Albany, W. Uncle Jack's brother. Did you tell him Mr. Worthing was in town?
Yes, miss. He seemed very much disappointed. I mentioned to that you and Miss Prism were in the garden. He said he was anxious to speak to you privately for a moment.
Ask Mr. Ernest Worthing to come here. I suppose you had better talk to the housekeeper about a room for him.
Yes, miss.
I have never met any really wicked person before. I feel rather frightened. I'm so afraid he will look just like everyone else.
Enter Algernon.
You are my little cousin Cecily, I'm sure.
You are under some strange mistake. I am not little. In fact, I believe I am more than usually tall for my age. But I am your cousin Cecily. You, I see from your card, are Uncle Jack's brother, my cousin Ernest. My wicked cousin Ernest.
I'm not really wicked at all, cousin Cecily. You mustn't think that I am wicked.
If you are not, then you have certainly been deceiving us all in a very inexcusable manner. I hope you have not been leading a double life, pretending to be wicked and being really good all the time. That would be hypocrisy.
Oh, of course, I have been rather reckless.
I'm glad to hear it.
In fact, now you mention the subject, I have been very bad in my own small way.
I don't think you should be so proud of that, though I am sure it must have been very pleasant.
It is much pleasanter being here with you.
I can't understand how you are here at all. Uncle Jack won't be back till Monday afternoon.
That is a great disappointment. I'm obliged to go up on my first train on Monday morning. I have a business appointment that I am anxious to miss.
Couldn't you miss it anywhere but in London?
No, the appointment is in London.
Well, I know, of course, how important it is not to keep a business engagement if one wants to retain any sense of the beauty of life. But still, I think you had better wait until Uncle Jack arrives. I know he wants to speak to you about your emigrating.
About my what?
Your emigrating. He's gone up to buy your outfit.
I certainly wouldn't let Jack buy my outfit. He has no taste in neckties at all.
I don't think you will require neckties. Uncle Jack is sending you to Australia.
Australia? I'd sooner die.
Well, he said at dinner on Wednesday night that you would have to choose between this world, the next world, and Australia.
Oh, well, the accounts I have received of Australia and the next world are not particularly encouraging. This world is good enough for me, cousin Cecily.
Yes, but are you good enough for it?
I'm afraid I'm not that. That is why I want you to reform me. You might make that your mission, if you don't mind, cousin Cecily.
I'm afraid I've no time this afternoon.
Well, would you mind my reforming myself this afternoon?
It is rather quixotic of you, but I think you should try.
I will. I feel better already.
You are looking a little worse.
That is because I am hungry.
How thoughtless of me. I should have remembered that when one is going to lead an entirely new life, one requires regular and wholesome meals. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Might I have a buttonhole first? I never have any appetite unless I have my buttonhole first.
A Martian O'Neill?
No, I'd sooner have a pink rose.
Why?
Because you are like a pink rose, Cousin Cecily.
I don't think it can be right for you to talk to me like that. Miss Prism never says such things to me.
Then Miss Prism is the most short-sighted old lady. You are the prettiest girl I ever saw.
Miss Prism says that all good looks are a snare.
They are a snare that every sensible man would like to be caught in.
Oh, I don't think I would care to catch a sensible man. I shouldn't know what to talk to him about.
They pass into the house. Miss Prism and Dr. Chasuble return.
You are too much alone, dear Dr. Chasuble. You should get married. A misanthrope I can understand. A womanthrope, never.
Oh, believe me, I do not deserve so neologistic a phrase. The precept, as well as the practice of the primitive church, was distinctly against matrimony.
That is obviously the reason why the primitive church has not lasted up to the present day. And you do not seem to realise, dear doctor, that by persistently remaining single, a man converts himself into a permanent public temptation. Men should be more careful. This very celibacy leads weaker vessels astray.
Oh, but is a man not equally attractive when married?
No married man is ever attractive, except to his wife.
And often I've been told, not even to her.
That depends on the intellectual sympathies of the woman. Maturity can always be depended upon. Ripeness can be trusted. Young women agree. I spoke horticulturally. My metaphor was drawn from fruits. But where is Cecily?
Oh, perhaps she followed us to the schools.
Enter Jack, slowly, from the back of the garden. He is dressed in the deepest mourning, with crape hatband and black gloves.
Mr. Worthing?
Mr. Worthing?
This is indeed a surprise. We did not look for you till Monday afternoon.
I have returned sooner than I expected. Dr. Chasuble, I hope you are well.
Oh, dear Mr. Worthing, I trust this garb of woe does not betoken some terrible calamity.
My brother.
Oh, more shameful debts and extravagance.
Oh, still leading his life of pleasure.
Dead.
Your brother, Earnest, dead?
Quite dead.
What a lesson for him. I trust he will profit by it.
Oh, Mr. Worthing, I offer you my sincere condolence. You have at least the consolation of knowing that you were always the most generous and forgiving of brothers.
Poor Earnest. He had many faults, but it is a sad, sad blow.
Oh, very sad indeed. Were you with him at the end?
No. He died abroad. In Paris, in fact.
Oh.
I had a telegram last night from the manager of the Grand Hotel.
Was the cause of death mentioned?
A severe chill, it seems.
As a man sows, so shall he reap.
Oh, charity, dear Miss Prism, charity. None of us are perfect. I myself am peculiarly susceptible to draughts. Will the interment take place here?
No. He seems to have expressed a desire to be buried in Paris.
In Paris? Oh, I fear that hardly points to any very serious state of mind at the last. You would no doubt wish me to make some slight allusion to this tragic domestic affliction next Sunday. My sermon on the meaning of the manner in the wilderness can be adapted to almost any occasion, joyful or, as in the present case, distressing. I have preached it at harvest celebrations, christenings, confirmations, on days of humiliation and festal days. The last time I delivered it was in the cathedral, as a charity sermon on behalf of the Society for the Prevention of Discontent amongst the Upper Orders. The bishop, who was present, was much struck by some of the analogies I drew.
That reminds me. You mentioned christenings, I think, Dr. Chasuble. I suppose you know how to christen, all right? I mean, of course, you're continually christening, aren't you?
It is, I regret to say, one of the rector's most constant duties in this parish. I have often spoken to the poorer classes on this subject. They don't seem to know what thrift is.
But is there any particular infant in whom you are interested, Mr. Worthing? Your brother was, I believe, unmarried, was he not?
Yes.
People who live entirely for pleasure usually are.
But it is not for any child, dear doctor. I'm very fond of children, but no. The fact is, I would like to be christened myself. This afternoon, if you have nothing better to do.
But surely, Mr. Worthing, you have been christened already.
I don't remember anything about it.
But have you any grave doubts on the subject?
I certainly intend to have. Of course, I don't know if this thing would bother you in any way, or if you think I'm a little too old now.
Not at all. The sprinkling and indeed the immersion of adults is a perfectly canonical practice.
Immersion?
Oh, you need have no apprehensions. Sprinkling is all that is necessary, or indeed I think advisable. Our weather is so changeable. At what hour would you wish the ceremony performed?
Oh, I might trot round about 5, if that would suit you.
Oh, perfectly. Oh, in fact, I have 2 similar ceremonies to perform at that time. A case of twins that occurred recently in one of the outlying cottages on your own estate. Poor Jenkins, the carter, a most hard-working man.
Oh, no, I don't see much fun in being christened along with other babies. It'd be childish. Would 5:30 do?
Oh, admirably. And now, Mr. Worthing, I will not intrude any longer into a house of sorrow. I would merely beg you not to be too much bowed down by grief. What seem to us bitter trials are often blessings in disguise.
This seems to me a blessing of an extremely obvious kind.
Uncle Jack! Oh, I am pleased to see you back. But what horrid clothes you've got on. Do go and change them.
Cecily!
Oh, my child! Oh, my child!
What is the matter, Uncle Jack? Do you look happy? You look as if you had toothache. But I've got such a surprise for you. Who do you think is in the dining room? Your brother!
Who?
Your brother Earnest. He arrived about half an hour ago.
What nonsense, I haven't got a brother.
Oh, don't say that. However badly he may have behaved to you in the past, he is still your brother. You couldn't be so heartless as to disown him. I'll tell him to come out.
Oh, these are very joyful tidings.
After we have all been resigned to his loss, his sudden return seems to be peculiarly distressing.
My brother is in the dining room? Oh, I don't know what all this means. I think it's perfectly absurd.
Enter Algernon and Cecily hand in hand. They come slowly up to Jack.
Oh, good heavens.
Ah, Brother John, I have come down from town to tell you that I am very sorry for all the trouble I have given you, and that I intend to lead a better life in the future.
Uncle Jack, you are not going to refuse your own brother's hand.
Nothing will induce me to take his hand. I think his coming down here disgraceful. He knows perfectly well why.
Uncle Jack, do be nice. There is some good in everyone. Earnest has just been telling me about his poor invalid friend, Mr. Bunbury, who he goes to visit so often. And surely there must be good in one who is kind to an invalid and leaves the pleasures of London to sit by bed of pain.
Oh, he has been talking about Bunbury, has he?
Yes, he has told me all about poor Mr. Bunbury and his terrible state of health.
Bunbury! Well, I won't have him talk to you about Bunbury or anything else. It's enough to drive one perfectly frantic.
Of course, I admit that the faults were all on my side, but I must say that I think that Brother John's coldness to me is peculiarly painful. I expected a more enthusiastic welcome, especially considering it is the first time I have come here.
Uncle Jack, if you don't shake hands with Ernest, I will never forgive you.
Never forgive me?
Never, never, never.
Well, this is the last time I shall ever do it, then.
Oh, it is pleasant, is it not, to see so perfect a reconciliation. I think we might leave the two brothers together.
Cecily, you will come with us?
Certainly, Miss Prism. My little task of reconciliation is over.
You have done a beautiful action today, dear child.
We must not be premature in our judgments.
I feel very happy.
You young scoundrel, Algie. You must get out of this place as soon as possible. I don't allow any Bunburying here.
I've put Mr. Earnest's things in the room next to yours, sir. I suppose that is all right.
What?
Mr. Earnest's luggage, sir. I've unpacked it and put it in the room next to your own.
His luggage?
Yes, sir. 3 portmanteaus, a dressing case, 2 hat boxes, and a large luncheon basket.
I'm afraid I can't stay more than a week this time.
Merriman, order the dog cart at once. Mr. Earnest has been suddenly called back to town.
Yes, sir.
What a fearful liar you are, Jack. I have not been called back into town at all.
Yes, you have.
I haven't heard anyone call me.
Your duty as a gentleman calls you back.
My duty as a gentleman has never interfered with my pleasures in the smallest degree.
I can quite understand that.
Well, Cecily is a darling.
You are not to talk of Miss Cardew like that. I don't like it.
Well, I don't like your clothes. You look perfectly ridiculous in them. Why on earth don't you go up and change? It is perfectly childish to be in deep mourning for a man who is actually staying for a whole week with you in your house as a guest. I call it grotesque.
You are certainly not staying with me for a whole week as a guest or anything else. You've got to leave by the 4:05 train.
Oh, I certainly won't leave you so long as you are in mourning. It would be most unfriendly. If I were in mourning, you would stay with me, I suppose. I should think it very unkind if you didn't.
Well, will you go if I change my clothes?
Yes, if you are not too long. I never saw anybody take so long to dress, and with such little result.
Well, at any rate, that is better than being always overdressed as you are.
If I am occasionally a little overdressed, I make up for it by being immensely overeducated.
Your vanity is ridiculous. Your conduct an outrage, and your presence in my garden are utterly absurd. However, you have got to catch the 4:05, and I hope you will have a pleasant journey back to town. This Bunburying, as you call it, has not been a great success for you.
Jack goes into the house.
I think it has been a great success. I am in love with Cecily, and that is everything.
Enter Cecily at the back of the garden. She picks up the can and begins to water the flowers.
But I must see her before I go, and make arrangements for another Bunbury. There she is.
Oh, I merely came back to water the roses. I thought you were Uncle Jack.
He's gone to order the dog cart for me.
Oh, is he going to take you for a nice drive?
He's going to send me away.
Then have we got to part?
Oh, I am afraid so. It's a very painful parting.
It is always painful to part from people whom one has known for a very brief space of time. The absence of old friends one can endure with equanimity, But even a momentary separation from anyone to whom one has just been introduced is almost unbearable.
Thank you.
The dog cart is at the door, sir.
It can wait for 5 minutes, Merriman.
Yes, miss.
I hope, Cecily, I shall not offend you if I state, quite frankly and openly, that you seem to me in every way to be the visible personification of absolute perfection.
I think your frankness does you great credit, Earnest. If you will allow me, I will copy your remarks into my diary.
Do you really keep a diary? I'd give anything to look at it. May I?
Oh, no. You see, it is simply a very young girl's record of her own thoughts and impressions, and consequently meant for publication. When it appears in volume form, I hope you will order a copy. But pray, Earnest, don't stop. I delight in taking down dictation. I have reached absolute perfection. You can go on. I'm quite ready for more. Oh, don't cough, Earnest. When one is dictating, one should speak fluently and not cough. Besides, I don't know how to spell cough.
Cecily, ever since I first looked upon your wonderful and incomparable beauty, I have dared to love you with wildly, passionately, devotedly, and hopelessly.
I don't think that you should tell me that you love me wildly, passionately, devotedly, hopelessly. Hopelessly doesn't seem to make much sense, does it?
Cecily.
The dog cart is waiting, sir.
Tell it to come round next week at the same hour.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Jack would be very annoyed if he knew you were staying on till next week at the same hour.
Oh, I don't care about Jack. I don't care for anybody in the whole world but you. I love you, Cecily. You will marry me, of course, won't you?
You silly boy. Of course. Why, we have been engaged for the last 3 months.
For the last 3 months?
Yes, it will be exactly 3 months on Thursday.
But how did we become engaged?
Well, ever since dear Uncle Jack first confessed to us that he had a younger brother who was very wicked and bad, you, of course, have formed the chief topic of conversation between myself and Miss Prism. And of course, a man who is very much talked about is always very attractive. One feels there must be something in him, after all. I dare say it was foolish of me, but I fell in love with you, Earnest.
Oh, darling. And when was the engagement actually settled?
On the 14th of February last. Worn out by your entire ignorance of my existence, I determined to end the matter one way or the other, and after a long struggle with myself, I accepted you under this dear old tree here. The next day, I bought this little ring in your name, and this is the little bangle with the true lover's knot I promised you always to wear.
Ah, did I give you this? It's very pretty, isn't it?
Yes, you've wonderfully good taste, Earnest. It's the excuse I've always given you for leading such a bad life. And this is the box in which I keep all your dear letters.
My letters? But my own sweet Cecily, I have never written you any letters.
You need hardly remind me of that, Earnest. I remember only too well that I was forced to write your letters for you. I wrote almost 3 times a week, and sometimes oftener.
Oh, do let me read them, Cecily.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. They would make you far too conceited. The 3 you wrote me after I'd broken off the engagement are so beautiful and so badly spelt that even now I can hardly read them without crying a little.
But was our engagement ever broken off?
Of course it was. On the 22nd of last March. You can see the entry if you like. Today I broke off my engagement with Earnest. I feel it is better to do so. The weather still continues charming.
But why on earth did you break it off? What had I done? I'd done nothing at all. Cecily, I am very much hurt indeed to hear that you broke it off, particularly when the weather was so charming.
It would hardly have been a really serious engagement if it hadn't been broken off at least once. But I forgave you before the week was out.
Oh, what a perfect angel you are, Cecily.
You dear romantic boy. I hope your hair curls naturally, does it?
Yes, darling, with a little help from others.
I'm so glad.
You'll never break off our engagement again, Cecily.
I don't think I could break it off now that I've actually met you. Besides, of course, there is the question of your name.
Yes, of course.
You must not laugh at me, darling, but it has always been a girlish dream of mine to love someone whose name was Earnest. There is something in that name that seems to inspire absolute confidence. I pity any poor married woman whose husband is not called Earnest.
But my dear child, do you mean to say you could not love me if I had some other name?
But what name?
Oh, any name you like. Algernon, for instance?
But I don't like the name Algernon.
Well, my own dear, sweet, loving little darling, I really can't see why you should object to the name of Algernon. It is not a bad name. In fact, it is a rather aristocratic name. Half of the chaps who get into the bankruptcy court are called Algernon. But seriously, Cecily, if my name was Algie, couldn't you love me?
I might respect you, Earnest. I might admire your character, but I fear that I should not be able to give you my undivided attention.
Cecily, your rector here is, I suppose, thoroughly experienced in the practice of all the rites and ceremonials of the church?
Oh, yes. Dr. Chasuble is a most learned man. He's never written a single book, so you can imagine how much he knows.
I must see him at once on the most important christening. I mean on most important business.
Oh.
I shan't be away for more than half an hour.
Considering that we have been engaged since last February the 14th, and that I only met you today for the first time, I think it is rather hard that you should leave me for so long a period as half an hour. Couldn't you make it 20 minutes?
I'll be back in no time.
What an impetuous boy he is. I like his hair so much. I must enter his proposal in my diary.
Miss Fairfax has just called to see Mr. Worthing on very important business, Miss Fairfax states.
Isn't Mr. Worthing in his library?
Mr. Worthing went over in the direction of the rectory some time ago.
Pray ask the lady to come out here. Mr. Worthing is sure to be back soon, and you can bring tea.
Yes, miss.
Miss Fairfax, I suppose one of the many good elderly women who are associated with Uncle Jack in some of his philanthropic work in London. I don't quite like women who are interested in philanthropic work. I think it is so forward of them.
Miss Fairfax.
Pray, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Cecily Cardew.
Cecily Cardew. What a very sweet name. Something tells me we're going to be great friends. I like you already more than I can say. My first impressions of people are never wrong.
How nice of you to like me so much after we have known each other such a comparatively short time. Pray sit down.
I may call you Cecily, may I not?
With pleasure.
And you will always call me Gwendolen, won't you?
If you wish.
Then that's all quite settled then, isn't it?
I hope so.
Perhaps this might be a favourable opportunity for my mentioning who I am. My father is Lord Bracknell. You have never heard of Papa, I suppose?
I don't think so.
Well, outside the family circle, Papa, I'm glad to say, is entirely unknown. I think that is quite as it should be. The home seems to me to be the proper sphere for the man, and so certainly once a man begins to neglect his domestic duties, he becomes painfully effeminate, does he not? And I don't like that. It makes men so very attractive. Cecily, Mamma, whose views on education are remarkably strict, has brought me up to being extremely short-sighted. It is part of her system. Do you mind me looking at you through my glasses?
Oh, not at all, Gwendolen. I'm very fond of being looked at.
Very good. Let's have a look. You are here on a short visit, I suppose?
Oh, no, I live here.
Your mother, no doubt, or some female relative of advanced years, perhaps resides here also?
Oh, no, I have no mother, nor in fact any relations.
Indeed.
My dear guardian, with the assistance of Miss Prism, has the arduous task of looking after me.
Your guardian?
Yes, I am Mr. Worthing's ward.
Oh, it is strange that he never mentioned to me that he had a ward. How secretive of him. He grows more interesting hourly. I am not sure, however, that the news inspires me with feelings of unmixed delight. I am very fond of you, Cecily. I have liked you ever since I met you. But I am bound to state that now I know that you are Mr. Worthing's ward, I cannot help expressing well a wish that you were just a little bit older than you seem, not quite so very alluring in appearance. In fact, if I may speak candidly.
Pray do. I think that whenever one has anything unpleasant to say, one should always be candid.
Well, to speak with perfect candour, Cecily, I wish you were fully 42, and more than usually plain for your age. Ernest has a strong, upright nature. He is the very soul of truth and honour. Disloyalty would be as impossible to him as deception, but even men of the noblest possible character are extremely susceptible to the influence of the physical charms of others. Modern, no less than ancient history supplies us with many painful examples of what I refer to. If it were not so, indeed, history would be quite unreadable.
I beg your pardon, Gwendolen. Did you say Ernest?
Yes.
Oh, but it is not Mr. Ernest Worthing who is my guardian. It is his brother, his elder brother.
Ernest never mentioned to me that he had a brother.
I'm sorry to say they have not been on good terms for a long time.
Ah, that accounts for it. And now that I think of it, I have never heard any man mention his brother. The subject seems distasteful to most men. Cecily, you have lifted a load from my mind. I was growing almost anxious. It would have been terrible if any cloud had come across a friendship like ours, would it not? Of course, you are quite sure it is not Mr. Ernest Worthing who is your guardian?
Quite sure. In fact, I am going to be his.
I beg your pardon?
Dearest Gwendolen, there is no reason why I should not make a secret of it to you. Our little county newspaper is sure to chronicle the fact next week. Mr. Ernest Worthing and I are engaged to be married.
My darling Cecily, I think there must be some slight error. Mr. Ernest Worthing is engaged to me. The announcement will appear in the Morning Post on Saturday at the latest.
I'm afraid you must be under some misconception. Ernest proposed to me exactly 10 minutes ago.
Cecily shows Gwendolen her diary. Gwendolen examines it carefully.
It is certainly very curious, for he asked me to be his wife yesterday afternoon at 5:30. If you care to verify the incident, pray, please do so. I never travel without my diary. One should always have something sensational to read on the train. I am so sorry, dear Cecily, if it is any disappointment to you, but I'm afraid I have the prior claim.
It would distress me more than I can tell you, my dear Gwendolen, if it caused you any mental or physical anguish, but I feel bound to point out that since Ernest proposed to you, he has clearly changed his mind.
If the poor fellow has been entrapped into any foolish promise, I shall consider it my duty to rescue him at once and with a firm hand.
Whatever unfortunate entanglement my dear boy may have got into, I will never reproach him with it after we are married.
You allude to me, Miss Cardew, as an entanglement. You are presumptuous. On an occasion of this kind, it becomes more than a moral duty to speak one's mind. It becomes a pleasure.
Do you suggest, Miss Fairfax, that I entrapped Ernest into an engagement? How dare you? This is no time for wearing the shallow mask of manners. When I see a spade, I call it a spade.
I am glad to say that I have never seen a spade. It is obvious our social spheres have been widely different.
Shall I lay tea here as usual, miss?
Yes, as usual.
Are there many interesting walks in the vicinity, Miss Cardew?
Oh yes, a great many. From the top of one of the hills quite close, one can see 5 counties.
5 counties? I don't think I should like that. I hate crowds.
I suppose that is why you live in town.
Quite a well-kept garden, this is, I suppose.
So glad you like it, Miss Fairfax.
I had no idea there were flowers in the country.
Oh, flowers are as common here, Miss Fairfax, as people are in London.
Personally, I cannot understand how anybody manages to exist in the country, if anybody who is anybody does. The country always bores me to death.
Ah, this is what the newspapers call agricultural depression, is it not? I believe the aristocracy are suffering very much from it at present. It is almost an epidemic amongst them, I have been told. May I offer you some tea, Miss Fairfax?
Thank you, Miss Cardew. Detestable girl. I require tea.
Sugar?
No, thank you. Sugar is not fashionable anymore.
Cecily looks angrily at her, takes up the tongs and puts 4 lumps of sugar into the cup.
Cake or bread and butter?
Bread and butter, please. Cake is rarely seen at the best houses nowadays.
Hand that to Miss Fairfax.
You have filled my tea with lumps of sugar, and though I asked most distinctly for bread and butter, you have given me cake. I am known for the gentleness of my disposition and the extraordinary sweetness of my nature, but I warn you, Miss Cardew, you may go too far.
To save my poor, innocent, trusting boy from the machinations of any other girl, there are no lengths to which I would not go.
From the moment I saw you, I distrusted you. I felt you were false and deceitful. I am never deceived in such matters. My first impressions of people are invariably right.
It seems to me, Miss Fairfax, that I am trespassing on your valuable time. No doubt you have many other calls of a similar character to make in the neighbourhood.
Earnest! My own Earnest!
Gwendolen, darling.
A moment. May I ask you if you are engaged to be married to this young lady?
Dear little Cecily? Of course not. What could have put such an idea in your pretty little head?
Thank you. You may kiss me on the cheek.
I knew there must be some misunderstanding, Miss Fairfax. The gentleman whose arm is at present round your waist is my guardian, Mr. John Worthing.
I beg your pardon?
This is Uncle Jack.
Jack!
Here is Earnest.
Oh, my own love.
A moment, Earnest. May I ask you, are you engaged to be married to this young lady?
To what young lady? Good heavens, Gwendolen?
Yes, to good heavens, Gwendolen. I mean to Gwendolen.
Of course not. What could have put such an idea into your pretty little head?
Thank you. You may kiss me on the cheek.
I felt there was some slight error, Miss Cardew. The gentleman who is now embracing you is my cousin, Mr. Algernon Moncrief.
Algernon Moncrief? Oh! Are you called Algernon?
I cannot deny it.
Oh.
And is your name really John?
I could deny it if I liked. I could deny anything if I liked, but my name certainly is John. It's been John for years.
A gross deception has been practised on both of us.
My poor wounded Cecily!
My sweet wronged Gwendolen!
You will call me sister, will you not?
Oh.
There is just one question I would like to be allowed to ask my guardian.
An admirable idea. Mr. Worthing, there is just one question I would like to be permitted to put to you. Where is your brother Earnest? We are both engaged to be married to your brother Earnest. so it is a matter of some importance to us to know whether you're where your brother Ernest is at present.
Well, Gwendolen, Cecily, it is very painful for me to be forced to speak the truth. It is the first time in my life I've ever been reduced to such a painful position, and I am really quite inexperienced of doing anything of the kind. However, I will tell you quite frankly that I have no brother, Ernest. I have no brother at all. I've never had a brother in my life, and certainly have not the smallest intention of ever having one in the future.
No brother at all?
None.
Had you never a brother of any kind?
Never. Not even of any kind.
I am afraid it is quite clear, Cecily, that neither of us is engaged to be married to anyone.
It is not a very pleasant position for a young girl to suddenly find herself in, is it?
No. Let us go into the house. They will hardly venture to come up after us there.
No, men are so cowardly, aren't they?
This ghastly state of things is what you call bumbering, I suppose.
Yes, and a perfectly wonderful Bunbury it is. The most wonderful Bunbury I've ever had in my life.
Well, you've no right whatsoever to Bunbury here.
That is absurd. One has a right to Bunbury anywhere one chooses. Every serious Bunburyist knows that.
Serious Bunburyist? Good heavens!
Well, one must be serious about something. If one wants to have any amusement in life, they must. I happen to be serious about Bunburying. What on earth you are serious about, I haven't got the remotest idea. About everything, I should fancy. You are of such an absolutely trivial nature.
Well, the only small satisfaction I have in this whole of this wretched business is that your friend Bunbury is quite exposed. He's quite, in fact, exploded. You won't be able to run down to the country quite so often as you used to, dear Algy. And a very good thing, too.
Oh, your brother is a little off colour, isn't he, dear Jack? You won't be able to disappear to London quite so frequently as your wicked custom was. Not a bad thing either.
As for your conduct towards Miss Cardew, I must say that your taking in a sweet, simple, innocent girl like that is quite inexcusable, to say nothing of the fact that she is my ward.
I can see no possible defence for all of you for you deceiving a brilliant, clever, and thoroughly experienced young lady like Miss Fairfax, to say nothing of the fact that she is my cousin.
I wanted to be engaged to Gwendolen, that is all. I love her.
Well, I simply wanted to be engaged to Cecily. I adore her.
There is certainly no chance of you marrying Miss Cardew.
I don't think there is much likelihood, Jack, of you and Miss Fairfax being united.
Well, that is no business of yours.
Well, if it was my business, I wouldn't talk about it. It's very vulgar to discuss other people's businesses. Only people like stockbrokers do that, and then merely at dinner parties.
How you can sit there calmly eating muffins when we're in this horrible trouble, I can't make out. You seem to be perfectly heartless.
Well, I can't eat muffins in an agitated manner. The butter would probably get on my cuffs. One should eat muffins quite calmly. It is the only way to eat them.
I say it's perfectly heartless you're eating muffins at all under the circumstances.
When I'm in trouble, eating is the only thing that consoles me. Indeed, when I'm in really any great trouble, as anyone who knows me intimately will tell you, I refuse everything except food and drink. At this present moment, I am eating muffins because I am unhappy. Besides, I'm particularly fond of muffins.
Well, that is no reason why you should eat them all in that greedy way.
I wish you would have a tea cake instead. I don't like tea cake.
Good heavens. I suppose a man may eat his own muffins in his own garden.
But you've just said it was perfectly heartless to eat muffins.
I said it was perfectly heartless of you under the circumstances. That is a very different thing.
That may be, but muffins are the same.
Algy, I wish to goodness you would go.
You can't possibly ask me to go without having some dinner. It's absurd. I never go without any dinner. No one ever does, except vegetarians and people like that. Besides, I've just made some arrangements with Dr. Chasuble to be christened at 6:15.
My dear fellow, the sooner you give up that nonsense, the better. I made arrangements this morning to be christened with Dr. Chasuble at 5:30, and I naturally will take the name of Earnest. Gwendolen would wish it. We can't both be christened Earnest. It's absurd. Besides, I have a perfect right to be christened if I like. There is no evidence at all that I have ever been christened by anybody. I think it's extremely probable I never was, and so does Dr. Chasuble. It's entirely different in your case. You have been christened already.
Yes, but I have not been christened for years.
Yes, but you have been christened. That's the important thing.
Quite so. So I know my constitution can stand it. If you are not quite sure about if you've ever been christened, I must say I think it rather dangerous you venturing on it now. It might make you very unwell. You can hardly have forgotten that someone very closely connected to you was nearly carried off this week in Paris by a severe chill.
Yes, but you said yourself that a severe chill was not hereditary.
Oh, it used to be, I know. But I dare say it is now. Science is always making wonderful improvements in things.
Oh, that is nonsense. You're always talking nonsense.
Jack, you have had the muffins again. I wish you wouldn't. There's only one left. I told you I was particularly fond of muffins.
But I hate tea cake.
Why on earth, then, do you allow tea cake to be served up for your guests? What ideas you have of hospitality.
Algernon, I have already told you to go. I don't want you here. Why don't you just go?
Because I haven't quite finished my tea yet, and there is still one muffin left.
Morning room at the manor house. Gwendolen and Cecily are at the window, looking out into the garden.
The fact that they did not once enter the house, as anyone else would have done, seems to me to show that they have some sense of shame left.
They have been eating muffins. That looks like repentance.
No, they don't seem to notice us at all. Couldn't you cough?
But I haven't got a cough.
They're looking at us. What effrontery!
They're approaching. That's very forward of them.
Let us preserve a dignified silence.
Certainly. It's the only thing to do now.
This dignified silence seemed to produce an unpleasant effect.
A most distasteful one.
But we will not be the first to speak.
Certainly not.
Mr. Worthing, I have something very particular to ask you. Much depends upon your reply.
Gwendolen, your common sense is invaluable. Mr. Moncrief, kindly answer me the following question. Why did you pretend to be my guardian's brother?
In order that I might have an opportunity of meeting you.
That certainly seems a satisfactory explanation, does it not?
Yes, dear, if you can believe him.
I don't, but that does not affect the wonderful beauty of his answer.
True. In matters of grave importance, style, not sincerity, is the vital thing. Mr. Worthing, what explanation can you offer me for pretending to have a brother? Was it in order that you might have an opportunity of coming up to town to see me as often as possible?
Can you doubt it, Miss Fairfax?
I have the gravest doubts upon the subject, but I intend to crush them. This is not the moment for German scepticism. Cecily, their explanations appear to be quite satisfactory, especially Mr. Worthing's. This seems to me to have the stamp of truth upon it.
I am more than content with what Mr. Moncrief said. His voice alone inspires one with absolute credulity.
Then you think we should forgive them?
Yes, I mean no.
True. I had forgotten. There are principles at stake that one cannot surrender. Which one of us should tell them? The task is not a pleasant one.
Shall we both tell them at the same time?
An excellent idea. I nearly always speak at the same time as other people. Will you take the time from me?
Certainly.
Your Christian names are still an insuperable barrier.
That is all.
Our Christian names? Is that all?
But we are going to be christened this afternoon.
For my sake, you are prepared to do this terrible thing.
I am.
To please me, you are ready to face this fearful ordeal.
I am.
How absurd to talk of the inequality of the sexes. Where questions of self-sacrifice are concerned, men are infinitely beyond us.
We are.
They have moments of physical courage of which we women know absolutely nothing.
Darling!
Darling!
Lady Bracknell.
Oh, good heavens.
Gwendolen, what does this mean?
Merely that I am engaged to be married to Mr. Worthing, Mamma.
Come here, sit down immediately. Hesitation of any kind is a sign of mental decay in the young, of physical weakness in the old. Apprised, sir, of my daughter's sudden flight by her trusty maid, whose confidence I purchased by means of a small coin, I followed her at once by a luggage train. Of course, you will clearly understand that all communication between yourself and my daughter must cease immediately from this moment. On this point, as indeed on all points, I am firm.
I am engaged to be married to Gwendolen, Lady Bracknell.
You are nothing of the kind, sir. And now as regards Algernon. Algernon?
Yes, Aunt Augusta?
May I ask if it is in this house that your invalid friend, Mr. Bunbury resides?
Oh, no, Bunbury doesn't live here. Bunbury is somewhere else at present. In fact, Bunbury is dead.
Dead? Oh, when did Mr. Bunbury die? His death must have been extremely sudden.
Oh, I killed Bunbury this afternoon. I mean, poor Bunbury died this afternoon.
What did he die of?
Bunbury? Oh, he was quite exploded.
Exploded? Was he the victim of a revolutionary outrage? I was not aware that Mr. Bunbury was interested in social legislation. If so, he is well punished for his morbidity.
My dear Aunt Augusta, I meant he was found out. The doctors found out that Bunbury could not live, and that is what I mean. So Bunbury died.
He seems to have had great confidence in the opinions of his physician. I am glad, however, that he made up his mind at the last to some definite course of action, and acted under proper medical advice. And now that we have finally got rid of this Mr. Bunbury, may I ask, Mr. Worthing, who is that young person whose hand my nephew Algernon is now holding in what seems to be a peculiarly unnecessary manner?
That lady is Miss Cecily Cardew, my ward.
I'm engaged to be married to Cecily, Aunt Augusta.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Moncrief and I are engaged to be married, Lady Bracknell.
I do not know whether there is anything particularly exciting in the air of this particular part of Hertfordshire, but the number of engagements that go on seems to me considerably above the proper average that statistics have laid down for our guidance. I think some preliminary inquiry on my part would not be out of place. Mr. Worthing, is Miss Cardew at all connected with any of the larger railway stations in London? I merely desire information. Until yesterday, I had no idea that there were any families or persons whose origin was a terminus.
Miss Cardew is the granddaughter of the late Mr. Thomas Cardew of 149 Belgrave Square, SW, Gervais Park, Dorking, Surrey, and the Sporran, Fifeshire, NB.
That sounds not unsatisfactory. 3 addresses always inspires confidence, even in tradesmen. But what proof have I of their authenticity?
I have carefully preserved the court guides of the period. They are open to your inspection, Lady Bracknell.
Known strange errors in that publication.
Miss Cardew's family solicitors are Messrs. Markby, and Markby.
Markby and Markby, a firm of the very highest position in their profession. Indeed, I am told that one of the Mr. Markbys is occasionally to be seen at dinner parties. So far, I am satisfied.
How extremely kind of you, Lady Bracknell. I have also in my possession, you will be pleased to hear, the certificates of Miss Cardew's birth, baptism, whooping cough, registration, vaccination, confirmation, and the measles, both the German and English varieties.
Ah, a life crowded with incident, I see, though perhaps somewhat too exciting for a young girl. I am not myself in favour of premature experiences. Gwendolen, the time approaches for our departure. We have not a moment to lose. As a matter of form, Mr. Worthing, I had better ask you if Miss Cardew has any little fortune.
No, about £130,000 in the funds. That is all. Goodbye, Lady Bracknell. So pleased to have seen you.
A moment, Mr. Worthing. £130,000 and in the funds? Miss Cardew seems to me a most attractive young lady, now that I look at her. Few girls of the present day have any really solid qualities, any of the qualities that last and improve with time. We live, I regret to say, in an age of surfaces. Come over here, dear. Pretty child. Your dress is sadly simple, and your hair seems almost as nature might have left it. We can soon alter that. A thoroughly experienced French maid produces a really marvellous result in a very brief space of time. I remember recommending one to young Lady Lancing, and after 3 months her own husband did not know her.
And after 6 months, nobody knew her.
Kindly turn round, sweet child. No, the side view is what I want. Yes, quite as I expected. There are distinct social possibilities in your profile. The 2 weak points in our age are its want of principle and its want of profile. The chin, a little higher, dear. Style largely depends on the way the chin is worn. They are worn very high just at present. Algernon?
Yes, Aunt Augusta?
There are distinct social possibilities in Miss Cardew's profile.
Cecily is the sweetest, dearest, prettiest girl in the whole world. And I don't care 2 pence about social possibilities.
Never speak disrespectfully of society, Algernon. Only people who can't get into it do that. Dear child, of course you know that Algernon has nothing but his debts to depend on, but I do not approve of mercenary marriages. When I married Lord Bracknell, I had no fortune of any kind, but I never dreamed for a moment of allowing that to stand in my way. Well, I suppose I must give my consent.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Augusta.
Cecily, you may kiss me.
Thank you, Lady Bracknell.
You may also address me as Aunt Augusta for the future.
Thank you, Aunt Augusta.
Marriage, I think, had better take place quite soon.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Augusta.
Thank you, Aunt Augusta.
Frankly, I am not in favour of long engagements. They give people the opportunity of finding out each other's character before marriage, which I never think is ever advisable.
I beg your pardon for interrupting you, Lady Bracknell, but this engagement is quite out of the question. I am Miss Cardew's guardian, and she cannot marry without my consent until she comes of age. That consent I absolutely decline to give.
Upon what grounds, may I ask? Algernon is an extremely, I may almost say, an ostentatiously eligible young man. He has nothing, but he looks everything. What more can you desire? What more can one
Seems
desire?
me very much, to speak frankly to you, Lady Bracknell, about your nephew, but the fact is I do not approve at all of his moral character. I suspect him of being untruthful.
Untruthful? My nephew, Algernon? Impossible. He is an Oxonian.
I fear that there can be no possible doubt about the matter. This afternoon, during my temporary absence in London on an important quest of romance, he obtained admission to my house by the means of the false pretense of being my brother. Under an assumed name, he drank, I've just been informed by my butler, an entire pint bottle of my Perrier-Joulet Brut 89 wine I was specifically reserving for myself. Continuing his disgraceful deception, he succeeded in the course of the afternoon in alienating the affections of my only ward. He subsequently stayed to tea and devoured every single muffin. And what makes his conduct all the more heartless is that he was perfectly well aware from the first that I have no brother, that I'd never had a brother, and that I don't intend to have a brother, not of even of any kind. I distinctly told him so myself yesterday afternoon.
Mr. Worthing, after careful consideration, I have decided entirely to overlook my nephew's conduct to you.
That is very generous of you, Lady Bracknell. My own decision, however, is unalterable. I decline to give my consent.
Come here, sweet child. How old are you, dear?
Well, I'm really only 18, but I always admit 20 when I go to evening parties.
You are perfectly right in making some slight alteration. Indeed, no woman should ever be quite accurate about her age. It looks so calculating. 18, but admitting to 20 at evening parties. Well, it will not be very long before you are of age and free from the restraints of tutelage. So I don't think your guardian's consent is, after all, a matter of any importance.
Pray excuse me, Lady Bracknell, for interrupting you again, but it's only fair to tell you that according to the terms of her grandfather's will, Miss Cardew does not come legally of age until she is 35.
This does not seem to me to be a grave objection. 35 is a very attractive age. London society is full of women of the very highest birth who have of their own free choice remained 35 for years. Lady Dumbledon is an instance in point. To my own knowledge, she's been 35 ever since she arrived at the age of 40, which is many years ago now. I see no reason why our own dear Cecily should not be even still more attractive at the age you mentioned than she is at present. There will be a large accumulation of property.
Algy, could you wait for me till I was 35?
Of course I could, Cecily. You know I would.
Yes, I felt it instinctively, but I couldn't wait all that time. I hate waiting even 5 minutes for anybody. It always makes me rather cross. I'm not punctual myself, I know, but I do like punctuality in others, and waiting, even to be married, is quite out of the question.
Then what is to be done, Cecily?
I don't know, Mr. Moncrief.
My dear Mr. Worthing, as Miss Cardew states positively that she cannot wait until she's 35, a remark which I'm bound to say seems to me to show a somewhat impatient nature, I would beg of you to reconsider your decision.
But, my dear Lady Bracknell, the matter is entirely in your own hands. The moment you consent to my marriage with Gwendolen, I will most gladly allow your nephew to form an alliance with my ward.
You must be quite aware that what you propose is out of the question.
Then a passionate celibacy is all that any of us can look forward to.
It's not the destiny I propose for Gwendolen. Algernon, of course, can choose for himself. Come, dear, we have already missed 5, if not 6 trains. To miss any more might expose us to comment on the platform.
Ah, everything is quite ready for the christenings.
The christenings, sir? Is not that somewhat premature?
Oh, both these gentlemen have expressed a desire for immediate baptism.
Their age? The idea is grotesque and irreligious, Algernon, I forbid you to be baptized. I will not hear of such excesses. Lord Bracknell would be highly displeased if he learned that that was the way in which you wasted your time and money.
Ah, am I to understand then that there are to be no christenings at all this afternoon?
I don't think that, as things are now, it would be much of practical use to either of us, Dr. Chasuble.
Oh, I am grieved to hear such sentiments from you, Mr. Worthing. They savour of the heretical views of the Anabaptists, views that I have completely refuted in 4 of my unpublished sermons. However, as your present mood seems to be one of peculiarly secular one, I will return to the church at once. Indeed, I have just been informed by the pew opener that for the last hour and a half, Miss Prism has been waiting for me in the vestry.
Miss Prism? Did I hear you mention a Miss Prism?
Yes, Lady Bracknell. I am on my way to join her.
Pray, allow me to detain you for a moment. This matter may prove to be one of vital importance to Lord Bracknell and myself. Is this Miss Prism a female of repellent aspect, remotely connected with education?
She is the most cultivated of ladies, and the very picture of respectability.
It is obviously the same person. May I ask what position she holds in your household?
I am a celibate, madam.
Miss Prism, Lady Bracknell, has been for the last 3 years Miss Cardew's esteemed governess and valued companion.
In spite of what I hear of her, I must see her at once. Let her be sent for.
Ah, she approaches. She is nigh.
I was told you expected me in the vestry, dear Canon. I've been waiting there for you for an hour and 3/4. Oh.
Prism! Come here. Prism. Prism! Where is that baby? 28 years ago, Prism, you left Lord Bracknell's house, number 104 Upper Grosvenor Street, in charge of a perambulator that contained a baby of the male sex. You never returned. A few weeks later, through the elaborate investigations of the Metropolitan Police, the perambulator was discovered at midnight, standing by itself in a remote corner of Bayswater. It contained the manuscript of a 3-volume novel of more than unusually revolting sentimentality. But the baby was not there. Prism, where is that baby?
Lady Bracknell, I admit with shame that I do not know. I only wish I did. The plain facts of the case are these. On the morning of the day you mentioned, a day that is forever branded on my memory, I prepared as usual to take the baby out in its perambulator. I had also with me a somewhat old but capacious handbag in which I had intended to place the manuscript of a work of fiction that I had been writing during my few unoccupied hours. In a moment of mental abstraction for which I can never forgive myself, I deposited the manuscript in the bassinet, and I placed the baby in the handbag.
But where did you deposit the handbag?
Oh, do not ask me, Mr. Worthing.
Miss Prism, this is a matter of no small importance to me. I insist on knowing where you deposited the handbag that contains the infant.
I left it in the cloakroom of one of the larger railway stations in London.
What railway station?
Victoria. The Brighton line.
I must retire to my room for a moment. Gwendolen, wait for me here.
You are not too long. I will wait for you here all my life.
Oh, what do you think this means, Lady Bracknell?
Dare not even suspect, Dr. Chasuble. I need hardly tell you that in families of high position, strange coincidences are not supposed to occur. Hardly consider the thing.
Uncle Jack seems strangely agitated.
Your guardian has a very emotional nature.
Noise is extremely unpleasant. It sounds as if he was having an argument. I dislike arguments of any kind. They are always vulgar and often convincing.
Ah, it has stopped now.
I wish he would arrive at some conclusion.
This suspense is unbearable. I hope it will last.
Is this the handbag, Miss Prism? Examine it carefully before you speak. The happiness of more than one life depends on your answer.
Well, it seems to be mine. Yes, here is the injury it received through the upsetting of a Gower Street omnibus in younger and happier days. Oh, and here is the stain on the lining, caused by the explosion of a temperance beverage, an incident that happened in Leamington. Oh, and here on the lock are my initials. I had forgotten that in an extravagant mood I had had them placed there. The bag is undoubtedly mine. I'm delighted to have it restored to me so unexpectedly. It has been a great inconvenience being without it all these years.
Miss Prism, more is restored to you than this handbag. I was the baby you placed in it.
You?
Yes. Oh, Mother!
Mr. Worthing, I am unmarried.
Unmarried? I do not deny that that is a serious blow, but after all, who has the right to cast a stone against one who has suffered? Could not repentance wipe out an act of folly? Why should there be one law for men and another for women? Mother, I forgive you.
Oh, no, Mr. Worthing, there is some error. There is the lady who can tell you who you really are.
Lady Bracknell, I hate to seem inquisitive, but would you kindly inform me of who I am?
I'm afraid the news I have to give you will not altogether please you. You are the son of my poor sister, Mrs. Moncrief, and consequently Algernon's elder brother.
Algy's elder brother? Then I have a brother after all. I knew I had a brother. I always said I had a brother. Cecily, how could you have ever doubted that I had a brother? Dr. Chasuble, this is my unfortunate brother. Miss Prism, my unfortunate brother. Gwendolen, this is my unfortunate brother. Algy, you young scoundrel. You will have to treat me with more respect in the future. You have never behaved to me like a brother in all your life.
Well, not till today, old boy, I admit. I did my best, however, though I was out of practice.
My own. But what own are you? What is your Christian name now that you've become someone else?
Good heavens, I'd quite forgotten that point. Your decision on the subject of my name is irrevocable, I suppose?
Oh, I never change, except in my affections.
What a noble nature you have, Gwendolen.
Then the question had better be cleared up at once. Aunt Augusta, a moment. At the time when Miss Prism left me in the handbag, had I been christened already?
Every luxury that money could buy, including christening, had been lavished on you by your fond and doting parents.
Then I was christened. Oh, that is settled now. Oh, what name was I given? Oh, let me know the worst.
Being the eldest son, you were naturally christened after your father.
Yes, but what was my father's Christian name?
I cannot at the present moment recall what the General's Christian name was, but I have no doubt he had one. He was eccentric, I admit, but only in later years. And that was the result of the Indian climate and marriage and indigestion and other things of that kind.
Algy, can you not recollect what our father's Christian name was?
My dear boy, we were never on speaking terms. He died before I was a year old.
His names would appear in the army lists of this period, I suppose, Aunt Augusta?
The General was essentially a man of peace, except in his domestic life. But I have no doubt his name would appear in any military directory.
The army lists of the last 40 years, they are here. These delightful records should have been my constant study. Here we go. M, right. generals, Malum, Max, Pom, Magley, oh, what ghastly names they all have. Markby, Migsby, Mobbs, Moncrief, Lieutenant, 1840, Captain, Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel, General, 1869, Christian names, Earnest, John. I've always told you, Gwendolen, my name was Earnest, didn't I? Well, it is Earnest after all. I mean, it naturally is Earnest.
Yes, I remember now that the general was called Earnest. I knew I had some particular reason for disliking the name.
Oh, Ernest! My own Ernest! I felt from the very first that you could have no other name.
Gwendolen, it is a terrible thing for a man to find out suddenly that all his life he has been speaking nothing but the truth. Can you forgive me?
I can, for I feel that you are sure to change.
Oh, my own one!
Lutetia!
Frederick, at last!
Cecily, at last!
Gwendolen, at last!
My nephew, you seem to be displaying signs of triviality.
On the contrary, Aunt Augusta, I've now realized for the first time in my life the vital importance of being earnest.
Woke up this morning feeling fine. There's something special on my mind. Last night I met a new girl in the neighborhood. Whoa, yeah. Something tells me I'm into something good. Something tells me I'm into something. Something tells me I'm